Welcome everyone to the Trials of Avalon, a map that was added just over a week ago, and this time around we're putting our creators to the test, live on broadcast for your entertainment. My name is Veracity and I'm going to be your host for this event, but I'm not alone. Joining me on broadcast, I've got a bunch of experts, so welcome boys to this wild adventure. I've got Bryce, Ton, Infinity, and Enigma. I want to go ahead and start off the discussions by quizzing you all on your thoughts and feelings about Avalon as a map so far. I know some of you have been struggling to frag out on the map, cough cough, Chris Ton. But Bryce, I'll go ahead and start with you first. How are you feeling about it?
I'm actually really enjoying it. I think it's they've done a really good job of not making things too vertical. Even with the grappling hooks, it just flows quite well. And being kind of a veteran of Blackout myself, Black Ops Royale has really kind of sparked new life in how much I've been playing it. So yeah, thoroughly enjoying the map so far.
How about you, Ton? Are we still friends?
I'm still reeling, actually. Still reeling. No, I really enjoyed it. Honestly, with how everything is, it's more like a traditional BR, of course, with no attachments coming in, no loadouts, that kind of thing. It is a very raw in that sense, but excited to see how it's going to continue to develop. We're absolutely loving it over on this side of the UK at the moment, and yeah, really enjoying it. Excited to see how things today are going to go down.
Yeah, I think as somebody who, like I've always said, that Blackout is the best variation of Battle Royale that Call of Duty has ever seen. I absolutely love Blackout from Black Ops 4. Black Ops Royale has just been a total breath of fresh air for me. It's so fun. It's, you know, you got the weapon loadouts in there, and then the map itself just kind of feels like Blackout with the amount of open space. It's just a ton of fun.
Yeah, no, having a blast. Played a hell of a lot of it. Been playing some alongside Bryce and Ton as well the other day. Didn't go too well, but what a surprise that is when you've got Ton as your lead fragger. So, but yeah, having an absolute blast. I didn't get to play that much Blackout, unfortunately, back in the day, so making up for it now and having a hell of a time. I can't wait to see what these next 3 days deliver for us.
Well, I'm super excited to dive into it. Now, we have 3 days of action coming on up. So let's go ahead and take everybody through the format, because we have a total of 192 players split across 4 groups of 12 squads, all duking it out for a share of our $65,000 prize pool. Now, every group plays each other once, and we have 8 drops today alone. Ton, do you reckon we're going to be seeing any rivalries formed on day 1?
Well, potentially. I think a lot of these teams are going to kind of be feeling it out. I don't think many of them would have had too much of an opportunity, of course, to get involved in a really competitive, high-level Blackout side of things. So it's going to be interesting to see how they're all going to try to adapt to the new map and everything like that. Some of these teams are still going to be figuring things out. I think we're going to go and ease ourselves in over the first day so far, Jasmine.
Well, the fun doesn't stop there, because we also have a solo YOLO on our final day, where 150 players will also be competing for a share of our $5,000 prize pool. But that's not until the very end of the event. So let's go ahead and focus on the teams, the lineups, the rosters that we have heading into today. Starting off with Group A. Bryce, I want to come to you first. Is there any squad that really stands out to you from Group A?
Oh, there's a couple, but there's some very good players in here. I mean, seeing Shifty and Alman and Natasha's team is always going to be a big deal going forward at the same time. But, you know, I'm also a big fan of Shiv FPS. I mean, I don't know if the results are always going to kind of balance out for this one, but there are some very good teams in this group so far.
Well, it is worth noting as well that the captains do indeed choose their own teammates. So as we head into Group B, we have Robstar, the former Trials of Verdansk Trios champion. This time around, he's going to be representing Team Juki. So what do you reckon, Ton? Do you think they have what it takes to win it all?
I mean, yeah, they've definitely got what it takes, but they're not the team I'm particularly looking at in this group, if I'm honest, Jasmine. It has to be FIFA, Kill and Kill, Echo, Spam Goal, and Disrupt. Been doing really well in general, just as of recent, so I think that they'll probably go on and do quite well throughout this tournament, but I'm looking at Chow, hate format, obviously, Solo YOLO winner, keep an eye on him for that game when we come up, Shucks and Co. There's some really good teams when it comes down to Group B.
Well, moving into Group C, Infinity. Thoughts and feelings about this one?
Yeah, there's a lot of good teams over here. I think your kind of eyes almost immediately draw yourselves to that Team Zyro squad. Zyro's been making a name for himself recently. You got Louis CM, King AJ, and Len, all of which kind of European stalwart players. Savvy Ultra's in there as well. But we're going to go a little bit stateside to talk about the team that everyone's looking towards in this group. That's Team Huskers. Like a lot of creators, he's kind of gotten himself an entire team to play with here in Black Ops Royale, and that's Team Falcons for Hisoka, Noobs, and Dongy. Those guys just topped the Birmingham qualifiers in North America for the Resurgence series. They've looked like beasts here this season so far in 2026, so excited to see what they're capable of today.
Guys, we've got some real firepower behind a bunch of these squads, but last but not least, we have our Group D. Enigma, who's the one to watch for this one?
Well, look, if we were going to talk about ridiculously stacked lobbies, none better than that Enkyo roster on the right-hand side. Now, I know, I'm going to talk about my Frenchman, my Gentlemates crew, but these guys have looked superb all year long, and they bring in Cord as a fourth. This is a man that's got a lot of chemistry with that team, so expecting them to frag out. But elsewhere as well, I mean, Pentagon picked up Melvin Gui FLS. They've qualified for Birmingham at the end of this week. Angelica's grabbed herself AB with Zakar and Enxian. So much talent, and also the Italians there, Vortex's crew. This is a really strong group. It's going to be difficult to make your way out of this one.
192 players, guys. This entire event can go any which way. I'm super excited to see all of these teams, these squads come together. But I did say at the start of the broadcast that we would be putting our creators to the test. And they're not just competing for a prize pool for themselves, but also for the folks in the community. Presenting to you our Scuff Bounty Challenge. Let me talk you through this one. We're going to be encouraging and enticing our teams to hit added challenges and bonuses along the way in order to give back to their community. So for today, you have the opportunity, if you're joining us in the chat across Twitch and YouTube, to vote for which bounty you want. Now, the bounties for today are either to be the team with the highest score in a single game, or to be the team with the highest amount of damage in a single game. Again, everybody that is joining us through Twitch and YouTube can go ahead and vote, and the winning team of the bounty will be provided with 4 free Scuff controllers to gift to their community members. Now, guys, I want your thoughts and feelings. Which bounty challenge are you looking forward to see more? For me personally, I'm going to go ahead and say highest damage in a single game, because I want the chaos, I want the mayhem, and I want the firepower. What about you, Bryce?
Highest kills. It's points that matter, and everybody knows that's where it should be. Everybody goes in there. No one really worries about damage unless you haven't got the kills. So it's got to be kills first for me.
Ton's definitely going to go for damage, right? As a veteran of not getting the kills.
Just can't finish my dinner, Jasmine. Can't finish.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone there, mate. I'll be honest. I'd probably say, honestly, I think score would be interesting, because obviously there's a lot of objectives here in Black Ops Royale that would add a lot of score to the mix as well. So yeah, like kills is 100% where we want to go, but I think score would be interesting if that comes up.
Yeah, I think I'll lean towards the damage side of things. I think I'm a little bit like Chris Tunn here. I get a lot of assists on the board, so I want those people to feel a bit better about themselves. Also, if you're getting kills, Bryce, you're entirely right. That's what we care about most. But those people are probably walking away with a lot of money this week regardless. So we're going to try and hand out some prizes elsewhere. So yeah, I'm alongside Tony on this one.
What do you reckon, Infinity? Do you think the sheer amount of prize money that is on the line here, obviously we've got the solo YOLO, the entire 65 grand prize pool in itself, do you think that's going to be an added layer of pressure for our creators, or do you think everybody's pretty used to it at this point?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've got a lot of high-level creators, a lot of high-level pro players in this tournament, all of which have been used to this level of pressure over the years. So I don't think they're going to be that hot under the collar about it. But when you're in the game and you're feeling it, you're like, hold on, we have got the highest amount of kills, we've got the highest damage, we are on a real high-scoring game. It can be something you have to think about in addition to actually just winning and performing well in the moment. So it is something these players are going to have to bear in mind.
Now, Enigma, if you are heading into this event as a whole, do you think the entire process of being a team captain, having that pressure on your shoulders, do you think that's going to be weighing in heavy on some of these squads?
Definitely. At the end of the day, like, you know, your name is the one up in lights. Some of these captains, I'm looking at Angelica, for example. AB with Zakar Enxian alongside her, that's great and all, but everyone's going to be saying Team Angelica. So they've got to perform well. So, you know, yeah, I definitely understand that pressure a little bit. Then again, I'd also be looking at, like, you know, let's say this is my foursome here, Bryce, Tunny, Infinity. I'm going, look, Bryce, you say you're a shooter, all right? Get out there and make me look good. So I'd be doing exactly a bit of that if I was a captain.
Who would the team captain be?
Definitely not you, Tom.
I'm out.
Yeah, it has to be Bryce. Just
Well, based on the last time we played, I think I brought the vibes, so that's certainly probably the case.
Certainly did. Certainly did.
What do you reckon, Bryce? Would you actively choose Ton as?
Well, yeah. No, obviously I would. Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that entirely, but you know what? It's all good. Now, boys, I want to talk to you strategically. What would your game plan be heading into an event like this, going up against so many other squads and players? There's so many unknowns heading into this.
well, I'll take it. I think for a lot of these teams, it's going to be about just survival at a certain rate. It's like having a look at your group, having a really like an idea of where the drop rates are kind of going to be going for. For some of those bigger teams, you might really have an idea of where the POI is going to be. But at the same time, I think, you know, Avalon's such a it's a large map. Picking a decent setup from the get-go is really going to be influential for these teams. I think from playing a lot of the game at this moment in time, your start matters so much. You need to have a good start. It's really hard to regain if you're going against some really good players who have already got themselves set up, double gold guns, exotic armor, etc, etc. It gets very difficult to then try and have a fight up against them when you're having to go for a regain. So a good start for all these teams is absolutely paramount.
Yeah, and I'll say as well here, just to add on to that, I think it's very difficult to actually recover in the late game with the way that Black Ops Royale is set up, right? I mean, you got to remember the fact that the kind of resurgence, it's not really the right word, but getting back into the game is not the same as it would be in a regular Warzone match. You don't have to gulag, you have to get via the redeployment towers. You've got one redeployment token per player. You know, it's so important to have a good start to get your weapon upgrades early on, because if you're down to a couple of players, and I've seen this with a couple of the tournaments so far, by the midpoint, by the late point of the game, you're not getting those players back because those deployment towers are stretched thin in the late game.
Yeah, truth being told, it's actually kind of a really important case study to see how the competitive game evolves with Black Ops Royale, right? You take the original here, you basically kind of go through a small area, maybe have a light fight, get your load out, and then start rolling around the map. Go to Resurgence, you start churning through the kills to really start racking them up here. It's very different in Black Ops Royale. The issue they're going to have here is not only do you have to be mobile to get these upgrades moving forward, things like getting the best armor you can, it's going to be under contest for a lot of it here. We're going to see a very different and active early game because these teams are going to have to move, they're going to have to loot and keep that up through most of this here. So it's not just about getting set up and then moving. The setup is almost continuous the entire way through.
Agreed, and I think to build on Bryce's point, a lot of this is going to come down to pathing. Now, a lot of us who have played a lot of Black Ops Royale recently, it's a case of, well, I know that these activities, whether it be caches or contracts or uplink terminals and so on, I kind of know where they're going to be, and so you want to kind of roam off in those different directions. If you know where they're going to be, that's great. You should be able to get yourself some decent loot quickly. Also, by the way, do you know which archetypes you're picking up? I sure hope so, walking into a lobby like this. But if you are unawares at this point, if you haven't been doing your homework, you're going to look a little lost when you suddenly come across someone running exotic armor and great weaponry, and you're not. And that will be a real difference maker in these early games.
What is the likelihood that these squads, these creators, have already been kind of mixing and matching together, playing ahead of this event as a whole? Do you think that any of them have necessarily been doing their prep together?
I hope so. I really do. I think it's so. Here's the important thing. There is a lot more depth, in my opinion, to Black Ops Royale than there have been in other games. Like I said before about, you know, you get set up and go. On this, you've got to remember that there is a small element of RNG, right? Not only where you drop, but you're going to have to look for the upgrade tokens. You're going to hope you get the right weapons that you want to find on the floor. And even take that risk, you know? I'm sure anybody who's played this now has dropped in, found some weapons, go, that's not the right variant, I don't want to upgrade it. But then you run the risk of going into a fight with an unupgraded gun, and all of a sudden you're in some sort of dire straits. You could be very much under-equipped going against another team that you're better than, and with the TTK being what it is, you could find yourself hitting that resurgence very quickly.
Absolutely. I love that Bryce is saying here about the archetypes. Like, this is so important right now. Look, chat, if you are playing Black Ops Royale right now and you're upgrading an AR that is not a recon or a stalker, and I scoop your body for loot, I hate you, quite frankly, because you've given me a gun that is upgraded and you've burnt through upgrade tokens that I then want for my weapon. SMGs, you want to be using something like a burner. LMGs, heavy metal. Those things hammer out bullets at range. Very good for your long range and mid range fights. Anything outside of that, you're going to find out the difference in the quality in the class. The devs have made the various classes around these attachments for very good reason. They have huge impact. So looking forward again, as you said, have you been preparing with your squad? Do you know what it is you're going to be passing out around each other? If you land in a POI, if it was us four, it'd be like, well, look, only one of us really is going to get the opportunity to take a recon AR. There isn't that many scattered around the POI, so one of us take then the SMG, the LMG. You're going to have to be figuring out how to pass those around, and if you've done your work beforehand, that'll be a lot easier coming into today.
Or one of the 25 shotguns that Bryce finds.
Yeah, well, everywhere, absolutely everywhere.
Well, gentlemen, it is my pleasure to reveal that the winning Scuff Bounty Challenge for today is going to be none other than the team with the most amount of damage in a single game. See, I mentioned the fact that these guys were experts, and Enigma, you saw this one coming. You were rooting for this one, unlike the others.
Hey, look, I think someone actually joined me on damage, didn't they? Was it not Toddy?
I did.
It was me.
I'm gonna try and share the. I'm gonna try and share the love there, Veracity. Look, plenty of opportunities to roast him through this week, but team with the most single damage in a single game is going to be. That's going to be a good one. You're going to share some love out. Obviously, it's likely to lean towards those who've put up a lot of kills, but of course you can go out and do things like the zombies and your weapon caches and so on and so forth, where you're going to rack up extra damage on top. So maybe that could be the difference maker in that.
Well, you know what? I'm keen for us to get the show on the road, get things started. So let's go ahead and quiz you guys a little bit on your predictions for today. Who do we think is going to be looking to come out on top?
Oh, it's a very difficult one. Like I said here, going into what is essentially it's almost like a different game mode in some ways, right? We're talking about the setup and the RNG going forward. I'm going to try and pick somebody from... I'm going to stick with Shiv FPS. You know, I've seen them play a lot of times. It's a lot about the grind for me. I think the teams that are going to put in the time, I believe this team will have put in the time moving forward. And I'm going to hope for a little bit of luck with the RNG. You know, if you get set up early, then that's the way to go.
I think for me, it's just going to be interesting to see who comes out with a bit of a hot start. I don't know if there's anybody in particular I'll look after day one and be like, make a glorified decision on it. I think they're going to go on and do well. Of course, we're going to see some teams come out hot. I think we'll probably see Team Thief come out really, really well here in Europe. Of course, they're on home ground. We've got a couple of Americans coming over. Obviously, we've got an event coming up very, very shortly in a few days' time. It should be interesting to see how they're going to mix with these EU lobbies as well. But if I was to pick anybody in particular, it would be FIFA Kill and Co.
Yeah, I'd probably go with that. I rarely agree with Ton, but this is one of those rare times. Yeah, FIFA Kill on that. I think just because I've seen Spam do some wild things on this map already. He was in I think it was in the Twitch Rival tournament the other day, and he was just going off with the grapple hook. He was one of those players that was just flying with the grapple hook, and the things that players are doing with that is insane. So I think the players that kind of get control of that early on, get a handle on that kind of grapple hook plus the wingsuit movement. And I think Spam is one of those players are going to be coming out on top. So yeah, if I had to take a prediction right out the gate, I'd probably go with Team FIFA Kill.
I'm going to go with Chow. I think if you haven't watched his hype video for today, please do. Be ready to run through a brick wall afterwards. It's phenomenal. Guy's always putting out a grade A production. But he's alongside Swizzen, Sariel, and Authentics. Now, Swizzen broke through last year in this competitive scene, made himself a face, got himself through to the World Series. LAN finished relatively mid-pack, but it's one of those moments where it's kind of like, okay, maybe we should pay more attention to him. He's coming to the new season alongside this Sariel, young Frenchman, who everyone's kind of gone, is he the next up-and-comer? And this trio have managed to punch their ticket to Birmingham this weekend in the LAN finals, looking very, very powerful, very much so capable as well of landing in areas and controlling chaos. And we know how important that might be through this week. So I'm going to go with them to kick things off nice and early.
Well, I'm pretty sure FIFA Kill, the last time he had a victory in this Trials series was the Trials of Ashika. Do we think he's going to be coming into this one looking particularly hungry for a victory?
Always hungry. Always hungry. Always. Guys, honestly, they really are about it. And just some of the performances as of recent for him in particular, this new team in T1 as well, have been absolutely fantastic to kick off the Resurgence series. So let's see how they're going to carry this form. Obviously, I know it's a completely different format. It is very, very different. But ultimately, at its heart, it is Warzone. It's Black Ops Royale. It is Call of Duty PR. They will be very, very solid at transitioning that. Absolutely no problem. So yeah, I think for them, not so much pressure, I want to say. They'll know, especially through the group stages, kind of getting the swing of things again, seeing who you're going up against, seeing how you're looking in your groups, and then kind of articulating your game from there. But yeah, for me, I think they'll not be feeling the pressure too much.
Brycey, who do you think is going to have the hearts of the community? Who do you think is going to have the most amount of support?
That's a really interesting one. I'll be honest with you, in kind of going into these first games, I'm a little bit unsure. I mean, it depends, right? Do you kind of value the vibes, which I'm a big fan of myself, or do you value kind of the front runners of the team here? I think the first drop is going to be a problem for giving us a benchmark. Truth being told, consistency over time is something we've always looked for in Warzone when it comes to competitive level, right? It's always been the case that consistent teams do better. The issue we have here, and I brought it up earlier on, is that there is a little bit more RNG in the kickoff for this one than there has been in previous games. Getting set up is so important that when these first drops come in, you might find yourself not only in a bad area with the wrong weapons and not enough tokens to get upgraded, but another team might just shut you down. So you think some of these big teams that are going to do well, the truth is, they might not get the setup to do so. It can be very easy for any single one of these teams to be under-equipped within the first 5 minutes, going up against somebody who they might be better than. But unfortunately, guns and armor do make a very big case in this game. So it's going to be a kind of a different way to look at this here. I really think that once we get 3 or 4 games in and teams start getting under a routine, then you'll start seeing the real top players separate themselves. But one single drop is a bit of a nightmare.
It sounds like a Chris Tunn kind of reasoning, right? Blame it all on the RNG and that's it. Don't worry about anything else. No, but realistically, how much of an excuse can the RNG be? You're enjoying. I bet you are.
Yeah, I mean, look, the amount of excuses coming in through various teams. Look, we know what it is that you have to do here. Land, find the correct loot, and upgrade it in timely fashion, essentially. You're playing for $65,000. We've got a lot of maps over these next 3 days, essentially, of action. So you take all those odds that could stack up against you. It's all about laying as many of those dominoes on their correct side as you can, essentially, and hoping that then if the odds fall in your favor. With things like that, it is landing at big POIs. For example, I like a Trinity Stadium. You might like a Resorts. Don't go off into the smaller villages where there's going to be considerably less loot. Have yourself that wider pool by taking control of a POI, fighting for it and clearing it out, taking loot from opposing bodies. That will help you so much so in terms of then dictating, okay, this is what I'm going to take into the next stage of action. And again, it's the pathing of then clearing out caches and so on. It's what all of these teams have to do. And I mean, they shouldn't be surprised by how Black Ops Royale works at this point. If you came into a $65,000 tournament unprepared, let me tell you, there's going to be a lot of talent shooting back at you nice and early. So just a quick look at this screen, Group A here. Again, just trying to really fathom the quality that exists. That team bottom right, beggars belief how they've managed to get in, but Decky, Stukex, Lays, and Lipton? Holy cow, this is going to be a good time.
Do you guys reckon we've got a group that is more stacked than the others?
Probably Group B.
Yeah, I was going to say
He's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and throw up Group B.
Yeah, because there's a lot of good teams in there. Like I think even the teams we didn't really get a chance to talk about, right? Like Shucks and that. Shucks has pulled in Prodigy, Wars, and Gabs. Obviously, Prodigy and Ward from Ninja's Pajamas, and Gabs as well. Shucks did pretty well in Trials of Advance last year, so there's like a good team in that. Then obviously we mentioned Team Juki's over in Group B, Team Chow, Team Stephanie as well, right? Clamp, Miri, and Mati on that team is an incredible rounding out of players, and those players always seem to surprise in whatever Warzone tournament they're playing in. So there is a lot of talent in this group, and I think when you stack Group B with Group A, which already has a lot of talent inside it, this is going to be a bloodbath of a lobby to kick off the entire event.
What do you reckon your mentality is when you're coming into this as a team captain, selecting those players amongst you? Are you going for the vibes like Bryce would suggest, go with the friends that you usually queue with, the creators you have the most amount of fun with? Or are you going more down like a try-hard route? Because there is $65,000 on the line.
I think you're just getting as best talent as possible, to be honest with you. I think there's kind of that interesting strategy, right? We already talked about it a little bit, where we look at what Team Huskers has done, for example, by bringing in an entire squad that already exists for the Resurgence series. And I think that's probably one of the strategies you're going to see a lot of these teams employ, is just take players that are known for playing together, have that pre-established chemistry, and just know how to play the game together. You want as good of a team as humanly possible to win this event, because as we've already said, there's a lot of RNG involved. The meta is still kind of in flux. The dust is still settling on what Black Ops Royale even really is, with 4 players in the mix instead of your basic 3. That's going to add an extra layer of complexity to the entire thing. Like, I think you're just going to want to try and brute force it and make the situation as best as it possibly can be. Get players that play together and get players who are damn good at the game, and that's what a lot of these captains have managed to do.
What about if you're one of the captains or creators that might not necessarily have the most amount of firepower? How do you go about recruiting the players that could potentially be way better than you? Do you just stick to your lane, as it were, and pick the friends that you know?
I think that actually what you've got here is there's several opportunities to do other things. First of all, I think that you can go and do, for example, we've got plenty of stuff around zombies and other bits and pieces. You can make yourself incredibly useful at just being able to go off and do these different objectives. For example, I've been talking endlessly about the weapons cache. They guarantee you a trauma kit. They guarantee you a satchel. They also guarantee you an upgrade token. Those are going to be incredibly useful for your team. And you can't just one-man them while the other 3 of your team get on with something. If I was the weaker player in that 4, I'd be aiming to do something like that. But also, I mean, the amount of times you need to hit a redeploy tower and get your team back in, just being able to do that in a way, that kind of makes you your squad's hill kitten, if you will. Those of us who know multiplayer, you're just getting the objective work done, the kind of things that ensure your team live on to see another day.
I think it's going to be an interesting one about the redeploy towers, if I'm being honest with you. I think that they obviously have an opportunity to get players back, but because they are such a time investment now, right? They have such an issue with, obviously, you kind of know that they're happening if you're in the area as well. It could very easily be trapped by a team for some free kills. Like, no, you know, you talk about this in getting into the metagame of it all. Redeploy towers are a nightmare in terms of actually trying to kind of get yourself back into the game, because if I see one being done, then I'm actually going for it, because you know that player can't move for a period of time. You know they're going to be undermanned anyway, so it's not going to be a full team. It's really just easy loot and kills. So it is going to be quite difficult, and it wouldn't surprise me to see not that many teams able to pull it off in this game. But kind of speaking about this game here, we talked a little bit earlier on, I'd like to hit the point again, about weapon variants, right? We talked about teams looking for the right thing going forward. Obviously, as we go into it here, now there are kind of the meta has developed of what you should be bringing, right? Even to the point where I tried some weapons, as you well know, and they were awful. I tried the akimbo pistols. What a terrible experiment that was. It was awful. I went down very, very quickly. But talking about this, the sniper rifle is something I always think is very objective in terms of this. The only and probably the biggest benefit for a sniper rifle taking one in this lobby is going to be the fact that now the damage MVP is here. It's something that we don't normally consider as perfectly optimal until they're kind of broken, because if you down somebody, it is a little bit easier to get them up here. I know in Black Ops Royale, downing somebody, it's actually really easy to finish them. It hasn't been the case in previous iterations of the game here, but I was very curious about what you think is kind of the viable strategy for some of these going forward.
What are your thoughts, Hun? Do you think the Scuff Bounty Challenge is going to be adding an extra layer of pressure, maybe a little bit of difficulty, maybe even some misplays for our squads?
I think when it does come down just to a damage lobby in particular, I don't think that it necessarily changes too much. I think that players are probably just going to play their game, and if they get the damage, absolutely fantastic. But yeah, if you can offer something else alongside of it, if you want to do that, Sniper could be a good option through there. As Enigma kind of mentioned, when you're going through some of the objectives, adding on to the damage from that POV is another good tactic towards that if you win those scuffs for your community. But I don't think teams will necessarily be heavy concentrating on that. It's just a nice added bonus in the back of your mind.
I think there's a couple of different things here that kind of combine, where we've been talking about, okay, if I was one of the weaker players in my squad, how would I contribute? Well, if we're looking at Huskers, Soka, Noobs, and Dongi, with all due respect to Huskers, you're the weaker player in that 4. What's he very good at, though? Sniping. So what can you do from a distance, especially with the fact that a lot of these end circles tend to pull not really into POIs, more out in the open, various fields and so on, maybe get little, crossings of water and such. You can rip plates away, strip the opponent of their economy, and make it very easy for Soka, Noobs, and Dongi to mop up the rest of it. Bits and pieces like that, little strategy things. We're definitely going to see those kind of moments over these next 3 days, and that's where you can be a real difference maker to your lineup, not just standing there and going, hey, I picked up the Falcons and won the tournament. So yeah, a lot of different things that can be done here, and that's certainly what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
Infinity, how are you feeling?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think the interesting thing about the sniper rifle is kind of what role it's going to play in the early game here. When those weapon kits haven't necessarily been picked up. I know that the weapon kits have kind of increased the amount that you see them early in the game after a patch that we had like a few days ago or so. But still, the sniper rifle is kind of interesting because you mentioned kind of like the fights from POI to POI. In previous games and previous iterations of Warzone, you would be able to take those fights with your loadouts. You can't do that anymore. Whatever weapon you've got to try and fight it. And so that's one way that having a sniper rifle can be actually pretty good, is that you can take longer range range fights that you're probably going to be able to do so, especially early on in the game, than you might be able to do with whatever weapon you've got. Because again, you've got to make smart decisions with what weapons you pick up. If you don't have a good weapon class, you've got to make a decision about whether or not you want to trade your weapon out for another one with the amount of weapon kits available on the ground.
All right, folks, thank you so much for your expertise there, boys. For everybody that is joining us in the chat right now, you heard Chris Tunn mentioning the fact that he doesn't think that our teams, our players are necessarily going to be going for the bounties. So I urge you to go ahead, join your creators' chats, and make sure you let them know that you want them to do the most amount of damage possible. We will be right back after this short break.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trials of Avalon. We're getting ready for our first drop here. Of course, my name is Bryce. Joining me here, Chris Tan. Tan, very much looking forward to seeing these players get underway.
Yeah, just a couple of technical issues, but we will be diving in. I know a couple of lobbies already being underway. We're interested to see how this one is going to go down, though. But yeah, I'm curious to see how these teams are going to be adapting as time is going to go on. I'm looking forward to see where the POIs are going to be for a lot of these teams. Is it normally going to be their typical drop spots? We'll be keeping an eye as things go on and how things develop over today and tomorrow in this group stage, Bryce. It's going to be really exciting.
No, 100%. I'm quite looking forward to seeing how these teams break down the strategy, not just for the entertainment of everybody watching, but also to steal some tips for our own gameplay about what we should really be doing at the start of a game here. As it can be a little bit chaotic for us when we really do get into it. But no, I think with the kind of the quality of the players coming through into this one, we'll certainly learn something and be entertained at the same time. I think for me, one of the big things I'm looking for is to kind of see the decision-making on weapons, first and foremost, and when they decide, is it worth to upgrade these guns, or do they try and hold out for something better?
Yeah, and that's always kind of the balancing act that you need to do at the start of the game, right? It always feels like you'll find upgrade tokens like later on in the game when you got double gold guns, and then obviously you don't find them that often at the beginning of the game. It's difficult. You need to make sure you're going to the right drop spots. Obviously, there'll be hotly contested ones, which are a little bit more, I want to say, variant with what you can get a hold of. You need to be somewhat fortunate at the very, very start of the game if you do want to get something good up and running, but most points, if you are contested, you are just going to be grabbing whatever you can. For us, mostly, it's an Echo 12. Every single time we are landing at this stage, to be honest with you. For a lot of these teams, yeah, it's just about surviving that initial gunfight, and then that's when you build from there to see what you can get a hold of. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. I'm curious if we are going to see any kind of developments, if teams are going to be running weapons and archetypes that we don't necessarily think are the top of the tier list, as Andy kind of did point out. I think it's going to be a lot of recons for the ARs. I'm a big burner fan for the Kogot specifically as well. Heavy metal, of course, on the LMGs is an absolutely huge one. So yeah, we need to keep an eye on that. The Sokol for me is probably one of the best, if not the best, to me in my play style. But for some of these guys, some of the other different variants might actually suit them. So that was the whole point of the archetypes thing. But when it comes down to actual competition, that's where I'm curious how teams are going to set themselves up here.
Yeah, I think one of the things that one of the weapons that isn't a recon, I think, is the covert. That's on the Peacekeeper. Kind of changed it out. And also, if you are kind of watching this for the first time, I'll just kind of take you through why we're talking about this. In Black Ops Royale, each of the guns has a variant. Now, this variant means kind of what attachments you get on it as stock, but also as it upgrades. So there are upgrade paths for the different variants. A lot of the best ones at the moment, if you really kind of go and look at them, kind of are around like velocity ammo or making sure the recoil is really tamped down in the lower stages here. So as these guns build up and you get your upgrade tokens, you can start to see the guns really come into their own with the strengths here. And like I said, a lot of the times you kind of see the similar things here. For some of the burners, it's about putting on things like rapid fire for the SMGs at the end, which obviously is a massive boost for these guns, high velocity ammo, that sort of thing. So for the players going through, obviously you want to have the very best gun if you're going to invest your time into it, and that's the reason why. So if you ever hear us talking about it, you'll kind of start to understand as we go through.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how teams do develop. And I'm really curious how many teams are going to be going for the zombies as well. That's always really hotly contested, obviously, in our normal lobbies. But then for some teams, do you then start to see who's getting involved over towards that side of things and then make a conscious decision? Obviously, if you're in just a random lobby, you don't know who you're running into. And I'm just like, well, I'll just go to anybody in this lobby. That's fine. But realistically, if you're in the Huskers and Co, you're then like, okay, well, maybe we won't go over there. It is going to be up to some of the strong teams just try to take as much of an advantage as possible from the neutral objectives on the map. But yeah, it's still a learning process for a lot of people to figure out what the best way around these maps are. Of course, the objectives kind of disrupt your pathing if you have a specific kind of way that you do want to go based on the circle, of course. So I think for a lot of these teams, it is about kind of learning on the job for players who may well have not played together too much. Some cases they have done. It's going to be a case of learning on the job, as mentioned. But yeah, we should be loading in very, very shortly, I'd like to hope. And hopefully we can get this underway, Bryce.
We certainly should as well. I think it's a very an interesting point you made up about the zombie area, like the cradle bomb area. It's not exactly subtle. It's very obvious. Not only is there a massive plane and a massive bomb, but the game tells you repeatedly it's going on, and then there's a massive red dome, and of course firefights erupting all the way through. truth being told, it is the case where if you're near one, you probably should go and do it. Things like the exotic armor are an absolute game changer. The difference from purple to the golds is 25% bullet reduction, and you will feel it. If you fight somebody and you don't have, like, say your gun's not even fully upgraded, right? So you got a bit of bullet velocity, they're a little bit of distance, they can fight you all day. It is very difficult. The TTK in this game is quick, but armors like that certainly make it feel an awful lot less so. And if they have the resources to continue fighting you with like an 8-plate chest, well, then it just becomes almost a little bit frustrating for them. So teams will go for it. The biggest issue you will face in this game with that is not the danger of the zombies, it's the danger of the other teams in the area, because they will take advantage and they will have the jump on you.
No, absolutely. I think when it does come down to it as well, for some of these teams, that velocity is such a massive thing. And that was one thing that really caught me off guard when we first started up and running, of course, in Black Ops Royale just the other week. I think it was one of those things that a lot of these teams are going to have to keep an eye on. The velocity is it's a big skill gap, to be honest with you. It's something that you really have to take into consideration. Of course, that's always been a thing, but at the same time, for a lot of these teams, it does feel a little harsher now as the game goes on. It gets better, and it's specific guns where it's better with, hence some of the archetypes which have become the meta. So let's see how some of these teams are going to kind of work around that in the early game. If your shot is crispy, if you're leading your bullets in the right direction. For me, it has typically been difficult to figure out, to be honest with you, Bryce. As we can imagine, I think somebody was watching me snipe the other day, and it wasn't looking too sexy at all. So hopefully some of these players in our groups are going to look a little bit better than my POV, Bryce.
Well, that should be basically the basic qualification for getting into this.
That's
one.
fair.
So
That's fair.
we'll see how that gets on with it as well. But I think you are right. I am very much looking forward to not just the meta we've been talking about, but the meta that kind of develops with the pros, right? The most efficient way to play the game. And some of that even includes things like we talk about hot drops, right? Before, hot drops were very much the case of, hey, where do we drop? Because we can have a good fight early game regardless, and then worry about buying somebody back here. Buying people back in this game is difficult. It is the redeployed towers. It means it is not fast. Fortunately, you get a resurgence token. So I'm curious whether or not players will drop quickly, try to grab something and continue on, but also the point of interest should have a higher density of loot as well. So there is this kind of this balancing act here. You want a place that has enough loot so you can find upgrade tokens, have a choice of weapons, and then move on with your pathing. But if you drop there, you might get into a fight and it could put you in a detrimental position. It's kind of the similar risk you would have before, but I think this one is higher risk, higher reward for some of the games that we've seen.
No, absolutely. I think when it does come down to it, if there is still 3 of you alive and you're just getting one player back in, it's pretty rapid, but it's a real signal as to where that solo player trying to get his 3 teammates back in is going to be. It's going to be an interesting one to see how teams are going to manage with that, because it isn't the easiest thing to do. It basically puts a player in the sky and say, kill me quickly. And quite often, a lot of teams will kind of converge onto that, and it can be absolute nightmare fuel when you're trying to sort of stay around. I think there was one on Fire Range that we were playing the other day, and there's a lot of buildings in and out. You can kind of dip around, you can play around it as best you can. Some of those places are really fun for it, but then some are just wide open. You're just like, I could be shot from absolutely anywhere here. But that has the danger of it, right? To be honest, I'm a real fan of it, of how it typically does play out. I think it's, it's one of those things just to be in typical Warzone. You will go through, get your cash up, get your teammates back in via that. You can do it very, very quickly. You can do it under the radar. Whereas here in Black Ops Royale, it's not quite that simple. There's definitely something a little more on the line. It's a little bit more difficult to do. No,
it is, and kind of what we're talking, we have a little bit of time here while this lobby kind of gets underway. One of the other things we haven't talked about, we've talked about weapons and their variants an awful lot here, but also in this game, the kind of the tacticals make a big difference here. You got things like the sensor darts, or my favorite, and I think everybody's favorite, the grapple. The grapple is so much fun to make sure you have those. Not only is it great escape, is its verticality, is it being able to close people down really, really fast. It's anti-vehicle, which is the craziest thing that people probably don't realize. Grapple is heavily anti-vehicle because you can just grapple onto a vehicle, get into the back, and then shoot the people inside. People have realized this very, very quickly, that you don't really need a launcher if you can be quite close to them. So we might see it, we might not. The only difference is, of course, helicopters, if they're very, very high, you're not going to be able to get into them. But I think for me, I think somebody probably will have to take sensors, especially to the late game. They're a huge area of effect, so kind of keep you onto it. But grapples are just way too much fun, so I always take those.
No, we take the grapple every single time. Of course, there is room. There is room.
We don't worry about team play. It's grapple.
No, No, and honestly, whenever you're playing out with a cracked out player as well, it's like, anyone grapples? Grapples? Anyone's got any grapples? Like, I remember we were playing with Vortex the other day, and that's all he was asking me for. Constantly just being a grapple resupplier for him was pretty much my job, Bryce. He carried us to a couple of wins. But look, for some of these teams, it is going to be about putting some of those resources in the right places. And again, the center darts are absolutely massive as well. I think they're so good early game. If you can find one straight away on the floor, bang, whack it down for your team, and you have a UAV basically helping you out, right? It's just such a massive advantage when it does come down to early game, late game, or even if you just want to try and contest somewhere and get a general idea. It's good with the zombies area of the map as well. You can see if teams are going to start getting involved. You can have 2 down at a time. It's a big area you can kind of cover. So I think teams will be concentrating on that, but I think it's second nature to a lot of these. You just be picking it up, getting it going. Honestly, for me, them two in particular just absolutely trump every other tactical on the game in this moment in time. So, yep, let's see how it's going to go down when we do eventually load in. But some of these teams are absolutely going to be concentrating on that.
They certainly will. And hey, we'll move from tactical to the lethals at this point and talk about the pistol turrets, which, look, some teams set them up
So
like,
annoying.
you know, they're defending a cliff. But, well, we can finally find out because the game is going to be underway. And we should be able to jump into it. So we are going to go into a point of view based stream to kick things off as everybody starts jumping in and going for their first.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to play out for a lot of these teams in this very first drop. But that's a riding burner straight off of the rib for Mojo. Teammate has fallen nearby, though. A little bit of a contest coming around this area of the map. Everybody's just trying to go over towards those relay antennas. Are so good as well, giving you the option to have the balloon. You can move around very, very quickly. And the grappling hook working out here for a little bit of positioning. The gun, not so much. V-Night and Kill taking Mojo down. And that's a respawn coming in 40 seconds. That is the beauty you do have when it does come to Black Ops Royale. Although Adrenaline does need to survive here.
Not going to. Absolutely not going to. They'll have to wait to get back into this one. They have been taken down very, very quickly. We can see coming straight back into this. And now it looks like are they going to the same area or are they going just adjacent to it? I don't think they're dropping straight back in, which would be, you know, kind of foolhardy here. Especially now, this is what we were talking about, right? Set up early game is always going to be a little bit difficult. And if you get taken out, well, then you're going to have to try and set up again here. So what's he found? Well, it's everybody's favorite, the Echo 12. You know, not something you really want to get into a fight for. But the MX R17 isn't a bad weapon either.
No, it's not bad at all. Honestly, I really don't mind. It has a little bit of kick. When you do get it upgraded is when it is obviously going to come into its own, as is the case for a lot of guns, of course. But at the same time, I think that one in particular, early, ain't too hot. Got a couple of upgrades, though, when you are really starting to fire. But I think for a lot of these teams as well, it's getting used to the wingsuit. That has been a challenge, in absolute fairness. Don't drop down any elevator shafts when the wrong way. Things can happen that you don't necessarily want to. And again, something we actually haven't spoken about at all is streaks. How big they are in this game. Just keeping an eye on if you can find any decent guns here on the second time of asking for Mojo. There's a couple, though. Of course, a heavy metal SoCal with a couple of upgrades. Thank you very much, by the way. To come into something like that on your second time of asking, you've lost your original POI that you went for, and now all of a sudden you've got, what, a blue SoCal straight out of the gate. That's a fantastic, fantastic rigger.
Yeah, this is exactly what they want to kind of get going here. And you can see it very much becomes a case of everybody checking everywhere in this early game, right? Like all of these 4 players basically push to every single aspect they can, checking every single location. You want every crate, everything you can grab here because, hey, just one upgrade token, if you get it to the right point, could make a massive difference in how your gun handles. And already you can see, you know, Mantis, Sternwolf, it's not the best in the SMG category. So you'll find something better, would be way happier.
Throw it in the bin. But it's means to an end. There's another Echo 12. No, obviously. Team's just going for a little bit of regain here. This is Team Mojo himself. Islam Adrenaline and LX. See how it's going to go for them today. Not a terrible start, though. Okay, they didn't necessarily work out as far as getting a hold of your position on the map that you want to get a hold of. But what can they do here? They're trying to spot out as best they can. Interested to see somebody else's POV when we can get an opportunity to do so, but getting aggressive onto a fight here almost immediately is Mojo.
A bit of a look here. I mean, only one of them has purple armor. Trying to find something here. I mean, heavy metal looks like he's not going to be too bad for a fight into this one, but Grapple's already away. Rapid rotation from this team as they try to get maybe into a third party here. Already taking a few shots, but not going to be the quickest to down somebody, and they will reposition.
Has managed to find a kill. That's against Vortex and Koza. This team, no joke whatsoever. May have caught them off guard, and a couple of gunfights have went their way. Good upgraded weapons coming on through. Perks coming through as well. Never a bad thing to find early, but of course just helping you out in the here and now for, well, not a long time. Dog spawning up here for some of the teams. They're making sure to get rid of that one. That is a important streak that can come in. It's not the best, but at the same time, helping to potentially give a little bit of information over. Now, if you are Alex and Co, you are just trying to finish your dinner, so to speak, here on the lower side.
Just having a little bit of a go here, a little bit of a pick up, see what they've got. Well, not bad. Upgrade, I mean, the Mod 15, it's not the top of the meta, but a recon version is still pretty good. We'll be looking to kind of use that to get further into this one as we change the team we're watching.
Go over to Team Baraska. In comes Bet and Co. Just having a little look around Winery. Just to see what they're going to come up with yet. Already, well, no kills to his name at this stage.
Communication's going on
Yeah.
there. I think he's saying 2 on them. I think there might be a little bit of a fight kicking off, so looks like they're trying to get into it. I need help, guys. That would be a very big clue that there is certainly some fights going on.
Already with some decent weapons, though. So that's not bad for Baraska and Co. Just trying to listen to the comms.
I don't think they're the comms from this team, if I'm honest. It makes sense. I was thinking again, somebody's calling that they need help, and yet nobody's taken any damage for a while. So
oh, you watch it as somebody just went off on their own here, Brycey? I'm not too sure what we're hearing.
I do apologise. I think that's 2 different teams actually coming at the moment. We can hear, not this team, as they continue to look for some upgrades at the moment. Peacekeeper Mark 1, not too bad, and the Kogot. It can work here. Probably going to want to upgrade that Peacekeeper a little bit rapid for a bit more longer range.
Just looting up a few of this team at this moment in time. Over towards Hacienda, of course. It's always been fun. This is one of those times in the game state when you're kind of rowing around some of these maps and really getting a good idea of some of these older maps that are in here as well is always really, really nice. Not a bad start whatsoever, though, by the looks of things, from Armor Nicole. Heavy Metal Soul Call. Incredible work. Stalker Carbon 57. Thank you very much. Not a bad start whatsoever. Looks like exotic armor as well. Lovely for Z-Smith, Almond and Co, of course. Expected to be one of the top teams in this tournament, of no doubt. So let's see how they're going to do here today. Already a pretty decent start by the looks of things based on what they've got in their back pocket. No kills by the looks of things, though, for Almond.
They're looking for, I mean, they've got some pings going out here, so a potential to find something. Just being a bit careful. You can already see that they are just being a little bit wary of maybe a potential that they've seen here. No grapples in the hand, so not able to rapidly get out of this while they are in the open.
Truck hitting up on them here as well. Yeah, got to be careful. Good shots coming out from the opposition as well, to be honest with you. Almond absolutely ripped that. Z-Smith and Co getting up close and personal, but the so-called just offering as much as it can from this position. And now a big fight over towards the back side of it as well, getting aggressive. Grapple would have been absolutely fantastic here, but that's a well-positioned truck. One of the players gone down. That's Z-Smith. Trade should be there and is. Pick up the pieces, so they lose one, and there's some loot as well on top of things. Fantastic stuff, and that is the big difference maker as well. It's not like when you have your own loadouts, you know, you can see what somebody's going to be running, whatever. Like if you jump into a team, you beat them, you may well come out of it very much smelling of roses. Not only did you get the kills, you may well find some really good loot on top.
Yeah, and that's another reason for this. You know, it's actually very beneficial to make sure you get that looting done correctly. As you can see, everybody knows the best loot is always on the field. That's an absolute beamer. They're looking for a couple more here. Stalker is potentially coming out, as that means he might engage. Got to be careful jumping down here. Straight down, looking for the fights. They're looking for this bounty, but so far haven't managed to grab it where they would want to, and is actually backing off. Zone coming in, decides to leave it. Oh, a wonderful drop. That's Fuzzin just went down.
Yeah, nicely done. Big fight to be found. That's just all about positioning. Rocket with 4 kills to his name already. Just skirting the edge in the circle. Let's have a look how things are going to be going over towards your mate Shiv FPS. Let's see how Influx Curry and Co are going to manage to do here. Stoker Calm 57, only the green, so not necessarily looted to the teeth by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, with this zone coming into, they're trying to move a little bit rapidly. The zones are certainly no slouch in this game mode, as you can get caught out a bit easily. Fortunately, things like grapples definitely do help you out. And the wingsuit allows you to move really rapid. And since they're not too bad on the old high ground, they will be able to get out of this fairly simply. See them still moving around, just double checking every single angle before they move. They have lost a player though. And well, they've lost the second player as a team was waiting.
Yeah, Rocket wiped out there. We barely even seen the opposition. Galaxy and Cole already with the weapons up and running by the looks of things. Rocket absolutely melted, yeah. And rightfully so, actually making sure he dies in the gas so that the opposition aren't going to be able to just pick up his loot. So that's another one of those things that, you know, you come into a fight with somebody, you want to be checking what they had. You can maybe get away with it if you weren't lucky enough, had they been, well, they weren't lucky enough to lose their gunfights, but either way. Looking over towards MZ's team. CQB EGRT, not the best in the world. Also not the worst. Ryder Burner as well. So he's ready for the up-close and personal fights, of course, but just trying to survive for his team here.
All going on at the moment, just make sure everything's okay. I'm not sure if they... Oh, there we go. Looking for the players, has found it. Trying to go back into it, using that burner to advantage. EMP out, still waiting. There's two on the there, though. Going to be a bit of trouble. Two guns always better than one, no matter what they are.
I believe that was Robstar and Co coming on through. Jukis did fall, though, and just trying to find a little bit more. Not going to happen. Wiped off the map. That's a 23rd place. Not horrendous, but not fantastic either. So Jukis and Co starting to run through some teams. Having on board with Shucks and Co, though. In Prodigy. Gabs and Wars. See if they can keep things rolling here. Looks like they've had an okay start. A little bit of loot, nothing too crazy, but Koa got burned. That seems to be a go-to for a lot of these players. It's so good up close and personal, as you would imagine.
Not got an awful lot. Yeah, trying to see if he's got any upgrade. No. Yeah, the EGRT-17 is actually a fantastic weapon, but got the CQB variant, which means he won't have the optimal attachment as he manages to level up yet. Maybe one of the reasons he hasn't leveled it up. And we'll potentially look into here. You can already see the sensor going through. That is a fight. There are several teams here.
Just on the edge of the zombies, and that's going to be well contested. Jumping between both lobbies right now. Two separate games going on that we're viewing. Keeping an update on how things are going across both these games. 73 remaining though in this one, and typically it does take a little bit longer in these pro lobbies, so to speak. This fight's still going on though. You can see the streaks in as well. That's just such a nightmare to have to try and deal with. Truck's just trying to help his teammate out. Gab's up top. Just trying to stay alive. And this is the beauty of when you would have a grapple. He could be there to help his teammate almost immediately. Now it's a little bit of a taller order, but of course with the new Omni movement, it is a big thing for some of these players to be able to position themselves better. Movement is very much back.
A lot of explosives going in. There's been called out on the stairs. I know where they're going to be here, and that's going to be orange armor as well. They've just found. Shucks really going to start worrying about it, but goes in trying to rescue his teammates as well with that armor, deflecting so much damage from this burner. Luko does wonderful work. Is he going to be able to get one here? No, still. The armor paying off. It's going to be purple that time, but still alive, and now he finds himself completely outnumbered. Revive tower is right there, Ton, but I don't know if he's long for this world.
Even if he is, I can't imagine he's going to be able to pop that one off. This is a case of survival now for Shucks. Just no armor here is absolutely criminal, really, isn't it? I mean, what can you do from this position? Look at where the circle's pulling as well, over towards the northwest side. So things are going to get a little bit dicey over here. A lot of open ground.
Right behind me now.
Shucks still just trying to run for the hills, but he will be getting hunted down. That is of no question.
Sign drop, yeah.
Switching it up now, though, Brycey.
Graphics
Graphics fuzzing and co. We've seen that these guys actually managed to have a little bit of a fight previously. Kind of saw it from a different POV. Now it's about just trying to play the survival game. Thomas Payson and Co. Let's see how these guys are going to do. Grapple TNA, positioning-wise, not looking too bad whatsoever. Going to try and find themselves just a little bit closer to the circle alongside of some kills. 1 kill here to Thomas's name.
Rotation, I think they're trying to just get out of the zone at the moment as they go for this rotation. Of course, we are just trying to see how all these teams start to develop moving forward. Not seeing any massive kills go down yet in terms of numbers, but things will get a little bit more mixy. This is a very much a setup phase for all of these teams. Oh, well, about to be a fight now.
Han stikker, han tror jeg er
Fine
ganske
much.
alene. Hvis han
Heavy metal
stikker.
MK70 and not bad at all. You have Thomas, just a lot of pressure coming in with the wingsuits. You could be chased down very, very quickly. The rest of his team starting to engage, starting to move forward. Nice drop going to come through. Take it down, Maddie. So keeping this pressure on.
Ja, kom opp hit igjen da.
Here on the edge of the circle, gotta be careful though. Somebody's about to start coming in again. The cryo bomb will be there, but let's keep an eye on where that's going to be rolling as this fight continues.
Ja. Nice, boys! God stim her
They're
nå.
very happy with that engagement. Looks like they are going to be backing off for a second, though.
Switching it up again. This is also the problem, Brycey. When we go over towards streamers who obviously aren't English, I'm trying to figure out what the names mean for the archetypes. I don't speak French. Not a lick of it, actually.
Well, I think surveillance. I mean, that's got to be recon, right? That would make the most amount of sense, right?
That would make sense.
Okay, we can work this out. We're well-educated individuals.
Well, we're individuals. Spent far too much time together, clearly.
Yeah, we have. At this stage, though, I think we are just waiting to see. I think they're waiting for a development here. They're not really moving towards the cradle, but keep an eye on what they've actually got kitted at the moment. We can see, fortunately, that they do have some streaks. There's Nasty XD and, or as everybody just refers to as the dog, a couple of orange armors and a purple at the very least here, as well as a trophy system. And 2 tokens left for Resurgence. Whether or not they'll get to use them as the game progresses, we'll see.
Always helps. But as you say, later on, doesn't necessarily. Jumping on board now. Let's showstopper. See how things are going to roll out for these guys, but it should be up there with a team that is going to cause a lot of problems as Team Jukis, of course. Not quite at the prowess as they maybe once were, but still a very, very solid roster. And we'll be looking to cause a lot of damage over this weekend, or over this week, I should say. My life's just a weekend, Brycey, sorry.
Well, at the moment, looks like they're maybe trying to rotate towards their team or get something done, but I think that's a fighting in the cradle bomb here, looking for potentially the better armor or whatever they can get. Just on the outside of it, so maybe already done. You can see a streak going to be in the pocket as well, but look at that zone. 12 teams left. Everybody going to be driving into this final area really quickly. And this is the reason for the car, the mobility, to get around, to rotate, keep yourself out of harm's way. Does come with its own drawbacks, though.
Yeah, just, well, letting everybody know around you exactly where you are. But they look to be in a decent enough spot. I'll look at somebody else on the other team there, at least. 1 good armor, rocking, purple for 2. None there, sadly, for Robstar by the looks of things. Looking over to probably my favorites for the team here. FIFA Kill, Echo, Spam and Disrupt. I mean, how well some of these guys have been doing recently in competitive play, and that is just a real good display of what the grapple in somebody's hands who really does have the preservation and the ability to find these kills, how it can do. The snapper there from FIFA. And that's a real good example of how some of these top teams are going to be looking. That was devastating.
All the hip fire, all the time, having a great one for it.
Sniping us from here already, by the way.
And now
This
they're
is something to note as well, Brycey. Has a sensor darts there as well on top. That's never a bad thing to have. Covert, AK, probably one of the best, if not the best. Just working out really well for FIFA Kill in particular. Echo with that streak as well. That is going to be dangerous late on in the game. Armor not looking too bad. I'm sure they'll love to upgrade on that. Trauma kits across the board, though, not looking bad at all, and a really, really good position on the map. Positioning is always key, absolutely. In Black Ops Royale, of course it is that added element of the guns, but position, it's Warzone, it's still always key at the high level.
We're going to see just how they play this one out. You're going to see the tactics coming through here. FIFA kill. Going to be hunting with them. This zone has pushed everybody up against the cliff. Look at that grapple going in. I wonder if he grapples in himself here to back it up. Doesn't need to. Already taking them down. Kogot spitting there, you can see in the kill feed. And now they'll keep on moving forward. They'll be looking for some kills here, Tom. They're already having a pretty good time. 9 teams left, 4 for FIFA kill.
If you only have purple armor, you're a one shot to a headshot.
One of the teams that might well be around them, we can see the position on the map is Heeds and Kill. Let's see what they can find. They're going to be running into a very strong team who are looted as well. Never fun. And look at that circle actually pulling over towards, well, the complete opposite direction than what you were presuming was going to go, to be honest with you.
This is going to be the problem. Actually, I think from where we're looking on the map here, they're not a million miles away from where we just saw FIFA call that, and the fact they have to rotate around this circle. They'll be watching for everybody along the edge here, and that's where you'll see a lot of teams here. With that pull, you know everybody's going to kind of have to make their way to the middle. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it last second. Players behind them, players in the compound in front of them. Not the best position for Heeds now.
Good guns to his name, though. Plenty of armor as well is always going to help. Good shots coming out as well. Crispy shots at that. One found. Plenty of shots put in here with this AK as well. Streaks being brought in. You can see the sensors dart is up as well, just giving them that information. A few players around it. Keep an eye on the top left corner. Interesting fight with one of their players down as well. King Chalk, he's going to be dropped. It's about trying to maybe get him back up, but might not be the best position to do that. He will get wiped. But this positioning where the circle is for this other team, it's just an absolute nightmare trying to get through all these open fields.
Grab the resources. Now you're going to need them. They lost one in that fight. Already not in the most healthiest of positions in terms of resources. We did see plate drop there going on, which typically means that at least one player has run out here. So we jump point of views again. This is Duke. He's going to be on that Peacekeeper covert that I talked about earlier. Not maybe as great as long range as some of the others because you don't get that sight, but you do get a very good close range weapon with a millimeter wave scanner, and well, it drops people like that.
Sariel and Cole being the ones that are being dropped.
Get back on the roof, get back on the roof, get back on the roof, take that roof.
And just listen to comms coming in there from Jukies as well. Just keep a hold of the roof. They're over towards the golf club here.
I have a zip.
And they've got a bit of control.
You have a plate box, right?
They can check as well with the bounty as well. That's never bad. The uplink coming through and just giving you a little bit of information over on another team nearby. Giving you the names of them as well. And that might, obviously, in this indication, give you an idea of how they're going to play. How are they going to be set up? Are they going to be there with the loot as well? And you might be thinking to yourself, is this a child I want to take? Well, if you're Jukies, you absolutely do.
Get the supply.
They always called out people on the supply. They're going to go for a team shot here. It's definitely a good idea.
You gotta watch out back as well, though.
Really drops people quickly if you can get multiple people on one, especially with the damage reduction from the armors. Most people now be expecting to run somewhere from gold, orange, or purple. See on the team here, they've got 2 orange and 1 gold. Robstar running the exotic for that 50% damage reduction.
Eads and Co not too far away from this as well. And look at that circle. Pulling just slightly still inside of the golf club, but then more so down to an open area. And this is where it gets really, really tense. Still 22 players remaining on this one with 7 teams. And this is one of those moments where Heeds doesn't want to necessarily pull the trigger unless he has a guaranteed kill. As you mentioned at the top of show, Bryce, when you do get dropped, you die very quickly.
This is where it gets down to it.
I'm hitting him, crack.
Already just trying to stay alive. They have a pretty good position up here. They're just taking the high ground. Of course, that could change very, very quickly. I do wonder when they're going to put those pistol turrets down as well. I mean, in the position they're in, they're probably not going to go for it. You can see where it's pulling, so they'll wait till they get in a position there where they can deploy them almost permanently, and they're not too worried about being pushed here.
I see that. Don't let them flank the top. Don't let them flank the top. Yeah, on top of me. Cracked.
Yeah, the comms is just so important. The shot's starting to ring out. Juki's in a really good position. Has to be worrying about players behind him, though. We know Heeds is somewhere down there. Just from the POV, we got a chance to have a look at. Juki's just trying to have a look in a couple of different directions. The circle's going to help them out shortly. But for the next, what, 35 seconds or so, Got to look in a couple of different directions, and this is why they're trying to slow this one down. Don't have Showstopper on board. But Robstar's kitted, my word, look at that.
Save it, I think save it.
Trauma kits, you've got everything kind of kicking here for Juki's and Co. in a really, really good position. Psych Bomb's been brought in, actually. I think Juki said save it. And Rob says absolutely not. That's been called in. He may well have been able to find a kill, but it's just creating a little bit of space as well. The uplink is actually pointing out that their bounty is very, very close to them. It's going to start getting chaotic. Still 5 teams remaining.
Any plates too. Top plates, top plates.
This is where the resources come in. We spoke about it before already. We can see Juki's is out.
Anyone got plates? Give me a plate.
He's
Terrible
begging for
pull.
spares. There we go. Managed to get one, but that's it. Can they find any more here on the other players? Gonna have to move a little bit. Everybody's going out for it. You can already see players locking down this positioning. Every fence, every hole, everywhere you need to be. The pistol turrets are going out as well. Team's expecting a push.
Not a bad spot at all for Stukex and Co. Okay, shots coming on through and looking crispy as well. Now just trying to have a little bit of a rotate around here as well. Plenty of shots coming through. They're in a wonderful position. Bryce, see 4 teams remaining.
Actually, their own little fortress going through, and that's an absolute drop for them at the same time. Now going to be on 6 here. There are 3 teams left. Compression coming from every single side. They're worried about the high ground. They've taken the low. It does give them some cover, but it is not perfect. A revive now coming in as well. We see FIFA Kill up towards the top. Has that covert AK in hand, trying to bang away here. They've only lost 1 player, but it's all getting a little bit tight.
Drop coming through. FIFA will continue to survive. And they're in a wonderful position to potentially close out this game.
Oh, the pull.
It's not the worst, but it's ideal for Team Decky. Decky, Stukex, Lays, and Lipton. Now in a wonderful, wonderful spot. They can drop down very, very easily. Here comes the engage because they had to move. They know they had to, but the gunfights are going to go the way of Team Decky by the looks of things. Still teams remaining, though. Just about surviving here. Brycey, it'll all come down to this.
Holding out, they're looking for it, and they are going to get it as well. That positioning pays off. Holding it down, Ton, very, very easily. And somehow, you know, when they thought maybe we don't have the high ground, that little just one trench, that one ledge, allowed them to pull in everybody. And when they got that pull finally, you saw all the grapples fly out, but just not the cover. FIFA Kill couldn't do anything.
And again, it's all positioning. How often we talk about it in high-level Warzone. It is so, so important to make sure you have that positioning. If you have the fortune to see where the circle is going to pull to as well, a really, really good spot there for Team Decky, who are going to win game number 1 here on broadcast. And it looked like a big game as well. I would have liked to actually see towards the end how much they actually did have in the end. And we'll start to work the scoring out. That's a job for the admins. Pricey, we don't usually like to try and get involved in this, as you do know. But at the same time, looked like a really, really big game. Potentially a 30 kill plus, along with the first place. That's going to be a big score for that team in particular. But I think for FIFA Kill and Co, you know, you get a 2nd place underneath your belt early doors. You've got Juki and Co are very much in that top 3-4 as well, just not really getting the benefit of that pull. But really good job from those teams. Team Decky take game number 1.
They certainly do. Well, we're going to get the second lobby up and running, but before we do so, we are going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
welcome back once again, everybody, to the Trials of Avalon. We have just concluded our game 1 for today, where we saw Team Decky coming out victorious. Bryce and Tanner, I want you boys to talk me through their positioning during those final moments. How much did that realistically help them in securing that game 1 win?
Oh, massively, massively. I mean, we said earlier on, right? Technically, they have the low ground. It's not always the best place to be, but when you have your backs against the zone, you know you're not going to get flanked. But also, when that zone started to pull, they had all the opportunities. It's actually kind of a funny part about this game mode is because things like sensors and grapples are so prevalent for every single team, is that the other teams didn't have any smoke, so they sort of had to just run at them.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. I think it was just all about the circle pull and how often we talk about it in competitive Warzone. Positioning is key. It's the #1 thing. And in that scenario, it works out for them with the circle that they got. It might not have had to pull in the opposite direction. They're in a bad spot. It's a bit of a coin flip when it does come down to it. But realistically, they position themselves well. Had good loot, and obviously put up some really, really good numbers throughout as well. So deserved winners in the end with a big points game as well.
Well, Tan, how much did you feel that the wingsuit and grapple combo helped teams, change up their playstyle heading into this? We saw so much aggression during that match.
Yeah, it's going to suit the teams that want to be aggressive. Absolutely, it is. There's certain people who are going to be flying about the place. I like to think myself as an aggressive player, but I have not got the gunny that these guys have as well. They'll use that aggression, use that benefit if they can. And yeah, it's definitely going to help the top teams. As mentioned, it does kind of create a little bit more of a skill gap. So the teams who are the better shooters and have more experience, it's going to help them in this mode.
Well, you know what? For the folks that might only just be joining us now, let's go ahead and recap everything that happened with our moments of the match powered by AMD. And Brycey and Tan, you can talk me through some of your favorite moments throughout this game 1.
Well, this was all about the kind of these first fights in. We've got to show how good the grapple really is when you go for it. But yeah, certainly getting into it here at this very first moment with the teams just kind of started picking things up and finding those fights they needed to find. Realistically, this was nothing too earth-shattering. It was just kind of them eliminating a bounty they found. And turns out the biggest part of this was always going to be with the zone, allowing them to get those final few kills, Ton.
Yeah, no, it's always about necessarily the start, isn't it? Like, if you can have a good start, get yourself some decent loot and get things rolling, that is going to be your moment of the match. And then just getting yourself set up well. Some of these teams, though, it was just about kind of just floating around trying to look for some of the kills. We didn't see a great deal from our POV for some of the squads. We saw plenty for FIFA Kill and Co. Though, when getting this power position, this was a big fight, and that was a big snap as well from FIFA. Nicely done. And those kind of moments can make a difference. And then they started to collapse in. And I think for some of these teams, you'd be disappointed not to win, especially if you are FIFA Kill and Co. But at the same time, I think having a good start to this, what was it, a top 3, and some very, very good kills to their name, you take those all day long for a game #1.
Yeah, I think this is the point we were talking about as well. Sorry to jump in there, but they kind of had to send it, right? That was 100% a call that was made. Just run at them with the grapples and hope we can make a kill in the position. And that's all they could really do.
Yeah. Well, for Team FIFA Kill, in particular, FIFA Kill was racking up those kills left, right, and center. I want to talk a little bit more about the best archetypes for our teams to kind of come across. Is it very much up to personal preference? Is there a meta they should be looking to come across?
I think when it can be personal preference, you might be one of these people, or a naysayer if you like, who does think that certain things are better. But right now for the ARs, it's mostly recon that you want to kind of be having a look at. Something else long range you kind of want to be going into for the LMGs is the heavy metal, of course. I'm a big burner guy when it comes down to the SMG. I know a lot of people look elsewhere, but that's kind of your very, very top line meta. But I think a lot of these other ones are pretty usable. We're seeing a little bit more CQB coming to things, maybe not at the top level. On certain guns like the Peacekeeper we're seeing, and of course as well the EGRT. So for some of these teams it is a case of like figuring it out on the go, but at the very top level that's kind of what you're looking at. Recon AKs, of course heavy metal LMGs, that's kind of my go-to on the AR side of things, and burner SMGs as well.
Well, let's go ahead and recap everything that took place with our overall standings so far. And you boys can give me your thoughts and feelings about that. I know, Tan, you were an avid FIFA Kill supporter throughout this.
Yeah, and actually coming out on top, not even with the first place finish. So they must have had a lot of kills on somebody else. I think FIFA might have had 5 or 6 or so. His teammates must have been picking up a little bit of that slack, maybe. But Team Decky were the one that got the win, and then still coming in second. So it kind of does show that kills are more important than the placement. The placement, of course, is influential, no doubt. But if you times 0, it's not by something, it's still 0, right? So you need to get those kills to make those multipliers actually worth it. For Team FIFA Kill, absolutely was. 48.6 is not a bad start whatsoever. Team Juki's not too far behind, but the drop-off is quite significant after that. If you look at how these teams kind of rolled out in the end. Yeah, significant drop-off. That's going to be a top-heavy group by the looks of things by the end of the day, but that's Group A versus Group B and how things did play out. But yeah, really good job from Team FIFA and Team Decky, Team Juki's and Colt not far away.
Well, we had Team Shucks sitting in at 12th place. I don't know about you guys, but there was moments in which, you know, the fights were more than doable for them. They were posted up at the top of buildings. The comms were looking pretty good. But then there was one moment where you boys highlighted the fact that if only they had a grapple, that could have completely changed the outcome of those fights that they were taking as well. Do you think it realistically would have bumped them up much further on the standings?
I think all things do, right? I mean, one of the things that, you know, when you kind of glance your eye over this, I think 11 to 24 is like 3 points. You know, almost like a team wipe would really get you to a very different position and maybe help you get closer to that top 10. But like I said before, we have a lot of drops to get through today. This is certainly not a small process for all of them to get through. So it's not about the first drop, it's about how good all of your drops are.
Well, you know what? Without further ado, on that note, let's go ahead and throw it into game 2.
All right, thank you very much. Well, our second drop is underway. Lessons learned, players burnt. We'll find out how they adjust as they do go through into this one. I mean, we already kind of knew what the meta was going to be going into it, Ton. It does seem like many of the players following along those lines. The players that have had a bad time to begin with, though, will probably be looking to either change their drop zone or work out how to make themselves a little bit better in the long run.
Yeah, and I think meta is important, but then I think there is times that you are going to be unfortunate. We talked about that RNG, where sometimes you kind of just have to make the best of a bad situation, but a gold gun's still a gold gun. If you've got a few upgrades around you, and okay, it might not be the optimum of what you want in the late game, still having that early is very, very important. I think for a lot of these teams, it is a case of just kind of rocking with what you've got, and for some of them, it did work out in that occasion, and for some of them, they did manage to get some really good guns over towards the backside. I think ultimately, you will always stumble into better weapons. We know ourselves, if you have a fight up against, okay, fair enough, let's say a lesser team and you manage to win it, but they have the better guns, you can upgrade as time goes on. If you are the better squad, you'll always end up with a better loot, realistically. But I think it's really important early on just to kind of, as mentioned, rock with what you've got. But is there going to be some learnings for them? I'm not too sure. How much learnings can you take from one game? It's going to change from group to group who you're going up against as well. We've got 4 groups here. You could be going up against somebody very, very different. Teams who are maybe kind of and contest your POI. That's going to make a difference to how your game plays out. Circle, so many different variables here with BR, isn't there? And with Blackout Royale, we get plenty of them. So it's not necessarily going to be the same game. It's very rarely the same game. It's actually, in fact, never the same game, the second one. So let's see how some of these teams can adapt going forward.
Yeah, a little bit of luck. If you had a bit of bad luck in your first one, would certainly go a long way. And hopefully the RNG gods will bless you, not only with a good rotation, but also very good ground loot. I feel like that's always a confidence boost. As soon as you get that first armor, like get that purple on, get a couple of upgrades in your weapon, especially if you're running an AR, you always kind of want to get like the red dot or the 2x scope. It just makes you feel a little bit more capable when you get into some of those longer range fights. So we'll see how these teams get onto it here, but we did see kind of a healthy plethora of kind of builds going into it. We saw the convert on things like the AK. We saw the recon being used in various fashions here. I didn't see an awful lot of the LMGs, actually. We'll have to keep an eye out for them, as not a lot of them made their appearance.
No, not too many. I think, you know, obviously there's a couple of things been changing on that side of things, but I'd imagine, you know, as time does go on, we'll get to see a little bit more. But looking how the teams are now starting to drop in, I believe we may have actually changed things up when I'm Cockcaster underway, Brycey.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's like a whole new world.
Don't make me break out in the song. I'll break out in the song. I'll do it.
Oh, we could. We've had a bit of a rough start, and it might be it's time for a bit of Disney magic to the stream here. But speaking of magic, we get to see the drops as they fly into this one. A big fight kicking off already. Team Stugex already jumping into this one, looking for the takedown here, but it's grapples and pistols at dawn, Ton.
Very nicely done from Decky. Finding plenty here to kick things off in game number 2. And this was a very, very hotly contested area of the map. You could see so many teams making their way over towards the top left. We'll be keeping an eye on how things are rolling for a lot of these squads. Becky getting tagged up though is going to be dead to right, and that's actually going to be a wipe by the looks of things. Yeah, they have to be careful. They've been dropped. They'll be coming back into the game very, very shortly by the looks of things, but that is a nice drop to come through, and Naja and Co doing a really nice job.
There's going to be a bit of trouble here though, because players all around. You can see it there on our mini-map. Already going to be cracked though. Can we go for it? Players are going to be up top, trying to throw those bullets out. Wonder if there is any revive possibility, but already being hunted down. No armor. A little bit of a dream, and will be cut down before they can do any more.
Nala and Co now just going to try to make their move. Shot's going to come in over on the other side. They're actually starting to get pushed here by another team. On their way through. Jarvik still. 2 kills already to his name. Not as much information on the Codecaster side of things, how the guns are rocking out for some of them as far as upgrades, etc. goes, but we'll try and keep up as best as we possibly can. But very intense fight here. This is not the best of positioning. AK in hand, I should say. Carbon as well. You want to be careful from this position. If you Pakete, it's not the best. Just trying to survive this one and maybe to see if the opposition are going to make a bit of a mistake. I love this angle, and the gunfight going to go your way up against Prodigy. And now they can start to get aggressive and start to try and find something. Nala being dropped. Gabs will find that. Another player dropped here as well on Pakete for this moment in time. Oh, fumbling just a little bit. You could do with finishing that one off, but it's a clean wipe for Wars and Co. Chucks, Gabs, Wars, and Prodigy getting that one done without losing anybody, and it's an easy, clean team wipe as well.
Take their spoils and look to move on here. I mean, we were speaking before about, you know, obviously we cannot see some of these upgrades, so the easiest way to work this one out is try to count the attachments and see how far along that path they've got here. I can tell you something now, this Kogot does not have an awful lot on it, and neither does this M15, so slowly, sneaky, going to be seen here, and well, you're going to be caught if you're a bit slow.
And that's our winners of the previous game in Lipton and Co that they're coming up against. It's just about having this good start. Gav's going to have to back down. 5 kills to his name already, though. And, well, he's about to very much be going back to the redeploy screen. Decky finding a couple. Was just trying to get himself the hell out of there. I think he's pretty safe to do so. Shots ringing through, but probably a bit of a bullet waste, to be honest with you. As Walls will get himself out, but we'll change our POV to Low Town. Heavy, heavy drop for a lot of these players in and around the police station. You got the ammo, the capability to restock. Well, especially what I think is a really cool part of it as well is just getting your tacticals. Like how important we know they are when it has come down towards Black Ops Royale so far. You can see already Center Darts available. They are so important. We'll bang that out, no problem. Spot where the opposition are. And Jawad, Humud, Thanos, and Decoy looking to try and get something rolling here towards Low Town.
It's going to be Team MZ, I believe, up against them. There they are. People are just watching over. Will be spinning those comms out here. Got a couple of attachments already onto this AK. Does also have that grapple in the back pocket. If they find a weakness here, or if he can find something on the flank, he will go for it. But holding right now, they are not pushing at all, Ton.
There's a line being set out from both these two teams, to be honest with you. Upgrade was available there for MZ. Maybe not one to work on this gun in particular, but we're sticking on the AK all day long. I believe that's potentially up towards the blue. Upgrade for MZ. So nice spot to be in here. All the shots going to ring out as well. It's a bit of a stalemate between these two. It's going to come to somebody really just taking some damage. Maybe somebody getting dropped, and then the movement will be made. A relatively high level 5 purple armor already as well. Something else to deal with.
Don't know if you caught that comm a second ago, Tom, but somebody on this team called out they're ready to fight. It might have been Vapula. They're looking to get into this. This is very much roof warfare. Tails will be smashing shortly, but they are creeping closer together.
Shots ringing out again. Some good shots as well. Ramsey's just trying to back this one down. Zamza, sorry, is tagged up. There's this one player on the right-hand side from Team 11 just trying to make their move. And yeah, this might be a back down purely because of lack of resources. Like 5 plates for Vapula, nothing for Zamza. It's one of those where you're like, yeah, probably not in the best of spots, not feeling it with the loadouts, let's move it away.
Bit of a fight going down. Trying to hold this one here. You can already see that they are throwing these bullets long range. They know with the downs coming in, they should have a good time for it. They are going to need an isolated fight. You can see already that they have got nobody in the area, and well, they're going for it. They should be able to cut this one down pretty quickly. They have the numbers.
Yeah, making their move. They very much have the numbers now, don't they? One player looking to just try and find anything they can. Nala, absolutely nothing. Squad 17 will be our first team gone. So that wiped out. Not necessarily the best of starts there whatsoever. As things now will continue for Spam, Echo, Disrupt, and Thief. Just got a good hold over towards Winery. Will be starting to make their move. We'll be keeping an eye on the minimap to see how some teams are converging. But to be honest with you as well, it was one of those moments where we were looking towards high and low town. That's going to be a big fight coming up very, very shortly. Circle's closing in a minute's time. That's going to be huge.
There we go. Number one. Team looking forward. Nobody in the area at the moment, so a little bit more looting underway. Looks like they're looking for this rotation, maybe going up the hill.
Yeah, Team Ship. They were trying to get themselves in a better spot, but a little bit quiet where they are right now, as you can see in the minimap in the top left corner. Seeing a potential redeploy coming in here, though, and they're about to run into one player who may well be trying it. Upgrades potentially on offer. Do they want this player to actually start this call in and then be able to maybe pick up some kills on the back end of it? Right here, though, for Decky. He's going to get taken down. Big guns coming through from Jarma. That's Pokey quicker. Rumi and Jarma now trying to get something going as team number 16. That's a big streak coming through, though. Pokey just trying to survive as best as he can. The grapples will allow him to do so. And it's a real get-out-of-jail-free card on occasion, isn't it? Or can it be? The governor is here to pick up the pieces, isn't he, though? Trying to escape it. Not going to happen. Great shots coming in from Layers. 5 kills to his name. The 6 not going to be there. Jarma, another good fight.
Another survival here as well. See Jammer and Quicker. I mean, Quicker's going to have to wait for that redeploy. Jammer putting that center down, hoping that it helps them out, but there is an awful lot around. This is going to be a difficult survive. Oh, he's just in a corner. Does somebody check it? A whole team near him. Oh, a little bit of a dip, a dive, a dodge. It's a death. Not going to be able to get any further along in that one. Taken down.
That's squad 16 wiped. Unfortunate, to be honest with you, for Jarma and Co, because it wasn't too bad of a start. I found a couple of gunfights. Team number 6 coming running on through. Slim JD and Co doing a great job. Back over towards Low Town. And for Vapula, MZ and Co still kicking around here. Still going up against their opposition. And a team who haven't necessarily got too aggressive. It has been a game of chasing shadows somewhat down here on Low Town, with both two teams pretty much surviving untouched.
So far, they're reasonably happy, just in terms of upgrading and moving. A little bit of resource sharing going on as well, but team we expect to maybe do a little bit better than their first run. I mean, the issue about the first list of kind of standings we saw is that the top 2 teams and then maybe the top 8 teams were just on a completely different plateau than everybody else.
Fight here over towards Winery. Thomas Payson and Co once again. We got a good view of them last time. Haban will fall. Big fight coming through, though. Not working out for Team Frioli at this stage, although the back end of things it has done. And it's just done fantastic there. Found a couple of kills. They'll find that wipe, and that's a really, really nice engagement from them. Plenty of kills to their name as well, with 19 teams remaining. Another squad now being wiped as well. Not necessarily working out for some of these teams so far. Hard fights to come into. That's Team Phalanxy already being wiped. FIFA Kill and Co getting involved as well, as we have a little look around over towards the Haunted Village, Brycey. This team's just trying to set up in and around the zombies, which might potentially become an option here towards the Coliseum. Rob Star and Co looking to find a little bit more.
Hoping to stay alive in this. You can already see Team Jukies is trying to make some of this work. DS20 banging away. But are they in the right position for this? We already see the fight. It's getting closer to the teams trying to take advantage here as they do take up an awful lot of ground here. Looking for them in the distance, and that player must have been so weak for it as Now we go into this next circle. A lot of teams outside it, few teams inside it. A lot of bodies of water to cross.
Yeah, bit of a pull. Well, just a central one, realistically, but for the teams maybe over towards water treatment. Not necessarily looking too hot, so you're looking at Shiv, FPS, and Co. down there as well. Finally, against Team Jawad here on the bridge, which is just such an interesting POI, isn't it? That Luxury there with a sniper drone that going through, finding plenty. Hamu will get taken down, and everybody else picking up the pieces. That's a nice fight to find. And now, well, a relatively free rotation going to come in from them. They're going to have to make their move, of course. They got plenty of time to do so. 56 players currently kicking them out with only losing the 7 teams so far.
Trying to get into a better position here already. This is going to be a bit of a difficult one for them, realistically. You can already tell that the redeploy towers have been hard fought over. Seen them using a truck. We haven't seen a ton of that so far, but they've got the high ground. They're in a pretty good position. There is going to be another team in the area, to be fair. That's Viero's team, and well, truck driving not going particularly well today.
It looks like you're driving with the helicopters there, Bryce. Yeah, piloting. Similar outcome for the most part.
They survived, though, so that's a difference.
No, that's fair. You stitched me the other day. I'm not going to forget about that.
Well, on foot, certainly a more reliable way to make it here is they go underground, and they've got to be careful. There is a team in the vicinity. I believe it's Team Rocket that should be number 13. Or also could be bumping into Team Jukies, who's inside the Coliseum. They'll be coming from underneath. Team Jukies were here. They pushed another team out, and they got their teammate back. So they're certainly more than willing for a fight. But we can actually see our mini-map here is that only 2 members of Team Juki are in Coliseum.
Yeah, a lot of teams looking around and trying to extend their lead over towards their top of their leaderboards, at least anyway. Bit of an awkward fight here, though. Team number 10. Awkward position. Clamp Maddie, Miri and Stephanie looking to just try and find what they can. Shots from Miri not the best, but may well not necessarily have too upgraded of a gun. Master 5K now just trying to get some engagement. Here he goes, getting aggressive. His team wiping everybody else out. Heeds and Co. Doing a sensational job. Now 3 teams over towards Coliseum. The thing is with Coliseum as well, it's like 3 or 4 different tiers. There is so much room vertically between a lot of this area of the map that a lot of people don't realize. You could have 4 or 5 teams in there if we go to late stage. And you may well not even know the other opposition out there.
Interesting, keeping an eye on Team Jukies. They've actually split into 2-2s, which is interesting because that team's currently on 10 kills as well, so they're not really hurting for it. Towards Coliseum as well, there's a big fight kicking off. A lot of players going into this one. Team Decoy, which is who we're currently watching, is looking for that redeploy tower. Technically, they want it on themselves. And while he will wait for that to refresh and he can get on himself, there are more teams in the vicinity. This is not safe at all. Team Chow is here.
It was mentioned at the top of the show that Team Chow probably looking pretty solid to have themselves a decent placement. Over towards Clifftown. Lovely area of the map, to be honest with you. I really like the fight in between these buildings. It's claustrophobic, to say the least. Decoys below them here in the caves. Just below Clifftown. Again, Avalon's just such a good map. Like, every single time I play it, you find in different areas. It's so large. And, well, for this moment in time, though, if you are Thanos and Decoy, it's feeling a little bit small. Team Chow very much collapsing on them. Could be in a difficult position, but these water fights are always awkward, and especially with the grapple as well. The water isn't as much of a disadvantage, but quite literally the definition of shooting fish in a barrel. Nicely done. Then from Team Chow, securing the fight, and pretty cleanly as well. You didn't lose anybody. We've lost 10 squads. We have 12 now remaining.
Well, a little bit of an update of how some of these teams are getting along here. Leading in the kills so far, I believe, is Team FIFA Kill. They've hit 16. Not doing too bad. Team Natasha, they've hit 15 as well. They're in 2nd place. And in 3rd place, I believe it should be Punkill on 14. So quite close in terms of kills there at the top. And every single one of those teams, apart from, I believe, Natasha's, has all 4 up.
Big big fights going on. Look at Coliseum. It's getting so tight as well, but the circle, not quite in the middle of nowhere, but there's a lot of high points around this area of the map that you really want to try and get control of. Team 23 over towards that side. That's going to be looking good for them. For, of course, I believe Juki's in core, as you mentioned. Or FIFA and core, I should say. A lot of numbers to try and work out here, Brycey. And, you know, maths is not my strong suit.
This is where it gets. I mean, this is a setup. It's going to be alone, which will probably be the biggest issue they currently face. Looking for something. Just laying down with that mod 15. Has some teammates already in the mixer over there as well, but there are now 4 or 5 teams in here, maybe 6 if you include that team just on the outskirts inside the zone. Fortunately, as you mentioned earlier, the verticality, a lot of surface area for teams to sequester themselves.
The problem is as well, Coliseum is not in this next drop. Or in this next zone, I should say, which way I'm moving to in a second. Circle is going to be closing in about a minute's time, but he has the fights going underneath Coliseum. In the sewers. Squad 13 now going to be wiped. So that's just down to 9. Which is honestly not, for what stage we are in the game, is not a great deal. A lot of these teams have been hunting well. I'd expect a few more to be able to survive till this moment, but Circle 6 starting to close in 45. He's choking Co, trying to find their way out, but they are going to start getting pinned in here. Like Gabs and Woz, who are currently left on their own, but in a big fight they could potentially win here. They may find a 2 versus 3 wipe if they can. Or you see that exotic armor, you know what's going to happen. You're dead to rights. Nothing that Gabs can do, but not a bad game from them whatsoever. I may well have been 9 kills plus whatever they just get over towards the end, so average middle of the road performance. But you'll get wiped, and that's just showing once again how important every single bit of exotic armor that you can get a hold of is.
Bit of a run here. There's the grapples. That's why they're probably the most important thing in the game. Got to be a bit better with it, though. This is a little bit dangerous. There's a team waiting outside as well. This zone has got everybody compressed coming out of Coliseum. Everybody fighting for space here. Already kills flowing like water down the map as these teams take advantage if you're in a better position.
Yep, Sariel in a really good position. It was always going to be able to transition out, but what they just did to the opposition there may well get done to them in a second. Perks at this stage in the game, yeah, you don't mind it, although you won't picking them up and maybe not dropping your gold weapon you already had a hold of. Streaks being called in. Look at this positioning here from Team Thief. Echo disrupt spam. Just a shooting squad on the top of the hill.
Well, this is the current leading kill scorers. Last check that came in, 21 already on this squad. Good positioning for the rest of this one as well. They'll be looking for a high placement. Sariel taking a couple of players down at the same time. This is Team Chow. They're up there in the running for kills here, but they've lost a couple of bodies.
Sariel will be taken down by spam. This is a big fight. Towards the top end of the group, Chow going to be the only one left. They kind of got collapsed on. As I mentioned, when they found those kills outside of Coliseum, they were the ones that now had to make their move over towards the top side. Very, very tight circle now, but still, if you are Chow, you're not in a terrible position. But honestly, this is FIFA Kills games to lose by some distance. They have 4 players still alive and kicking in a phenomenal spot. Let's see where the zone's actually going to pull over towards here in a second. Yeah, getting a little bit more central, but they've just got so many opportunities to win this one out. There's Robstar dropped as well. 3 teams remaining.
Oh, surely this is just clean-up duty for them as well. Now it's going to be 4 versus 1 versus 1. And already, it's a 1 versus 1. They're looking for this one. There's an absolute firing squad coming in from Team FIFA Kill, and they said, all right, we'll end this one. You guys can bounce, and that'll be a win for them. The kill leaders pretty much throughout the entire game will grab the victory ton. That is going to be a massive score.
Yeah, and again, every single time we say positioning is key. We're having a good look at which way things were kind of moving with the map and how teams were looking with it. And FIFA and Co were in such a good position all the way through that. I said when it does come down to like that POI in and around Coliseum, the circle was right in the middle of the valley, which is completely surrounded, and they just set themselves up and was so patient. Knew everybody would have to start making their move towards the middle, found the kills on top of it, and it's a big game. They were already in the lead. They would have extended off the back of that game.
Yeah, they certainly will. I was just having a look at the count that goes in. Something along the lines of 26 ton for that entire squad is crazy. The nearest one that we've seen is 20. So hey, we said it was going to be a massive score for them. They had all 4 up and had the positioning right towards that last part of the game here. They didn't even really need to push it. They just knew what situation they were in. All right, let's just run them. Just run them, see if we can grab a couple more kills, Tom. But yeah, pretty good going.
Yeah, really, really good going, Brycey. But that's us done for the very first 2 drops here at the Trials of Avalon. Drops 3 and 4 incoming on the other side of the spray.
This is the Trials of Avalon, where we've been diving into all of the Warzone action. This time around, I've got the lovely Infinity and Enigma joining me here on the broadcast. Boys, how have you been feeling about watching the games play out so far?
Oh, that's a man. Hello. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's been really fun to watch the games over the last week or so. Black Ops Royale has just been a ton of fun. And so to see it in action with some of the best players from EMEA go head to head with some of the best teams as well has been really interesting to see some of the aggression in those late game circles. One of the things I mentioned was how open some of those final circles can be. We've already seen a taste of that.
Yeah, definitely. Learning a lot is definitely how we're feeling after the first two games. No doubt the players as well. For example, surveillance means recon on your archetype in French. Didn't know that one. But there's been plenty of things as well. Different strategies. We're talking a lot about, the grapple hooks now. They're playing into things. The wingsuit movement, how not to drive trucks off the edge of cliffs. And so many different bits and pieces coming on. But these teams figuring out a couple of different strategies through the day. Going to be interesting to see how they evolve.
Well, speaking a little bit more about strategies, in that previous match, that game 2 that we have just watched, Team Juki's had a little bit of an interesting approach to the match with a little bit of a 2-2 split. The amount of kills they had wasn't necessarily the most. I need to ask you guys, is this a little bit of a risky play? Would you favor strength in numbers heading into a game mode like this?
Listen, I'm no expert like Enigma is on EMEA Warzone, but I'll say I do think it's a bit of a risky strat, right? I think the thing is you kind of put yourself at disadvantage. You put yourself in an immediate 2 versus 4. 4v4 fights are chaotic enough. If you put yourself into a fight where you're in a 2 versus 4, especially if you maybe have worse loot at that stage of the game, you can be in a real disadvantage at that point. Of course, there is the benefit, though, on the flip side of that conversation, where if you are in 2 separate 2-player setups, if one half of that team goes down, well, the other half is going to survive, and you are going to guarantee a higher multiplier towards the end of that game. So there's definitely a benefit to it, but when it comes down to if you're in a 2v4 against a squad like Team FIFA Kill, I wouldn't want to be in a 4v4 against a squad like Team FIFA Kill, let alone a 2v4.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what happened, right? And the Team FIFA Kill ending up with 26 kills to their name as well. No easy feat, but they made it look easy, and I think that's because they were moving as a 4.
Yeah, I think that when we talk about the Team Juki setup, that's a little bit live by the sword, die by the sword situation. Could be a huge thing, but could also be your undoing. T1 and Thief, they're not taking any chances. They're very happy to just death ball everything in front of them, and with the talent they have there, they'll feel confident to push everything and thus far walk away with a hell of a lot of kills. Echo's one of the greatest minds that we have inside Warzone. With 3 straight shooters like that in front of him, yeah, they're feeling great about the damage they're going to be putting out and the numbers they're going to be hitting through the day.
Well, I've already managed to get Bryce and Tun's thoughts on the grapple wingsuit combo. I need to ask you guys now, are we enjoying the combination together? Do you think we're going to be seeing a lot more aggression coming out of our players?
Yeah, when you put that thing in some of the highest level players, some of the best players in the world's hands, it is going to be insane. We've already seen a ton of incredible movement from player streams, from tournaments over the course of the last week. And just through the first couple of games here today, it is already showing to be incredible. I mean, just the things you can do, right? Just zipping into the air, diving over entire squads, traversing the map in such quick fashion. I think it was Spam earlier that we saw him do it with the grapple, just flying at players. It is so fast. It is very, very kind of evocative of Black Ops 4 when those grapple hooks were added to Blackout. It is real fun.
Well, heading into today, I did mention to all of the folks that are tuning in at the moment, they had the opportunity to vote for the Scuff Bounty Challenge of the day, and it did end up being the team to get the most amount of damage in one single game. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings so far. Currently, we do have Group C and D ahead of Groups A and B that we've been seeing here on this broadcast, but that is purely because they're further into their games than we are. So if any of the creators, any of the fans from Groups A and B are tuning in right now, I need you guys to go ahead to your creators chat, start spamming away, and let them know that they are in a fight right now against Group C and D to try and give us the highest amount of damage. What are we thinking at the moment, though, boys? Enigma, do you think the further into these drops that we get, the more aggression we start to see coming out of our teams?
That's a very good question. I think you get a mix from, depending on how your fortunes have favored thus far, right? If you're frying, you know what it's like when you're in flow state. You go out there and you absolutely start to mop the floor. If it hasn't gone very well for you, especially if you were expecting today to go very well, you might just take a little bit of a pause here, catch your breath a little bit, ensure you've got better loot off the early game before you start going out on the hunt. And as such, yeah, it totally depends on how comfortable these teams are feeling on Avalon.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings at the moment. And Infinity, you can give me your thoughts and feelings about this one. Anything really standing out to you? Any surprises thrown your way? I know Ton is going to be grinning from ear to ear because of Team FIFA kill.
So will I. I predicted Team FIFA. What are we doing here? Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at that gap already. After 2 games, this is something you rarely see. 2 games, mind you. We're pretty early doors here. But still, 2 games, a 100-point standing for Team FIFA kill. A 50-point deficit between them and second place. That is genuinely incredible. Also, shout out to Team Natasha up there at 5th place as well. That's a really good squad. But yeah, I mean, just a 50-point lead after 2 games of Warzone. Yeah, that is incredible.
Well, you know what, Enigma, Infinity, I'm keen to get you boys' take this time around on Trials of Avalon, so go ahead and take it from here.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Veracity. Yeah, straight into drop number 3 we go. And this has been really fun to watch so far, Enigma. I'm really glad I've got you here because you are the brain box of EMEA. I mean, hell, just the brain box of Warzone in general. So I can totally quiz you on everything that we love about Black Ops Royale. And we did see so much of it there. We saw so much of the movement again with the grapple hook and that wingsuit combo. But also, something that I really wanted to touch upon a little bit is that Avalon plays so incredibly differently to, you know, some of the other maps that we've had previously in other Warzone games, right? I mean, there's just so much more open space, and we are seeing a lot more open fights than you would normally with some of those kind of building-based POIs that you might see in other Warzone maps.
Yeah, agreed. I think that the wingsuit and the grapple hook come into that largely. I think that the reason the map flows so well, you got a lot of verticality, especially hitting places like resorts and so on, and just dropping off the top of there, or even the casino building. So yeah, a lot of that comes into it. But you're right about where the circle tends to pull. I very rarely have seen it end up being over a POI directly. You more end up being pulled out into those open fields and so on. So a lot of teams have got to start to stack themselves around that. Talking potentially, you know, do we start to maybe prioritize a smoke in one of our teammates' pockets and then drop a munitions box and allow a couple of people to then stack up on them should we need to do a rotation? The grapple hook's sexy and all. It even makes me look like someone that knows a little bit about movement. But every now and again, for those late stage, if you're trying to defend in particular, I think you need a couple of different tools in your pocket just in case.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an interesting conversation with the equipment as well, right? You talk about, you know, smokes, maybe that's something that could be utilized in open spaces, but we talk about kind of that godlike combo of having the sensor dart and the grapple hook as your equipment. Obviously, you've got the backpack here in Black Ops Royale where you can carry more than one tactical and lethal at any given time and kind of switch between them. There is a lot of options that Black Ops Royale is providing for you, and we are going to see an evolution of the gameplay as things do progress here. But we're not going to wait too long here to progress. We're going to jump straight into drop number 3, folks. As Group A and C, we've only got a few drops, or A and B, excuse me. We've only got a few drops before we switch things up a little bit as to what you guys are watching. Again, a reminder, pretty much all the players are streaming as well, so you can go and check out their POVs if you want. But I do wonder, Enigma, I mean, what kind of drops are we seeing these teams settle with? Do you think there's going to be these settled strategies here a couple of games in that these guys are going to be like, all right, cool, we know where we're dropping as a squad, and that's where we're dropping for the rest of the day?
Good question. I think that with group stages being available to these teams, now would be the opportunity to really test some of these strategies out, especially like FIFA Kill, the Jukies, these teams towards the top. They're pretty comfortable. They can be like, okay, let's try something different. Should we need that when it comes to finals time? If you're thinking you're going to win this tournament, that should be the thought process. Circle, by the way, going to be dragging us off towards that northeast again, not as heavily as Circle 2, but you're still definitely going to be north side of this river. So any team that lands south side, so you're talking firing range, listening post, and so on, you're going to want to get on that rotation very quickly.
Yeah, of course. And I'm kind of sad about that, to be honest. If you look at the map, there's so much water on the southern side of the map. God, I always want to see as much water in the finishes as possible, just because I'm a chaotic person, Enigma. That's all I want to see in these games. We are on board, of course, with FIFA, who unfortunately doesn't have their 4th in the lobby at the moment, so I'm not entirely sure what they're going to be doing at this point. FIFA's static. He's not moving, so maybe the 4th will be in. And so I don't know what's going on. Either way, it's a good opportunity to talk about FIFA Kill & Co, because these guys have been going off on one, of course, 100 points through the first couple of games. That is a sensational scoreline and definitely puts them up as one of the teams to watch for the remainder of this tournament. Elsewhere, here we go looking towards the Spectre roster. That's Dirty, Toxi, Yugoka, and whatever that last name is. These guys currently sitting on top of another team at the moment. You've got to be careful about how much kind of space you're sharing here with the amount of loop available.
It's a good call. You definitely have to be a little bit concerned about different teams rocking up here and trying to wrestle control of various things away from you. Upgrade tokens, weapons, various bits and pieces, but also just your life, as these two teams may clash very quickly. Shucks, Wars, Prodigy, and Gabs. Team with plenty of firepower about it. They will contest. It's the Carbon in hand for Shucks. And it looks like actually Squad 15 are going to back off. Maybe thinking, you know what? We've looted this out. We found all we can. Do you recognize Spectre even nearby? If somehow you didn't, well, you'll slip away quietly into the night. Chopper's actually going to let Spectre rotate out cleanly and, well, call it a draw, move on. Maybe see you later on in the lobby.
Yeah, this is probably the right play, right? Just try and get yourself moving a little bit. You know, you want to get as much loot as humanly possible. You are actually going to get shot by only Squad 15 just there. So they are definitely going to be under attack. Elsewhere, it's looking at Squad number 4 versus Squad number 19. This is Baraska and co, of course. Shout out to Cams. He's a player that I recognize from watching a lot of Warzone and is pretty damn good as well. Now they're just going to be sitting down low. They recognize that the player, that squad is up top. Nade out from another one. There's that grapple pick up top. That's real aggression. You've got to be careful, though, because it will also leave you in a bad spot, put you out in towards the open. I'm just going to have to back off here for the moment. Tentative. All of these fights, nobody wants to put them in a bad spot.
Yeah, anyone who is a multiplayer fan will recognize Hacienda when they see it. And, well, the Spaniards should also recognize you losing a gunfight when you see it, as Cam's cleaned up. Baraska next. Robstar's going to get aggressive. There's the crack. Great work with the Rev in close proximity. Will then clean up the fourth. Well, the third, sorry, member of the squad. The fourth and final will flee. That's Bet. Don't know how far you're going to get with this. It's the mark in hand. Great work to close out the first thing. That's actually the XM3, and you get the firepower, but will be enough in the end as Robstar and Vision do enough. Vision will die. We'll have the free redeploy token, of course. You're hoping not to invest that at this stage. But every now and again, you come across one of those little redeploy tokens out of a crate or various reward item from a safe. That team can certainly resupply Vision there and just go back at it as if they lost nothing but gained 4 quick, clean kills.
Looking over towards Lowtown, there is a lot of rooftops over here. A lot of different coverages that you can put yourself in. Of course, those rooftops might well offer you some areas to shoot down other people from. That's what's happening right now for Commuting Co. Decoy's team. She's currently just aware of the fact that there is another team, and they've left one player extremely separated. Team 22 here. I think they're trying to flank around towards the other side, and that last remaining player might just have to back on up. Elsewhere, it's a 2 versus 2 here. Hamu taking some shots out. We'll crack on towards one player. Backing up. Got the player up top as well. And both players now just going to try and play the high ground here in this situation. Leaves the players below in a bit of an awkward spot. They're going to have 2 players up top, 2 players down low to contest with before long. That trophy also going to be down. Shots out. There's Mission down for the count. Now perhaps more. Mission surely not going to come back up, and they're not. Dory also down here. 1 player outside, just going to sit and chill. Separate player is going to be totally away from the squad, so there will be a bit of anchoring involved here in this play. But that player behind is actually going to be able to take one down. Thanos with a kill on towards Kuhn. There it is. Now, it's unfortunate there. Good effort with the cover to try and get those gunfights off, but that is making the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, a little bit of Middle East, not Middle Eastern love right there. Bood and Jawad, as well as H-Mood, all been playing in the Saudi League recently. They know each other's game very well. Kuhn would have hoped to have taken one away from that. Will, unfortunately, only lose his life in the process, and whatever remains of Squad 22 will have to simply hang tight and wait for his boys to get back in. Looking over at Team 8, this is Vapulia, and the rest. Zamza, MZ, Cause, trying to just flush out this one. Well, I was going to say 1 player because that's what it looked like on the minimap, but no, 3. They're going to be sat in the top tower here. Vap's trying to rattle some bullets through. There's a dog climbing up there, and actually, I haven't figured out which shade of blue that actually is and who that belongs to. It looks like it's going to belong to Matty and the rest of this team, so trying to use that as a bit of a protector, but I don't think you're going to do it. Be long for this world, shall we say.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Those streaks, of course, something involved here in this variation of Warzone. Matty trying his best to try and keep the dream alive. It is not going to happen. So down they go. And that is a big position there for Team number 8 to get control of. They'll also get all of the loot. And that's an early game, I think it's an exotic weapon. If it's a high-level weapon coming out from these players. So they are starting to get control of the loot early on. Our Team number 8, that's Vapilia and Co. Elsewhere, looking over towards Spam. This is Team FIFA Kill. They are one player down, so they're already at disadvantage. Disrupt has been taken out of the play, and Spam is desperately trying to get the best of this situation. Move away with the grapple hook. This is not the way that Spam normally plays it. He's getting peppered up. He doesn't really have a lot of options here. Maybe he can take somebody down with him, but the answer is no. Falaxi will remove Spam from the situation. And that is not the start that Team FIFA wanted. This is great for everybody else, though, Enigma. For them to be so far ahead and have a bit of a slow one, that's what the rest of the lobby needs.
Definitely. Lets you close the gap just a little. For now, obviously Team FIFA Kill's roster coming in without that extra player. You still expect them to put up big numbers, but you get isolated in that fight and overwhelmed. So chance for maybe a Jukies, for example, to find a huge map and make it interesting from this point on through the afternoon. But reminder, it's a top 25 overall from the leaderboard, the combined leaderboard of all 4 groups that makes it through. And well, FIFA Kill's team will be feeling pretty comfortable about that thus far. All about practice from this point on. Bap Squad going to hold out here on the edge of gas. And Quicker will be wiped almost instantaneously. And I'm looking at YKA there. I'm looking at the weapons in hand. If that is a heavy metal LMG, you get that thing leveled up a couple of times. The range it has outpunches pretty much everything on the map.
Yeah, it is one of those weapons. We were having that conversation about, you know, when would you possibly want the Viper Recon sniper rifle, right? I mean, you kind of want it for the long-range fights. Well, the heavy metal MK78 will also do that as well. Maybe some of the other LMGs, but this heavy metal MK78, that is definitely the one you want for sure. We take a look at our map view then, and that zone's starting to become a little bit north-central now. A lot of teams up there, so a lot of those teams that are subbing towards it will have to start moving sooner or later towards the Aqueduct. Master with the slide out, looking for the frag here. Ring around Rosie, and that's not nice. He's dead to right. That's the Authentic Things Co squad that we wanted to talk about, right? Chow has brought an incredible team to the event, Enigma.
Certainly has. Again, Chow, he's no slouch himself. Definitely fits himself into that content creator bucket. Has himself one of the best damn communities on the Twitch platform. But as talented as he is, and obviously ex-World Series of Warzone Soliola winner, the team that he's picked up alongside him, they are the best French team outside of the Gentlemates, to be completely honest with you. Sariel, Authentics, and Swizz, and they've qualified for Birmingham this weekend. Did it in some style, and did it with a landing spot that we thought would be a nightmare. They had no problems. So a very good team. And they'll be able to put out some serious damage. We got to look at that circle mom's goal, by the way. We'll come back to it because Vapulia has a hell of a lot on. Sensor Dart, though, going to give him the full picture. And they're actually going to spot the body that's led amongst them here.
Oh, it's that dream comment we were talking about. The Sensor Dart will let them know where the players are. The issue is you can know where those players are. You still have to take that fight, given the fact that you are currently outside the gas, the zone. Shots across the way here from MZ. Now you're over the top. That will at least give them a little bit of space. One player has flown across towards the adjacent roof here, or at least the ground floor, but they are currently down, so that's one player down in the situation. Thanos with a lookout towards the shop and some clean shots on towards Zamza, and that Zamza down for the count. And those players now from Zamza's team are starting to get a little bit more split in this situation. Team play no longer the case. Another Sensor Dart down. You know where that player is, and you are on the hunt for them. I feel so bad. If you're a last remaining player, you have to pull off so many little dukes against all these players. And to be fair, he is lasting well past his expiration date. It's actually MZ, and she will finally go down. The good news, though, it's there for Team MZ is I believe one player did get away. So you're not out of the situation just yet, but that is going to put a real spanner in the works.
100%, and for several reasons, one of which being the team that you just fought had some players with exotic armor. That essentially reduces damage by 50%, making them 2 times the player, basically. So it's running out of 5-man there, and they only get better. Their economy only grows because they're scooping your loot off the deck. And you're going to see another example of that, as Swizzen is not going to let this opposing player get away. Great work with the SMG. EGRT now in hand as well, trying to spy out Control Deck, who will flee. But you can just see how punishing these fights are. The initial pick comes in, and the rest of the team swarm like a pack of hounds to ensure that they mop up everything. Just one of those. You get the points, and you get the opponent's loot. You take away trauma kits. You take away satchels. It does so much for your next phase of your plan as we look at 4 teams already removed off the map.
We don't have the full map view right now, but just look at this on your mini-map. You can see just how many teams are on top of it. It's like I called for it, mate. They knew exactly what I wanted in the moment. You can see that on the southern side of the zone, Low Town. There are so many teams on top of one another at the moment, and they are going to have to move sooner rather than later because that circle will close in 35 seconds. When that does, Hellfire will rain upon all of these players. And I kind of feel bad, really, for Team 10 because they're the ones that have to take it down low. And I think Team 11 is like, yep, we don't want that right now. That is not a good idea whatsoever. Here comes the sniper drone, one of the streaks. Kuhn down for the count. Can Master find another one? Player trying to get away, but you are not getting away from the drone. Oh, things go from bad to worse for Brashak and Co.
Yeah, the thing is, this thing's actually busted. This sniper drone's insane. Puts out ridiculous amount of damage. I think it's a one-shot to the head, but it's 2 or 3 to the body, and it's just an absolute nightmare because it's hard to hit. Not only are you then worried about the sniper drone above you, but you also then, okay, well, the opposing team flying at us. Are we in a situation where we've got to back off here? And, well, you can see how that plays out. No escape afforded. TR's team have come across another roster here. This is going to be one in Group B with them. This is Rocket's lineup. Polish squad with Biff, Cooker, Per, and Goldie. Trying to draw a bit of a line here. But look at this flank out towards the right. If Authentics and Co can win this, it just opens up an entire flank fight to them. But actually, you lose that initial engagement. Authentics got to close this quickly to try and even up the numbers.
He's trying to. He's put himself at a disadvantage there because now he's separated with the back towards the gas. This is not good whatsoever. He's trying to back on away. That grapple hook will help him escape in the moment. Able to armor up here, but that doesn't really alleviate the situation. You put yourself in a 3 versus 4, and you're going to have to just scarper away if you possibly can. I think they'll be okay to get away temporarily, at least. But you look at what's in front of them, and there isn't really that much in the way of coverage. You can get yourself in one of these buildings right in front, but even still, you are going to be at a disadvantage here sooner rather than later. You're just going to have to try and scarper. And also, another issue, you can see on the mini-map there, team number 12... There's at least one player from that squad, that's Team Natasha, that you have to deal with. I think it is just the one, so it isn't going to be the end of the world if you have to take that fight, but that player could definitely take you by surprise.
Well, earlier on, when we got to look at the wide circle, Natasha's squad was sat in resorts, very center zone, wanted to protect it, and that might be a scouting party. Go out, take a look, what's the situation? If need be, call the other 3 over to help. And well, actually, Vapula's got a lot of company to deal with as it is. Drops in, finds a lot of damage. Zamza with 1, Vap with yet another. This is great work to hold off this decoy roster. H-Mood and Co, they were running exotic armor and all the kit to boot earlier on. Right now, watching it slip through their fingers, but it will be a 2v2 for the remainder of this fight.
No, a couple of plates left on him. He's going to get back up towards full HP here, but you're again in 1 versus 2 the situation with a dog to worry about. The drone goes out. That's going to deal damage towards the first player. Jot's not perfect on towards the second. And that situation really does feel like you're between a rock and a hard place, doesn't it? You are just stuck with a 1 versus 2 with the dog right in front of you. You've already lost your teammates. You don't have that much in the way of resources to deal with that fight. So really not a lot he could do. Spam trying to keep the hopes and dreams of a solid game. FIFA Kill alive here. Managing to take down 1, Matty, but still he's in his own world of pain because there's a dog to deal with for him and 3 players to contend with. So Spam just trying to make the movement happen here. And oh my god, he might have done it. Shield bubble. He's just going to get through here for the moment. Zone now pushing them all the way through. Spam just going to have to try and get away, and the only route you can possibly take in this situation is going to be via the water. Maybe taking a little bit of damage via the gas as the play call, because those players are going to be staring at any potential exit avenue that you could be taking elsewhere. iHeeds and Co. That's Versity down for the count. We are starting to lose our numbers here in this game, Enigma.
Yeah, but you are held at the water line as Team Decoy, that's H-Mood and Co, look over the top. Spam didn't get very far, unfortunately. The tournament leaders coming in a bit underhanded, and well, it's been a rough run every time we've seen them through this map thus far. 15 squads left in this. Make that 14 as I talk. Mate, Mireille, and Stephanie, this LATAM roster will rotate in. You are against gas, always a nervy situation to be in, especially a man down. So far making it work, plenty of kills on the board.
This is Team Deku. You had a great game number 1. Just going to have to back away for the moment. They've lost 1. Elsewhere, team number 19 down to the last remaining player as well. So they're stuck between Team Decky and Team Decoy. Or team number 15, I should say, excuse me, that is a horrible place to be, and that player should now have just been removed. So now if you're Deki and co, you're just aware of these players. The high ground from that bell tower is not particularly gate. That streak is going to come in. That might provide some kind of coverage here. I believe one player might have actually just grab hooked up to the top and actually broken their legs on the way down, or something to that effect. Either way, that is going to provide the exit here for Deki and co. Gives them a little bit more breathing room against that squad. Just trying to be aware of where they could possibly go. But still, the numbers definitely in favor of Dek and Co here.
Certainly is. It'll be Shucks Norris, I think, getting picked up after his fall from grace. I'll be cautious there and say it could be any of these gentlemen. We saw them drive off a cliff and flip the lorry earlier on, so haphazard, the very best of things. By the way, keep an eye on your minimap. Squad 18 is rolling up. There's going to be Jukies and Co, I think, arriving in. Freecam's going to let us take a wider look at this fight. Circle starting to collapse in. Looks like it will end up around this church, around this hilltop. So every bit of fight here, not only is it points on the board, not only is it going to be a hell of a lot of high-tier loot, because that's what you expect everyone to run right now, but it could be massive map positioning for win condition later.
I think it's actually Skyros and Co that are currently just sitting outside, but still, the circle is going to be closing. So they're going to have to move sooner rather than later. And so Deki and Co, they've got a choice here. What fight do they possibly take? Because Team Shucks is going to be aware of that fight as soon as it goes down. Here we go. The shot's out. There goes Skyros. Down for the count. Those players now know the only exit in this situation is to get out on the other side. One player might have just to be sacrificed because they are stuck behind the rocks. Sensor dart out. Deki and Co now know exactly what is going on here. 10 teams left in this lobby. You want to try and get as high as possible for the multiplier, but just escaping doesn't feel like an option. There goes the effort. Good try, Yakoka, but no, says Deki. And that is pretty much everybody done and dusted from that team. They can now loot up and perhaps even reposition around Team Shucks. They are not forced anymore to take that fight head on.
They're not. Look at this Team 12. They were set up very early in center circle. They've invested in the later fights. We're down to top 7, so they'll be benefiting from some multipliers. Z-Smith, Shifty, Almond, anyone that watches competitive Warzone knows how bloody good this Twisted Minds roster is. Natasha will be the 4th. She'll be trying to play a little bit of Overwatch in the moment, but a lot of other teams rolling up. As for Laxi coming in, that purple squad, and, well, they've suddenly figured out that each other are here. It's just about getting out of this fight unscathed.
I'm just trying to have to back around here for the moment. New zone about to pop. Where's it going to pull? Not to them whatsoever. That's going to make things incredibly awkward because, again, you've got that squad right in front of you, but you also know that there might be a squad down the way. You are between 2 squads. There's the drone. Falaxi trying to shoot it out of the sky. No, Shifty making the best of the streak. And this just goes from bad to worse for Ruffix and Co. Falaxi down for the count for the moment. Ruffix trying to take some shots out. Gonna have to back away here for the moment. Replating, no more plates left. Need some from the teammates, but there's just no cover here. Back and forth we go, dipping and diving and all over the place. Fights across the way. And Team 24 doesn't actually have that much cover themselves here. And I think both squads might just take a moment to back away if they possibly can, but there's no safe place to go.
Certainly not when you're heading towards center circle, and Z-Smith sat up over the top with an MXR. Drops the first in Fuzzy. No self-res available here. I'm seeing a hand cannon available as a streak on the right-hand side. That might come into play soon. Never mind, not needed. Shifty gets active on the flank. Z-Smith cleans up the rest. The Germans wiped off the board. We're down to our final 4, and 2 of them are scrambling over the temple structure down below. But this fight at the top of the circle will mean everything for endgame position, and the initial crack is there, and there goes Mati with the exotic armor.
Still more to do, though. A couple of players down there still left to deal with from Team Matty and Co. Now it's going to be the other teams getting involved in the fight as well. Shots from across the way, from outside the zone. Z-Smith's going to finish off Stephanie. Now it's just one player inside the gas to contend with. There it is. Can they take anybody down with them is the question, because Z-Smith's focused on Stutex and Co. So they're okay here for the moment. And there it is, finally the shot. I was waiting for that and them to make themselves known. Miri and Co. finally does it. And now we're down to our final 2 squads across the way.
It's a shot straw out. It's a 3 on 3. Lipson's going to be weakened up in the glass, and actually it looks like you're down to just a 2. Lose 1 in the process here. Lipson and Lays, the Germans, going to have to figure the way out of this. The zip across, trying to get back together. Doesn't get there. Z-Smith with the knock, and look at those arrows fly.
There's just no cover. There is no cover. There's no hiding. The shield bubble goes down. You can shoot one way. You can't shoot when you're knocked. You have to get out. Last remaining player. It's done. How about that? Team Natasha come out on top here in game number 3. Wow, what an eclectic ending. We talked about it, Enigma, right? We talked about how open these end zones can be and how little coverage you can get. And it's unfortunate when you're the second squad there in a situation, you've already lost numbers. If you've got a rock to work with, it's not really that much, to be honest.
No, it isn't. And we talked a lot about how Team Shifting Code rotated in towards results early. And one of the things they did consistently through those end engagements was kind of like, okay, well, all of you guys are going to fight for a second. We'll happily accept the multiplier later by backing off to this part of the map because there's going to be several squads left to fight around and we're just going to mop up all the pieces. So I like the attempts with bobble shields and so on to try and make better use of the fact that you're out in the open spaces, but very little is shutting down the Twisted Minds. Doesn't matter if we're in Resurgence series or here in the Trials of Avalon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is going to do it for game number 3. The Trials of Avalon will continue, though, folks. We just have a couple more games left before we rotate these lobbies, and things are starting to get real mixy. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we've got drop number 4. So get your cups of tea, get your crumpets. Don't go far.
This is the Trials of Avalon, where we have just concluded Game 3. Team Natasha walking away victorious in that matchup. 28 kills to their name as well. Boys, talk me through that. The amount of aggression we saw throughout this game was absolutely incredible.
Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit, right? In the break, we were talking about kind of these teams now starting to find their groove a little bit here in this game, figuring out even if they're in a kind of a 1v2 in terms of squads, gunfights, how to kind of get out of those situations. And no team is going to be better than that, than the current Twisted or Team Falcons roster. Those guys are just incredible. And, you know, I think Twisted Minds, excuse me, no Rod squad is going to be better than that. And those guys are just constantly playing, constantly, you know, finding these kills and bouncing from squad to squad, hoovering up all of these gunfights on the map, and they were just doing that. We saw that. I think, you know, Enigma was talking about them kind of rotating from resorts in towards that final zone, and you can just see that every single gunfight. We're like, right, we're getting these kills, move on, loot up, move on, and that aggression is really starting to ratchet up here for these teams.
Well, I want to go ahead and throw up our AMD moments of the match whilst we have a little bit of a chit chat Enigma, because I know back in game 2 we had around 8 teams left by Circle 6, and now this time around we ended up with 6 squads left by Circle 6. Did you expect teams to survive a lot longer than they have been thus far?
Yes, I did. I mean, it's difficult here, but you do get that one free life at the very least. So it's a case of, you know, these teams should be able to put themselves in some sort of regain situation. But I wonder if it's a case of the last 2 maps have been these extremely harshly pulling northeastern circles rather than something more central. And as such, that pushes everyone into the same paths up towards that corner. And I think that might be why we're bleeding out pretty quickly here. Also, the added comfort that Brody just mentioned. And as such, teams dropping like flies. And everyone's getting punished for any sort of little mistakes, as we're getting to witness. If we get a zone that's a bit more in the center, then we'll be able to judge the relative pace, I guess. Or maybe we end up down in Brody's favorite place, somewhere around the water, and see exactly what that looks like.
I want to chat a little bit more about Team Chow. Obviously, an amazing team that's been put together heading into this tournament as a whole. I know you were certainly favoring them heading into this event as well. What do you make of that performance so far?
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting, this roster, right? Because, again, it's one of those conversation points that we were talking about where it's just like, you know, you're a content creator, what kind of roster do you put together? And I think just picking up an entire team that's been so impressive and recent to see in the Resurgence series, I think is absolutely the right way to go about it. I mean, just the amount of prowess that those players in Swizz, Sariel, and Orphetics have, I think especially Sariel, I love watching Sariel play. He's just an absolute demon. I think it's just such a good composition of a roster to come in with, especially, again, if you're looking at Black Ops Royale and we're moving from what has been standardly a 3-person kind of format down to you're a 4-player team now. Just bring a 3 squad in from Warzone, and that's probably the best way you're going to go about it. Yeah, these guys are just demons, and they were flying across the map. So I think they are starting to get things a little bit more consistent now as well, and I think that's only going to get better for that T roster as we go through the remainder of the week.
We also spotted Team Decky opting for a little bit more of a 2-2 split. They were playing a little bit closer together than the previous teams that we'd spoken about as well. But do you think this might be a strategy more teams could start to, you know, adopt heading into the later stages, Enigma? Or do you think it's only going to get more and more hectic heading on from here?
I think we'll stick with the fact that it's groups, and this is a good time to test that, especially if you're doing your research and kind of going, look, I know this team lands over here, and I think that we, as a 2-man, as a pro 2-man roster, can go and mop up some of these other squads. That may be viable. Later on in the tournament, hell no. Finals, for example, we're not getting away with that. We're going to get absolutely mopped if we do that. So we got, I think maybe like see if you can make that aggression work for now. Again, overall leaderboard, 25 teams will make it through, and squads like that, it's worth the gamble when you know you're probably going through, even on the points total that you're already on.
I just want to highlight as well, Team Natasha, prior to heading into that, they were 6th place in our standings, and now heading into our game 3, they moved on all the way up as well. Is it really that simple for teams to head into a matchup, frag out, and then go on from there?
Yeah, I think it can be. I mean, obviously, we say it so simply, right? I mean, just like, just get kills forehead, obviously. Get kills and get late into the game. But
I mean, unheard of.
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
Chris Tan. Continue.
Yeah, obviously not. I mean, he never gets kills in games, but still, you know, for that, I think it is just such a big boost to jump from, what was it, 5th place all the way up towards 2nd now. And I think the other interesting thing that's happened in that is if we look over towards the scoreboard here, you can see Team FIFA Kill. We talked about them having a disconnection at the start of the last game and that leaving them at a disadvantage. You've now got that kind of a double whammy of Team Natasha have now jumped up to 92 points after that last game. And Team FIFA Kill, they just have 106. They got 6 points in that game. So that gap that we were talking about, which looked momentous after 2 games, it just goes to show you how quick things can change here. That is exactly what's happened. We are starting to see a much more competitive affair here in Group A and Group B.
Now, how are you going to be looking to head into game number 4? If you are a team like FIFA Kill, you know, you've been knocked down, but you got to get back up again, right?
Yeah, 100%. It's unfortunate. I think what you've got to do is just remove that one from the back of your mind. You go into that 3rd map in unfavorable situation, let's say. And so you just got to kind of go, look, the 2 maps where we've been able to completely control our situation, we've done great. 26 kill win in map 2. And even though you didn't win map 1, you had the highest score out of everybody. Therefore, you had the highest kill. So you've been fantastic. You just need to kind of go, all right, map 3, forget about it. Let's just pretend that we wanted to make it look interesting and get everybody else involved in the tournament and go out and repeat ourselves in map 4. They'll be completely fine. They know that. And again, some of the best players in the world, bar none, on that roster. Very much looking forward to seeing what they do through this afternoon.
Just trying to give everybody else a chance to catch up to them, right? That's all it was. A very
That's
calculated decision from them. But do they head into that game 4 trying to compensate for that? Maybe trying to go a little bit more kill hungry, do you think? Or do you think they're just going to approach it as they have every other game?
No, I think that you've got Echo, and Echo is a ridiculous disciplinarian. In fact, they won the World Series last year because largely through the year it was a case of him being like, look, we're not hunting kills, we play for points. This is how we win titles and championships, and brought the first major back to Europe with that very mindset. He knows that. He knows why we all covet him so much and laud about his success. And he'll do the exact same things to those boys. In the downtime, they'd have been like, look, lads, don't worry about it. We're going to go out, do our thing. None of these guys can hang with us. So don't worry. They'll be completely fine, but they'll play their own game, not everybody else's.
Now, at this point, Infinity, we've spoken a lot about the teams that are towards the top of the leaderboard, but how about those ones that are lacking behind as well? What is your game plan heading into this game 4? At what point do you really start to panic, and how do you really change up the game plan heading on from here?
Yeah, look, here's the thing. I think the most important thing to note is that we are ultimately in drop 4 of a total of 15, I want to say, if my math, I'm terrible at maths. That math should be fine. You're in drop 4 of 15 that you're going to play overall over the next couple of days before we get to the final day of action. So even at this point, I don't think you need to panic that much, but I will say, if things aren't going right for you, start to consider another drop. Start to consider, all right, cool, we're currently getting blocked off by another team and this isn't working for us. Let's just drop somewhere else on the map and maybe things will be better off. I think I would much rather a team start experimenting their strategies now at this point in the tournament than throwing those experimentations in drop 8, 9, or 10, and then that going massively wrong. I think just getting those experimentations out right now is the best play you can possibly make.
Well, speaking of another drop, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to you boys to take us on from here.
Alrighty, thanks so much for Rusty. Yeah, drop number 4. I absolutely expect Team FIFA to come out flying in this one. Like, that game, it wasn't a problem. And you mentioned it, mate. I mean, you talk about these players are some of the best Warzone players in the world. I mean, Europe, obviously, might be the best region in the world at this point. But, these players, listen, mate. What can I say? Look, they topped the World Series of Warzone last year. I'm with you on that, mate. Let's just say it for how it is. I'm known for saying controversial things on Warzone broadcasts. But yeah, we talk about these rosters, these players. They are some of the best players in the world, and I don't think any team at this point is going to be so dejected after having a bad game per se. Like, these are some of the best players in the world.
No, again, they're going to sit there and go, look, that just wasn't in our control, so it's what it is, and it's not going to cost us anything at this point. It's not going to affect us in any way, really. You've got a litany of experience on that roster in Echo and FIFA Kill. FIFA Kill's been around for an extremely long time. Echo's been around for like the last 3 years or so. In Spam and Disrupt, you've got 2 young guns. Disrupt, this is his 2nd year competing. Spam, it's his 1st. But the amount of hours those lads have put into competitive environments whilst being under the age means that they are coming into this with level heads on their shoulders. And again, the voices in their ears will be saying, look, we are completely fine. When we play our game, we come out victorious. We'll do that again here in drop 4. And we do get a very much change up of the zone. It's going to drag this time pretty much the opposite corner. We're going to the southwest. We are headed towards the water, likely a firing range ending.
Yes, get us water, get us swimming in the game. That's what we want to see. I know it's not the players what they want to see, but, you know, whatever. I don't care, because it's what I want, and I got what I want, so whatever. Anyway, we're going to be looking at Shifty and Co. in the feed. Of course, this is Team Natasha. They got, 28 kills, so 52 points off the back of that last game. That dropped them all the way up towards second place, and they're going to be landing on resorts. This is a loot-heavy area, of course. Those fans of Black Ops 6 and Skyline will recognize the map here. I certainly did. I had a moment when I dropped in here on resorts for the first time. I was like, oh my god, it's my favorite map from Black Ops 6. I was so good at this map. And then obviously I went and got dinked on the head by a team that was also there. But still, that's besides the point. Anyway, they've got that map to themselves, or that portion of the map, that POI to themselves. Who doesn't is Miri and Co. They are getting right into it, and they have no choice but to get the kills with the pistol, long-range shots, not just against one squad, but against the second. And it's iVision and Co. down to the last couple of players. Elsewhere, Clamp is also on his lonesome, and what looked like a fight that they were going to win fairly doesn't seem so fair anymore.
Yeah, Mirai and Co. do very well considering the circumstances, but Savage Esports take an extra half second to loot, and that's the difference maker. Robstar with 2 kills, both of which with this Razor 9mm. It is the current meta SMG, and you're going to see why. Obviously, easy pickings in the end because Showstopper did the initial work, who will get rezzed. Viero actually here might get blessed with some timing, but the sound comes through. You do actually get the knock. Do you check back in for the kill? Try and bait it out a little bit. Teammate's going to be floating back in, trying to judge the timing. You're up against 3, though. So Viero here's got to be pretty much perfect. And the nade will catch Robstar flush.
He's going to be weak from this fight, but there's the res coming through now. So what was a 1 versus 2 suddenly becomes a 1 versus 3 with that third player that was incapacitated back in the play. Worth saying, though, you called it. The rest of the players have started to float in here, so it won't be long before Viero is joined by company. And this is a bit of an awkward spot, because Viero has the high ground in this situation. Those players are effectively strapped into towards this building. And it means that their looting phase of this game has been cut short pretty quickly. And again, the longer you spend in this situation, in this 4 versus 4 fight, the less time that you will be spending looting and getting yourself in towards a game, getting all those important kills for points. So now I'm going to want to take the fight sooner rather than later. And finally, a little bit of point of contact going in here. Here goes Fadesh on the other side. Fiero finds the time to come on through. Brings us down to a 3 versus 3. Slide out in from one more. Doesn't matter. Vision gets tagged up and put down. And now this comes down to just a 2 versus 1. Technically a 2v2 because one of those players is dropped. Again, no self-revives here. So that player is definitely going to be dead. Dukies is having no choice but to just dip, get the hell out of Dodge. But he doesn't have a lot in terms of resources.
Yeah, obviously Jukies doesn't get the information that we do, and unsure about if he had the timing to res Showstopper. As such, backs off, keeps himself in the fight for now. And we move over then. Chucks, Wars, Prodigy, Gabs. They'll be facing off against Squad 21, which I believe is going to be Chow and Co. It is, and well, Prodigy gets the first. Chow will return 1, knocks Wars. Tries to get around the corner, cleaned up himself. Prods on his ass as well. Gabs puts out plenty of damage. Great work, but you're getting actually shot covering from Swizzen. Turns it into a 1v1 momentarily. Shucks concerned about a turret on the deck. That stops the res coming through. And should Shucks not close the timing here correctly, this fight actually goes against you in a 1v2.
That's getting res.
1v3.
Oh. Could do. Shots out. That res at the very least has been stopped. Authentic is going to die. So it's now a 1 versus 2 at worst for Shucks here. Reposition. Oh, it's an aggressive fight. He did not get the audio cue on Swizzen, and Swizzen will outmaneuver Kim, will be there to save his teammate in time. It's kind of unfortunate you lose Authentic, so he's going to have to go to a redeploy tower if they want to get Authentic back into play. But still, salvageable play there in the moment, and it's a good job, to be fair, that they did manage to pull that 1 versus 1 off.
Yeah, should give them complete control as well over the old Arsenal. Allow them to loot up very well for the next phase of play. Versity here on the hunt. Superb work. Finds Kunabud. Makes an easy job of the fight. And again, winning fights like this just then means you can loot up peacefully. I put that in quotation marks, but enough so that you can be considerably stronger than any resurging squads in our second phase of the match. Found FIFA kills roster. They're at the lighthouse. They're making light work of everything in front of them. Duttus, Emzia. Deleted. And there goes Clue as well. Easy as you like. Don't even lose a life in the process. Disruptor will need to be revived, but you'll take that all damn day. And all the victors... Sorry, the victors will get the spoils of war. And look at this. So much landmass. They'll be set up great for the later stages.
And absolutely, they will be. They'll be on the hunt again, given how slow of a game that they had last time around to try and maneuver their way in towards more kills as soon as humanly possible. Using a redeployed balloon will be Unperkete. This is Javix and Co. on his own at the moment. I imagine the rest of the squad either has just come back in or will be elsewhere. There they are. You can see him appearing on the minimap as they are now in the looting phase. Big smoke going down here on the map. Those events starting to pop up. We haven't seen, actually, or at least you and I haven't had the chance to cast a cradle bomb just yet, Enigma. That's something I'm interested to see if we see any of that from either teams, because those things, they can be dangerous. You can go to them and get overwhelmed by zombies, by manglers, and of course, a lot of players want them. And there is that cradle bomb we were talking about. So do they go for this is the question, because they've got another squad in close proximity. It might be too dangerous to go for at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good call. The cradle bombs, they're always so tempting. You can walk away with exotic armor, exotic weaponry, so many bits and pieces that will make life a lot easier later on. But a lot of teams understand that as well. If you get there too early, you've got to deal with all the zombies by yourself and can be shot from the outside in by late arriving squads. It's all about timing it. It's all about basically trying to third party the situation enough that the people that did all the hard work for you beforehand, you just simply scoop their work from their bodies. H-Mood right now, just looking over the top. This is Natasha's roster that you're up against, so a very difficult fight on the edge of Lowtown. You hold the high ground. You might have one player on the flank, but you got to move quickly. Any crack shown in the dawn, this squad will punch straight through, and they've already found the first knock.
Yeah, it's not particularly great, is it? Especially when you had the high ground of that situation to then lose it in the way that they have. So Humud already out of the plate. No choice now for Decoy but to try and assault the building from the stairwell. Also has players on the other side of the fight, to be fair, so this is still possible. He could maybe catch a couple of players off guard as they try to transition to deal with the ones that are far away. Shots out as well from Jawad. There goes Thanos down for the count. And I think that might be the play for Jawad to be like, look, I kind of want the help, mate. I don't think there's any point in this situation. They are on the hunt, and Decoy, worst hide-and-seek player you will ever see. You have been found and done and dusted in the play. But again, they got Jawad away in that situation, so it is not game over for that squad. They will live to see another zone, but still, it's difficult when Team Natasha are flying at you.
It is. You got to assume as well that the reason you get found so easy there, if you're Decoy, you're appearing on a sensor dart. And as if the sensor dart was in play from the very beginning, we can't really see that in Codcaster, but that means Shifty, they're such a strong team even if they don't have the information. And with knowledge of location being power in Warzone more than ever, just makes it light work for them. Set themselves up, and we will continue to rotate. If you are FIFA Kill and this T1 roster, they're just going to hold the edge of the gas here over by the villas, considering the rotation. And this is from more towards the northwesterly side of this circle. Quite a bit of rotating to do, but at least from here, you can drop in through security. And you can see the lighthouse ahead of them. That's where they came from. That's where they've wingsuited over from after the last engagement. They will actually have a relatively clear path to the next part of the circle and can hold out several teams just underneath your picture-in-picture there.
They will be on their way here towards that zone. And we talked about it and said it's probably going to end up on firing range. Well, firing range is slap bang in the middle of that circle. So more likely than not, that is where we're going to be finishing. Now shots across the way here for Fluxury and Co. Of course, Control and Shiv also up in this situation. It's a 3 versus 3. Versity down for Naya. And that's probably not the best weapon to take. You've got basically a basic AK-27 to work with. Fluxury, on the other hand, has a high-level M15. It's not the most ideal weapon, but still it will get you the shots. That got also there. We can't tell what loadout it is, but it is going to be a high-level one. So it does look like Fluxury and Co. have the advantage in this situation. They've also just got another player back in. So this team on the other side, Anahir and Co. in trouble. There's the shots out from Shiv with the HK-78. Going to have to hit the reload in this situation, but one player down, starting to run out of options. Barney, at the very least, able to take some shots over the top. And there's a double hit actually coming through with Control down for the count. Conal also knocked, and all of a sudden, a reversal of the play. Barney tries to pressure these players. Not going to happen. Gas now starting to approach as well. Versity feeling the heat hot under the collar inside the gas. Running out of options. Flying at these players is all you've possibly got. You're also starting to get separated in towards the gas player. And Versity just cannot stomach it. They take a player down with them at least. Conal will now get revived, but still, that was an unfortunate one with the gas coming in like it did.
I don't know if Shiv's gonna make it. Oh my god, just about gets there in time. Okay, very close for that roster. Do you escape? I think you keep 3 men in the fight, so you did very well there. I thought for a second Adley and Barney had managed to flip the script entirely. Cradle Bomb comes in very late here. So this could be problematic for a couple of rosters that were looking to hold down center mass. FIFA Kills line up, rotating through the ruins here. Spam will find Jammer and finish him off inside Murky Waters. One player on the shoreline here. That's a player from Stephanie's roster. I don't think they're ready for this fight at all. Have you got any reinforcements to call in here? If not, FIFA Kill's about to make very light work of you.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way out of that. Well, hang on. There might be. There might be. FIFA Kill gliding in towards the water. Now you have to shoot at the water as much as possible. And there goes Matty. That is that entire squad wiped. Unfortunate for them. Team FIFA Kill are on the prowl. 4 kills for FIFA himself. Those guys have been shooting. You can see them. Now currently actually just covered up by our gameplay feed, but they are still starting to move in towards that central zone. And a couple of squads currently sat on it will be team number 10. I believe that's Punkil and co. They are currently sat right in the middle of the zones. They are in a really good position for what could be the final zone. Elsewhere, Rocket starting to get kills. That's Chow down for the count. So his teammates there now going to have to start to pick things up a little bit.
A lovely positioning here from Cooker, by the way, who catches Authentics trying to grapple away. Teammate may look to go in for a quick res, but if Cooker just... Oh, that landing is insane. If you're Authentics, you actually end up beneath the concrete beam that holds the bridge. So you'll be spared your blushes for a moment. And there is a member of Squad 21 just trying to rotate in through the back here. That flank timing could be perfect to open this fight up, but unfortunately, Authentics is knocked right in front of you.
Yeah, you've got a lot to work to do if you are that separate player. Can they do anything in the situation? Certainly not before the rest of the squad is going to go down. There goes Authentics, Cooker, shots in. There goes Swizzin as well. And now that last remaining player, I think that the game plan kind of changes significantly, right? Doesn't it? I mean, are you going to go aggressively for these kills, or are you going to try and just get the hell out of dodge? Either way, you're going to be in a 1 versus 2. Up and over goes Rocket, and down to the ground goes Sariel. Good effort for Sariel there, but down they go regardless. I believe one player might have just managed to come back in towards the end of that game, or at the end of that fight. So Team Sariel and co, they will survive for the moment here, but still, this is that roster that we were talking about. iHeat and co are sat right in the middle of the zombies, and they are trying to get as much resources as possible here. It's nice to have this position. It's not so nice when you need to fight the zombies.
Yeah, I wonder if this was intended or if this is just the fact of the late Cradle Bomb causing issue, because they probably wanted to just set themselves up center zone here and hold out. Cradle Bomb lands, means that you are going to have the zombies. Could provide you loot, sure, but also gives window of opportunity for others to rotate in and third party this. Heeds will get his teammates back into this fight. Scoop's plenty of loot as well. I'm seeing a Deadeye drone on the right. Could be useful later. And that number 2 that you're seeing on the minimap, that's Phylax's roster. Foz and Rafix and Marcus alongside. But the HKDs... And let me tell you, those things are a nightmare. Will mop you up regardless of wherever you try and escape from. Hey, just about stay up if you are going to be Heeds. We look over at different team, and Wars and co are having a hell of a time here. But you are trapped relatively in these ruins. Squad 19, they're going to be on the shoreline trying to hold you in.
It's not just them as well. It's also FIFA Kill all across the way. There are a couple of players down. And that might be the only good thing here for squad number 15 is the fact that you've got this fight going down. You could use it to your advantage. They're going to have to burn through some resources to deal with Team FIFA Kill sooner or later. Vision down for the count now. Those shots from Team FIFA Kill starting to become a real problem here for Jukies and co. No way do they do this. Despite being a man disadvantage, they completely burned through the squad. They thought they were in such a good position trying to hold the squad to the water, and it's all gone to pot. Now, if you're Disrupt and Echo, you have to turn your attention towards this squad that's in the water. You still have favorable positioning, though, even though you don't have the numbers.
Yeah, huge set of kills as well, because this could provide you with the loot you've been looking for. I was looking at Disrupt a moment ago. He's running a green AK. I'm going to assume it's a recon build, but it is by far the best tool in the arsenal that these squads will be fighting with you with. So, for Shucks, he instead, a legendary EGRT in his pocket. And I'm not sure if that was a sniper bullet, but something heavy slammed into that wall right in front of him. And you do spy the players on rotation. Circle's going to begin to encroach. And as such, you've got to consider your own rotation ahead of this team. But it's just trying to spot how many players are we about to be up against.
There goes Decker on the other side. Open fronts. One more player down low, switches towards the SMG to get it done, and there it is. Easy peasy for that squad. Team Decky and co starting to find more kills. Armin down low, gets beamed. That's so unfortunate of a situation to be in. So that's Team Almond really in a terrible spot. Just one more player left up. I think it's Natasha that might actually be left up in this situation as well. She's going to have to get the hell out of Dodge and just fly away. Either way, that's a lot of positioning there for Team Decky to be involved with. Elsewhere across the zone, Team Rukit having to chill here for the moment. We talked a little bit about team number 2. That was Falaxi. I believe they are now slightly weakened on the other side of this fight. Sensidar out now for Rocket. They now know that it is just the one player, and they're like, yep, green light, time to take this last player down. We want this kill. Fuzzin nowhere to go, gets beamed.
Rocket will instantly take a sniper round to the chest. Has to replay down to his final 2. So wants to deal with this dead eye as quickly as possible. And that's what I'm talking about. Rocket's a hell of a shooter, but those things are a pain in the backside. And it'll drop them. Just as you start to look towards endgame situations, we get a wide view of everything. And Circle will pull directly to firing range. 3 teams will be sat inside it. That's 4, 7, and 9. So Baraska's roster, just funky. And then I think that other one's going to be Decky's team approaching in from that east side. Those 3 fighting over endgame condition. However, you've got to clean up these fights quickly if you want this landmass, because other teams will now be on the way there.
Yeah, fights across the way as well. Oh, look at this. One player still chilling like a villain inside. I believe this is a team, I want to say it's Team Anaja, I think, that has a player. Yeah, there it is. It is Anaya. And they are going to have to start getting moving soon because the gas is encroaching on them. And I think at this point in the game, even though yourself, you've only got 0 kills to your name, you don't have any resources. This is the best thing you could possibly do. Just try and hang in this helicopter for as long as humanly possible. Wait things out and get yourself a higher multiplier, because the longer you go in the game, the more of a multiplier you get, and we are just outside of that 1.6 times multiplier here in this one. Back though towards Team Decky. They have a little bit of space. Who doesn't though? Inside the fire range, all those teams that we were talking about now starting to move their way on through, and one player outside, Zamza, being a proper nuisance here, looking for the fight across the way. 4 players. I think Zamza knows that might be a little bit too much to chew on. Just going to try and get the hell out of Dodge, and to be fair, he is going to safely escape.
Safely for now, just the one plate in pocket. Might be wise to find a rock, a crevice to hide amongst, and wait out for that top 10. As you said, it will take you from the 1.4 to the 1.6. Every one of your kills will be that little bit more valuable. Investment in your hard work, and well, the payout for the rotation and the escape plan that you had earlier is to be absolutely slaughtered by the Polish squad of Rocket and Co. Finding yet more kills. Seems like they're having themselves their best map of the afternoon. For the Germans plus Austrian in Decky, you will pop out a sensor dart and it's going to tell you that this Polish team are ready for a fight. But have you completely misread this? I was a little bit worried. Lays crosses in front of pretty much everybody, and now you square up.
As the opening shots coming through from Stukex. Shots out as well with the MXR. This thing is my weapon of choice whenever I can possibly get it.
Looking for that bounty, by the way. Absolutely shredded the vehicle.
Yeah. That's a lot of bad damage going through. It most certainly would help you. Of course, you do, technically speaking, have to get a lot of kills, though. You can't just rely on damage against a vehicle. But still, yeah, they will get those gunfights. One player, of course, still up. You can see it on the minimap. That is still Anaya, by the way. I saw a helicopter come down from the heavens, and I thought that was going to be her. I don't think it was. I think Anaya is still up there, still trying to go as high as she possibly can. She's already got that 1.6. Can she get the 1.8 is the question. She's being the MVP for the squad at the moment.
Oh, certainly. Rasta cheering on their captain as she tries to make good on all the multipliers she can. 1.8 for the 5th, as you said. After that, it's 2x for the first place. I don't see her pulling that one out the bag. Heeds, Master 5k. Will took themselves in. Decky's going to float over. Manages to get down onto ground. But look at all this. Look at the minimap top left. So many different teams pressed into the same area. There's a full 4-man in Team 15. I believe that's Shux and Co. So Shux, Prodigy Wars, and Gabs. Everyone else looks to be at least a 3 or below. As such, theirs to lose, but they're going in a big fight right now against Decking. You want to make sure you don't lose any men in that occasion.
listen, I just want to know how many kills Anahia wipes out with that helicopter, man. It just bring that thing down, get as many kills as possible. If she somehow gets first place, I'm done. I don't know what anymore, but highly doubt that is going to happen still. You look at the amount of players layered on top of one another. There goes Lipton and Co. Squad has been fully wiped. Shucks. I don't think they lost any players in the play either, so they'll be sitting pretty. Here we go. On the other side, Baraska on the other side of this fight against Poonkill. They have to go. They've got no choice. They've got to either back out the back of this site or try and just take this fight. And I think it might actually just be a choice to back up. They're going to get pushed here by Baraska and Co. Shield bubble down here for the moment, and that will help them. You can, of course, shoot out of that thing. You cannot shoot into it, and that is going to make their life a little bit better. Sitting very pretty at the moment will be squad number 7 in the middle. They've got nothing to worry about.
Absolutely nothing at all. Master 5K trying to stay up. Takes a breath, assesses the situation, and actually allows everyone else to engage for a half moment. Can you third party some of this? Get yourself the victory. Kiriku's going to find Bet. Rolling in though, still that squad 15. This is Prodigy and that lineup. A 3v3, v2. Hivok and Kiriku sandwich between these two rosters. Do you let them engage first? Well, it turns out that will be how it unfolds. Master 5K finds knock on Prodigy. Kiriku then activates and swarms to find Shucks. 3v2v1 final fight.
What an unfortunate situation there. Team Shucks, they had the rooftop. Normally that's a great situation. Now no longer the case when there's sandwich between two different teams. Now it's going to be team number 7 going up top as well for that rooftop. And on the other side, it's iHeats. They know they've only got one player left to deal with. The Rez is unlikely in this situation. Your only choice is to fly. Rez is definitely not going to happen. Now no, it's not the case whatsoever. One last player to deal with. Kiriku tries to escape, and there is no escape as the victory goes their way. Oh, so many teams layered on top against each other there in fine range, but it is going to be Poonkill and Co. that come out on top.
Certainly is. Great work from them, to be honest. I mean, they have to rotate in through off towards the eastern side, and it's kind of assessing, okay, this team's down low, this team's up high. Which one's going to be the bigger threat to our victory in the end? They correctly go with the team that holds the high ground. I'm not sure they're fully aware that actually that's the team with the more numbers in the fight, but it works out plentiful for them in the end, as that then lets them swarm over what's left in that engagement. So great stuff out of them. A lot of different teams trying to figure out exactly how to work in firing range, considering we had, what, 8 squads in a circle so small. And to handle all of that chaos certainly stands as a true test to their abilities.
Yeah, 100%. And considering how early they got to that zone as well, it's just, you know, they were in firing range for the longest time. They were fighting zombies for the longest time as well. Yeah, shout out to those guys for able to win game number 4. We are just one drop away from shuffling all of our groups around here, but we've got one more game of action with Group A facing Group B here on the broadcast. We're going to take a break. On the other side, we got more action from Avalon. We'll see you in a moment.
The trials of Avalon continue once more, and this time around, we've just witnessed Team Punkil walk away victorious with 15 eliminations under their belt. This time around, I'm joined alongside the lovely Bryce and Ton. Bryce and Ton, what have we been making of the matches so far? Have the games been panning out as you had expected heading into a new map like Avalon?
A little bit, yeah. I think teams are being more concise with the decisions they're making, right? Especially when it comes towards the late game. You see them talking about position a lot more. They're like really nervous about it now. They know they can kind of readjust with the grapples going forward, but they know they'll get punished if they don't. You know, this game can really take you down. Even with things like exotic armor, you know, a team shoots you, you're going down very, very fast. So they're really trying to get in the best possible position before that end game, and then they can mess around with grapples.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our moments of the match powered by AMD. Whilst Ton, I have a few specific questions for you.
Oh.
Heading in, I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you know, you're the expert round here. Now, heading into this match, Team Barasaka, they had prime position right in the middle of firing range pretty early on in the game. And of course, the final circle ended up being roundabouts there as well, and yet they didn't necessarily get the most amount of eliminations under their belt. Is that the best strat heading into a game mode like this, into a match like this, and overall a tournament like this, to kind of get early zone, play pretty safe, don't necessarily back yourself with some eliminations?
It's the prime tactic, I would say, if you want to finish middle of the pack, to be honest with you. That's the thing. The multiplier only means as much as the kills you get, right? It doesn't matter. Like, again, the example I always give is, like, what 300 times 0 is still a 0, right? Like, you need to get the kills to make those multipliers actually worth it. So, look, I don't hate it if they want to hold that position, because at the end of the day, if you get the circle and it's getting down to the later stages and you still have that circle, you're not going to move out of it necessarily, so I get that. Nobody really presented themselves to them for the most part. They did okay, but yeah, it's not going to win you this tournament, that strat, if that's something you want to keep going. But look, not too bad of a result from them. Just need to pick up a couple of big kill games and they're back into the mix. But yeah, it's not necessarily the most optimum. The most optimum is just kill everything that moves and then hope for the multiplier as well.
Well, speaking about killing everything that moves, Team Punkil ended up facing off against a horde of zombies in their wake as well. We had Heeds taking a bunch of damage as well. Bryce, would you say it's a little bit of a risky play or well worth the sacrifice?
Honestly, anything to do with the cradle bomb is normally worth it. I said it is difficult, right? The zombies aren't the easiest thing to do. Obviously, there are the two different ones. You either face the mangler, which I think is the easier of the two, right? Because it's a kind of a focused point and you know where everything's coming from. Or you've got to get your 10 zombies and then go to the box and see what you get. Both which have some issues. I don't think the mangler is a dangerous enemy, so it is, for me, a bit easier to concentrate on a single focal point rather than everybody split up and look for zombies to take down. But you can do that one a bit quicker depending on how far away they are. So for me, the biggest question, it's not about the zombies themselves, it's about who turns up after the zombies are done, because any of these teams in this tournament should be able to handle the cradle bomb very, very easily. But you make yourself a massive target because other people want that loot.
Absolutely. Well, I know, Tan, you had mentioned it a little bit earlier on. I've already quizzed the previous guys on this. This time around, we ended up having 7 squads alive by Circle 8. I know you guys had kind of expected more of our squads to be alive in the later stages of the game, and we're slowly edging our way closer to that stage. Why do you think it might be that it's been a bit of a struggle so far?
I think there maybe is just a bit of a disparity, because I think when it has come down to Black Ops Royale, look, it has been a case of, you know, you need to make sure you get that look, that rub of the green, so to speak. But you also notice that there's a bit of more of a skill gap with the movement, with the grapples, etc. When it has come down to some of these fights, you all aren't running the same thing. It does make a difference. I think some teams are maybe having some unfortunate starts and dropping off quite early. So we are seeing a lot of kills kind of come down, and then there are some teams who are getting farmed a little bit, to be honest with you. So I think it's just more so of maybe a top-heavy part of the group, to be honest with you. I think that could be it, but realistically, I think it also depends on zone. It really is dependent on that, if there is actually the room and the cover for everybody to be there.
Well, taking a look once more at our Scuff Bounty Challenge heading into today, we posed the question of which team would end up being the one with the highest amount of damage in a single game. Now, Team FIFA Kill are sitting pretty comfortable in second place. Do we think that they could be the team to close it all out by the end of this?
You would think so, to be honest with you. I mean, they're not too far away from it, but for this in particular, 18,000 is quite a significant more point there for Team Huskers, to be honest with you. That is a big old game. So 3k more damage, hard for them to bring that back, but that's a really, really good line that's been drawn in the sand there. So 18,500. It can be caught, but it's quite the difference from second and third.
How are you feeling, Brycey, about the teams and how they've been performing thus far? Because in that previous matchup, Team FIFA Kill only had 2 players left alive by Circle 5. Do you feel like they were lacking a little bit of aggression? Do you think we're going to see a newfound Team FIFA Kill? Maybe they survive a little bit longer.
It's one of these ones where I don't think they're really going to change much. They want to be aggressive. They want to keep getting it. It has done very well for them. That's the key. You know, they get the kills. They get to the late game. It's an absolute bonus. That kind of strategy they're relying on here is to accumulate a lot of points regardless, because if they get those points, they're always going to have them. If they survive to late game, well, of course, then they get even more. So, you know, it's if you just try and survive, you might not have the points to make the multiplier matter. So right now, Team FIFA Kill, I expect them to keep pushing. They might be looking at Team Decky just for a little bit, because they're not that far behind when you kind of add in the multipliers and everything else going forward. But so far, so good for FIFA Kill.
Well, FIFA Kill and Co were only sitting in at around 106 points prior to this. Team Natasha actually ended up being in second place as well. So I'm loving the fact that, you know, all of these teams are really switching things up a lot more. Team Decky in particular, I've been really impressed with. Would you say, Ton, that the Team Decky have impressed you to the extent that you thought they would?
Yeah, no, they've done really well, to be honest. I think obviously we're coming into this, we know those names relatively well. Did I expect them to be doing as well so far? Probably not. I thought, you know, realistically, they'd probably be sitting a couple more places down than where they are right now. But good performance all around. That first game that we've seen them obviously do well in was a massive outlier to help them through. And that's the thing for a lot of these teams. If you can get a good game in one first place finish in one of your group games, it puts you in a really good position to then crack on. You can have some average games after that and still be in a good spot. They only needed one good game, and that's put them in that position.
Well, let's go ahead and get our Game 5 underway, the final one of Groups A and B going head-to-head.
All right, let's find out how they settle into this one. So far, our front-running team of FIFA Kill has really been running up the score, but it hasn't been all plain sailing. They'll be looking for another big point game here, time to end it out. Maybe not a record setter, but certainly something to keep them floating nice and high.
Yeah, no, and again, that's it. I think, you know, we look at it, and every team will want to win every single drop. Don't get me wrong. You're going in with that objective, but that's just not how Battle Royales work, right? We know that. So for some of these teams, once you got a couple of really good results, as I just mentioned, it's all about just having those middle-of-the-road games. You just can't, like, I think for a lot of these squads, all you have to do is just prevent those really bad ones, like few points. You can't do that if you want to be going on to win this tournament. You very much have to be there every single game, putting up okay numbers. Now they're at a good spot, though, that all that could really take them out of this good position is a really bad game. So I think it's just preventing that from happening now. Not too far away for them, though. They're in a really, really nice spot.
Yeah, they certainly are. We'll find out just how the other teams adjust then, because there are a few going behind. But I have got word that the drop is just upon us as the teams start to populate in. And I think they're all getting into the lobby right about now. I can see them starting to give the warm-up going through. But yeah, a couple of these teams may have learned a few things. We did have some towards the lower end of our bracket not having the most amount of fun. And truth being told, some of them could really improve their score and position just by getting a couple of squad wipes. So, hey, maybe even set a trap for somebody. See if you can get the early, easy 3Ps as well. And maybe, just maybe, they can turn their fortune around.
Yeah, and it's about maybe just having a bit of a better time of things on the loadout front. Maybe you do get in a Cradle Bomb uncontested if you're one of these lower end teams. Get yourself in that better position. You need to take every single advantage that you can do. Look, we've still got plenty more group games to go through. But for some of these teams, you need to make sure you're locking in as soon as you possibly can. It's far from over, but you don't have that much more time. You need to wake up with a good game at some stage, but you are right. You know, you get a couple of squad wipes, but put yourself in that position to succeed as much as you possibly can. Some of these teams have just not been able to get things up and running, and that has been the problem. But here we go. Into drop 5 we head. Should be an interesting one, Brycey. A few more here to go today.
Well, here we go. Fortune favors the brave, and our team's jumping right into the action here. Spreading all across Avalon as best they can. Looking for the good loot. Already, a couple of early drops. Actually, we can see Car Factory is heavily populated straight off the bat here. But everybody also paying a little bit of attention to that first circle. Nobody really going too far outside it. I say that, I already see a team stretching very, very far for it, but at the moment, nobody going for center map.
Team's just figuring out the best way to kick things off yet. But with Zamza and Co, though. Popular MZ just trying to get something going. Bit of a fight here, though. Over towards the car factory, as you mentioned. A lot of big teams over here as well. Yabs and Co going to try and get something going. You don't mind that. To see the upgrades coming through on a decent gun as well. There should be a pick. And it is going to be Dirty taken down. So Popular and MZ combining well, but they're not the only team here. Team 15 just alongside them as well.
Well, just looking on an overview of some of our big teams here, actually, there's a bit of a fight going down with this one. Car Factory is just as busy as we thought it would be. But I was also just keeping an eye on the minimap of where some of our other big teams have gone. Team Fever Kill are alone by stadium. I'm just looking for Team Decky. I think they've disappeared into the top of the map, actually. There's not a lot of people near them, and they've spread out quite significantly.
See what they can do with it. Just getting themselves set up. Again, though, it kind of falls into that conversation that we've been consistently having, though, that it's so crucial that you manage to have yourself a good start. When it does come down to Black Ops Royale, but you're not going to be able to hit those shots, though. Prodigy can manage to deal with Max there. Nicely done. Gabs is there to pick up the pieces as well. Toxie will also be dropped, and that's Car Factory under lock and key from Squad 15.
This is what they want. Get only a couple of kills and basically take as much space as you can to find what you need. Everybody just trying to get through here. Chow also having a good time in the grand scheme of things. Not so much on this one. A bit of a fight coming up for them. You can already see it might be another bit of a roof battle going through. I believe it's Team Viero that was near them. And Viero is actually much more cohesive. So they might be able to catch them, but they're just waiting. They've definitely been seen here. He's just hiding out.
Not the best of positions, but wanting to hold it down. That's the thing. Yeah, choosing to pick his shots. Goes for the maybe not optimum moment, but then that's how it makes things just a little bit more difficult with the grapples. It is, for all I think, a gap that people are going to start building when you do start using them a little bit better. For some teams, though, it can be a real get-out-of-jail-free card. Can't find the gunfight there. Starmy and Co doing really well, and Bet the only one left alive. Still all 24 teams here in drop number 4, or drop number 5. Hard to count, I know. Chow did actually fall on the back of that gunfight that did not go his way. Authentics now managing to find a gun along the way. Not the best, but it's one of those that you just need to sacrifice some upgrades to. You can't necessarily be just holding on to white guns or not going for anything in particular. You just have to find what you can on occasion. So as an Ensario still kicking about and nearby. You do with finding a couple of kills here, though, if they possibly can do.
Everybody's starting to get a little bit mixy here. There's lots of surface area, but we've now got 5 players all within a penny. Waiting for us. Ariel was probably getting caught out from his team. There are 4 members here of Viero. And already there's a bit of a fight. They found him in the corner, managed to take down 1 already. I wonder if a sensor helped that one out, because they seem to know exactly where they were. Members of the team also flying away here from Team Chow. I mean, Switzerland does not want to engage. Oh, he's hoping for... Actually, no, I was wondering whether they're going to try and sneak up, but this doesn't seem optimal, laying in the middle of the street, Tom.
Catch them off guard. I think that might be the plan. Or do you really have any opportunity to do something here? And they actually did use their redeploy off the top of the game, I believe. So that could be a big fight. Deck now. Haven't had too much of an opportunity to stay on board yet. With Fluxury, Shiv and Co. Yeah, from Group A now, just trying to keep things going. Team right below them here. This moment in time, just trying to keep things rolling, just trying to stay with this little bit of an advantage above them. Jammer will find 1 before he does get traded. Height advantage, very crucial in and around the Pier District. This is an awkward fight at the best of times. These buildings were all obviously very, very similar as you dot around Low Town, High Town, and around this area of the map. Teams starting to learn them, and while teams are starting to learn, probably stay away from Shifty and Almond and Co. Sensational work from them. A couple of different teams in and around this area, and everybody getting dropped over towards the other side of the map, though. And Marcus having to survive here for squad number 2, which of course is Falaxi and Co.
It's not going to be for very long.
Yeah, no, absolute hell.
You can try, but you really can't deal with the 1 versus 4 in that scenario. Seeing more fights actually pour in here. Two teams very close to each other going for this one. I believe this is going to be Juki's against Anya. I think Juki's actually backing off.
Maybe they want the part of this. Trying to back away, but there's only 2 of them up against 4, so I'm not sure if we actually have the ability to have a look at the map just this second. But it's one of those that we need to kind of keep an eye on because they may well just be spreading themselves out at this stage. So Swizzen now going to have to try and continue to survive. And this has been the case for Chow's team for quite some time now. Swizzen just trying to get them out of jail. He'll do really, really well to get them all back in though. To be honest with you, it's really difficult as a one-man to get 3 teammates back in. I can't imagine that others are going to allow you to do that.
At the moment, making trails, looking whereabouts they can go. Just having a look on the map there, just to see where they could get to. At the moment, if they continue on this path, I don't know exactly where the revive tower would be popped on that, but they are pretty clear.
Decoy just trying to put some shots down, still over towards this Pier District. Another team getting involved. Team Shiv and Co were here and, well, quite literally dominating, but this time around, Decoy, Thanos, and Juadol came on through. Found at least a couple of kills, so add it to the tally. Still every single team alive and kicking. Are they still hunting them down here? It looks that way. If you add Barney and Co, there should be a wipe coming through. There should be Chow's team. Actually, no, on the other side of the map there. That's Yaka. I mean, I just seen the colors and was presuming. Didn't even look in the top left corner. Brycey bit irrelevant with that. Teams getting farmed left, right, and center.
Just holding there. Is a bit of a push coming in now. I believe it's Team Fever Kill that, well, I say are swooping. It's one player from Team Fever Kill who's taken the high ground, and the rest of them have now smelt blood in the water. Incoming. Run, use the grapple, keep grappling, keep running for you. They are coming, but they have got the first one down, and they have just smelt destruction. Players from reinforcements coming in. They might even say, don't land here, do not land here. The terrors are upon us.
Yeah, not a good team to be on top of you, realistically. Not ideal by any sense of the imagination. Did well to get out of it, to be honest with you. Good rotation off, and as you can see, the circle starting coming over towards the Pier District. Chop shop over towards the south side. Big mountain in the middle there as well, though, to fight over towards firing range where we are right now. Gotta be careful, as teams will start to converge around this area now. It's always awkward when there's quite a bit of water involved, of course, with the final circle. We could be heading in that direction, chop shop. But we'll see, as teams now still continuously trying to fight over the firing range side of the map.
Bit of a drive-by going through. Not a drive-by, a drive-to. Gotta jump up and down on this one. A real slim JD in a bit of a bad position, as you can see the fight's kicking off there, but that's a little bit of an ankle's broken. Oh, Crazy Snake has just taken down Decoy, unfortunately, already going for it as well. Oh, that could have been so incredible, but 2 versus 4 does not go their way, even with great plays by Crazy Snake.
They did well, honestly. If that wasn't a 2 versus 4, they'd probably go on to win it. A couple of teams now dropped as well. If you're Thanos and Co, you're a little disappointed that that one didn't go maybe a little bit more simple. To be honest, it should have been, quite frankly. Either way, they will still continue to win that fight. Now Pokey left on his own with Quicker and Co. He needs to continue to survive. Technical 1v1 here. It really does have the...
to be in.
I mean, just a terrible fight to be in.
Oh, making a move here. 28 bullets. Oh, gets it down as well. Porky just didn't have any of the resources needed to get out of there. And, well, you find one. Unfortunately, they find you. You've made the noise, and you are going to go down before the smokes can get you out of it. There is absolutely no mercy on Avalon.
Team's very well aware of what was going on there. 1v1 fight. Did go the opposite direction. Katsu's going to run into a few here. Sees one, seeing the one closer as well. Might be able to melt him. Can he find the pickup on it as well? That's got to be the objective now. He should be in a lot of trouble. Murray gets taken down. Katsu's team actually on the way, just behind him. Not too far away whatsoever. Matty here with the cover. Not the best of guns from this position, realistically. Very low on the upgrade. That might actually even be white at this stage. Clamp, though. Different position. Look at this. Just trying to get an angle. And can start to close that gap. He'll put this pressure on. The mount of the LMG. Okay, maybe not the crispiest of shots. But irrelevant of that, they've kept them at bay. Awkward fight down here. And a real awkward position now for Katsu and Co. Great shots coming in.
Bit of a push going through as well. They've been suppressed by their heavy LMG, pumping bullets, but fortunately they've got reinforcements. Their bodies are here. They've won this gunfight after taking an awful lot of damage. The rest of the team getting out of here. Not happy about that one. Stephanie MX and Co have had to get out. I thought they had the advantage. There were several players they'd already made weak.
Yeah, it felt that way, didn't it? It really did. They don't get away with it, though, and all of a sudden it's back to the drawing board. Masters 5K just trying to fight through with the sniper. It's such an annoyance. Not the easiest thing to actually shoot, I will say. Not the easiest thing to shoot if you're Heeds when you just see all that armor coming up. It's just such a difficult position. Doesn't matter if you've got the same guns, all the same gunny. Just so hard to fight. Stukax will find another. Nicely done. They can keep things rolling now. Can Team Decky. Another good game out of them. Puts them right in the conversation between these two groups in A and B. It'd be fantastic so far. But Master 5K, he's done extremely well at 5-1, and you will take that all day long. Not the worst result.
It's going up. Needles being threaded. Reinforcements flying in. They are fighting from the ground floor here. One team defending on the top. Believe that's going to be Emzia, who have basically taken the top floor. Not too worried about it at the moment. You can see already there's going to be an Overwatch coming through as well. They do not want to let them move, Ton.
Squeeze has come through. They've done really well. Thanos decoy. Nothing you can really do about that. Big flank actually coming through on the top side. Are they able to continue to survive this? Two players have now been dropped. Can everybody else come in through the smoke and the chaos? Yes, they can. And that's a team wipe. Squad 14 outside of... Yeah, no. Didn't have any redeploys whatsoever. They're back in and they are gone. What a fight that is from Humud and Jawad. Sensational work. And it was the flank that came around. I think somebody must have had a grapple. They find a way from behind, drop two of them, and even the odds and win the fight out from there. Nicely done. From Team 11 and Jawad and Co.
It did look like a lot of damage had been done there early on. I mean, Team MZ, you saw them in the kill feed, but some of the players have gone down in that fight and it hadn't really registered. Obviously, second team in managed to, well, the second duo, I should say, managed to clean up sufficiently, but it was a little bit dangerous for them. But that is an elimination. We are going to an end here where there's an awful lot of water available. At the moment, it will squeeze out a little bit from the zone where it actually goes, as you can see. It does look like the hill is the place to be.
On board here with FIFA and Co. Trying to find a way around, but yeah, the hill is the place to be. And the team that are up there are Team Natasha, which is Shifty, Helm, and Z-Smith, and Natasha, obviously. That's a scary team to have in that kind of position. They're going to be able to cause a lot of problems from there. But you can see already, FIFA and Co want to try and find themselves up there in a little bit of a better spot. Zone going to be pulling very, very shortly. Circle starting to close. Expect some gunfights. Look at it. I mean, we can obviously on our side of things, but the south side of this circle is going to be utter chaos shortly. A lot of islands, a lot of water. So team still fighting for this kind of position. Don't mind this from Stukas as well. Just a little bit of scouting here.
Who do I see? Well, we see Team Natasha. Oh, got a little bit there, and well, that player's basically got invisible. Of course, I get it, but there is a big fight on the bridge as well. Asak and FIFA kill. Running the numbers up as quickly as they can. I was actually having a little look at how they're doing so far into this one before those last couple of kills. Was at least 13. And would you believe it, Ton? That is, of course, the leading score.
No surprises to see that. Plenty of kills falling through. The Spam and Co. Have to be quick here to find any loot that they can. Make the most of it, but Plenty of grapples, always very, very handy. Controlling themselves up towards the bridge. Nicely done. Bit of a fight going on for control of communication tower here.
I don't think they're very happy. Team Deki is really not in the position they want to be in. Fighting up cliffs. Very little places to go here as they dive out of this one. Wingsuits cut down. Wings clipped. Nobody escaping from the gun line on the ridge. And they'll say, all right, thank you very much for that one. They've even got Almond up top on Overwatch.
Shifty's Eastman Almond all there. Just not who you want, really. Aiming down sights when you're trying to run away. And they look well stacked here as well. Incredible work from them. They're just going to continue to hold over towards this top side. And look at the circle. That's helped them as well. Absolutely phenomenal. That's going to work out very much in their favor. We can see an actual commitment having to go through from FIFA Kill and Code down low to try and find some kills. They've chosen to not fight for position just now. FIFA Kill going to get aggressive. He's got his teammates here with them as well. And there is another squad wipe. They are running through teams right now, Bryce.
Well, we knew they would be aggressive and continue to be so. Just actually having a look again. Yeah. What kills did I say they're on before? Because it looks like they're on 19 now. They have accelerated away from the rest of the pack.
Squad 12 are going to potentially be a danger here as well. That's Shifty and Co. Sitting on 14 currently. But the positioning from them is what's going to be important. Big push now coming via Chop Shop. And you're running at FIFA Kill and Co. again. Spam will find one. Oh, they're just going to chase them down as well. Spam is feeling it. There's a second drop. Eads will fall down. And that should be a wipe coming through. They've got them pretty much dead to rights into the water, just going for positional plays. Can you find a way out? It's looking unlikely, and there's another wipe. Spam finding all three. And nicely done, and they can keep this rolling now as well. Everybody's still alive and kicking. Maybe not the best of movement, but either way, nice work from FIFA Kill and Co. there. Now I'm going to have to start playing the position, though. Some really good kills coming out of them, but position is not looking mint at the moment.
Everything's getting compressed. There's an awful lot of teams rotating out. Team FIFA Kill are currently trying to fight for survival on the outside here, but a couple of kills going down. This is a big scalp if they can take it, but still not prime position.
I think they'd be partially third-partied here as well. Others are getting themselves involved. Spam with 6. FIFA with 8. Looking to try and add to this, just using the grapples as well as they can, but it is a Hail Mary coming out of Thief. That's 2 kills with the grenade, and that'll do that. Spins the fight on its head. 6 teams remaining.
Continuing to push this. They don't even really need it here. At the moment, we go back to Team Natasha. We've spoken about them from the beginning.
Positioning's been A1.
And they're looking to just stay in it. Stay in the high ground. Force the teams to come up. Grapples are good, but guns are better. And now they're just on Overwatch. Probably constantly talking. There is a player actually just hiding down beside them. That player, oh, eventually found. Might have been a sensor as they went looking for it as well here, but they're playing this very, very well. I mean, trying to farm anybody who comes through here. I mean, the problem is this FIFA Kill squad is probably going to be the next victims. There's just nowhere to move, nowhere to maneuver. The cover, well, it's vertical and they're firing from the top, so.
And that's been the case, though, for quite some time, that they have been parked up on top of this mountain and just feeling out everywhere they possibly can to then try and find some picks. They've got so much advantage because of the height. This should be their game to win.
Oh, this is prime position. This is basically as perfect of a finish as you could have. Well, they're going around the outside. They're trying to make this one work, but there's just nowhere to go. They hold all the angles. They guard all the doors. They have all the guns up, and Team Natasha will take that win away. And I tell you something, Ton, judging on what I've just seen here, that is a monumental score for them as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a big, big number for them. Some big kills being put up by a lot of people on this map, though, in particular. If you look at FIFA Kill and Co, did really well throughout. We're going to have a little look at the scoreboard in a second, but that is a big game out of Team Natasha, doing phenomenally well. But again, how often do we talk about it? I will continue to bang the drum. It's all about positioning. It doesn't matter if it's loadouts, no loadouts, whatever. It is the core responsibility of teams to have that positioning towards the latter stages. They seen where the circle was pulling. They went for the high ground. Works out in their favor, albeit, but the positioning absolutely phenomenal once again from Team Natasha. They take the win.
They certainly do. Well, we'll see how all the scores correlate right after this. Don't go anywhere. We're going to a quick break here on the Trials of Avalon, but we'll see you right after this.
The trials of Avalon continue as we've just seen Team Natasha walk away with their second victory of today. 25 kills under their belt. And what a performance that was, Bryce.
No, absolutely. I mean, we spoke before about positioning paying off here. You got to give them credit. A lot of kills before they got in that position. But once they got there, you see them kind of all spread out around the hill. They were just picking teams off everywhere they could. And it really helped rack up the kills to the point where they didn't even lose anybody over and over again. I think their biggest primary concern was ammunition.
Yeah. I want to give special props, though, Ton, to Team Decoy. What did you make of their performance? They had a bold push moment in a 4v2, and then obviously they had that incredible flank as well versus Team Emzia.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to recall. It was fantastic by them in that particular moment to get themselves some decent kills, and I think a relatively decent finish in the end. But yeah, I mean, all the credit has got to go, obviously, towards Team Natasha after that one. Positioning A1 once again, and thoroughly deserved victory for it.
Well, as we go ahead and recap our moments of the match powered by AMD, I want your thoughts and feelings as to how everything's been panning out thus far, because obviously up from this moment onwards, we're going to be taking a look at groups B and D. So what did we make of the first half of today?
Well, realistically, I think for me, it's been one of the cases of we are seeing some front runners, and it looks like just absolute aggression pays out. If you get a hot start, go for it. You know, if you have a couple of players who have kit themselves, if you get good armor or you get your guns upgraded early, start running at teams. I mean, you're already good enough for it. If you can get that little advantage, it might help you start racking up the points very, very quickly. I mean, that looks like it's been Team FIFA Kill's basic MO the entire way through. And, well, they've had an incredible time of it.
Yeah, it's been constant pace being set by these teams in particular. I mean, in that case, obviously, we've seen Team Natasha was kind of sitting back, but the positioning was too good to give up. But FIFA Kill and Co. just absolutely bombing through everybody, to be honest with you. Every single team that we noticed that they were running into was being dealt with on every single occasion. Incredible performance from them once again, and that kind of has been the case throughout all those games. But, of course, we're going to be pivoting into some new groups, Jasmine, and that should be interesting to go through as well.
You know what? I'm excited to see how groups C and D have been doing, along with B and D as well, of course. But for the two of you, during that match that we've just watched there, was there anybody else other than Team Natasha that really stood out to you?
Kind of going through it, I was thinking, Snake. I'll give a shout out to Snake.
Yeah,
we saw him go through. I was trying to remember what team he was on. But yeah, the absolute ankle break. Don't get me wrong, they lost. But the fact that he managed to essentially, I think, down 2 and finish 1 in what was a completely outworked scenario and break the ankles was superb.
Yeah, no, that was a really good moment as well. Just trying to recall a couple of them, if I could. It was Team MZA did okay. I think it's some stage during the game. I'd honestly seen a really good survival moment from Chow H1's team. They somehow managed to keep it going for quite some time. But I don't think it really amounted to a great deal for them at the very end of things. There was a lot of fights on the outside, though, by some teams who really do need those points, and they started to rack up some at least anyway. But very much, as Bressy said, the front runners are still there.
What about for Team Natasha being the only team to secure themselves 2 wins throughout today thus far? Did we expect them to be the team to be able to do so heading into today?
I think so. I think if you look at the credit that those guys have got in the bank as far as like LAN wins, as far as they're just prowess in general on the game, it is really at the top level of Warzone, really, isn't it? And it kind of shows that the fundamentals of being a good Warzone team, it still rings true into Black Ops Royale. There's obviously different mitigating factors. There's different sides of things as far as the weapons go, etc., that can really determine how games go. But at the same time, it's all about your positioning, understanding where that circle is going to likely pull to, how you're feeling about the position, what are the best positions within the circle you currently have to make that move to. A1 from them every single time in that respect.
How about for you, Brycey, as we start to head into new groups? Obviously, we've not had the opportunity to see how they play. Do you think it'll be much different to the groups that we've seen so far?
Only in terms of names, really. I think I expect to see our front runners, if you find a winning strategy and you are capable of setting pace, continue to do so. I am looking forward to seeing who really has been putting the hammer down in some of these other groups as well, and see how they're all matching up, to be fair, because we know there are big names scattered liberally throughout all of these groups. So while some of these teams have been having a good time in this section, because it's A versus B and C versus D, we'll see how they do when they match up against another 12 squads.
Let's go ahead and recap how the standings are looking for our groups A and B. And you boys can let me know if anybody really stands out to you. Obviously, Ton, I want you to mention someone other than Team FIFA Kill. Bro, you're not part of the team, okay? Please stop trying.
How can I know? They're top by like 40, Jasmine. Of course I'm going to talk about them. But like, no, they've been really good. I think Team Decky are another team who have surprised. Team Punkkill have kind of just been sliding along. But I think, honestly, for me, Team Juki's down in 6th. They might be ever so slightly disappointed by that. Team Chow, to be honest with you, sitting in 6th and 7th, they'll be wanting to do a little bit better than that, I would imagine. But realistic, there's still time to do something. Of course, this group standing kind of has went on, and they do have other games to go through. But realistically, for those two teams, you would expect maybe just a little bit more.
Bro thinks he's part of the team. He wants to join Team FIFA Kill so bad. But bro, see, I want your initial reactions as we take a look at the Group C and D standings. Let me know if there's any surprises that really stand out to you.
Well, Huskers has been setting unbelievable pace, breaking 200 points first of all, and not just breaking 200 points, 75 points above second place. Realistically, could have taken the game off or something. That is an unbelievable number to kind of put out here. Realistically, if you take them off, you know, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all very, very close. And it's not even that big of a difference all the way down to 9 if we're being truthful about it. But number 1 is an anomaly. Team Huskers running away with it.
How about for you taking a look at this turn?
Yeah, I think, honestly, seeing Team Enkyo not maybe a little bit higher as well. I mean, again, look, it's pretty tight, to be fair, outside of Team Huskers. If you go from 2nd, all the way down to 5th, it's a 20-point gap. So that's one decent game for one of these teams, and they already are probably going to be sitting in 2nd place. So, yeah, no, that can happen for some of these teams looking towards it, though. I mean, the KC Lena 5.2 over the games, that's far from ideal. But Team Huskers are being kind of hogging all of the points, to be frank. That is a outstanding lead that they have heading into a few more games. Incredible work from them, but yeah, everybody else just trying to play catch up.
I'm keen to take a look at the overall standings now. Is this where we really start to realize that Group A and B might be just built different in comparison to C and D? What are our thoughts?
I think it's all relative, though, right? I think, you know, in some of these games, you maybe be going up against groups that maybe suit your play style, or people aren't able to keep up. Team Huskers might have had a good time of things up against, obviously, in their group that we've seen already. But will they have as much luck when they're going up against FIFA Kill and Co? That's another, again, I'm not trying to be the fan club, but when you are going up against them, is it going to be as easy to find those wins? I would say arguably not. But at the same time, people who have been in those matches, you would have expected to be able to contend with what was going on there. But once they start going up against Team Natasha, Team FIFA Kill, when does that get a little bit more difficult? Because you see Team Huskers all the way up in the lead, but you got a lot of teams for A and B just not too far behind.
Brycey, this guy goes on an awful lot about Team FIFA Kill. How good is he as a player in general? Anywhere near as good as FIFA Kill, or is he just kind of fantasizing?
Well, no,
yeah,
of course not. What a ridiculous question. Yeah. Not even sure they're the same species. If I'm being public, I'm not even sure Ton's the best player in his house. So let alone compared to FIFA Kill, you know, we're really not comparing the same thing here.
That explains why Ton is such a big FIFA Kill fanboy, right?
When we played in one of those caster pro-ams, thank you very much, did FIFA Kill get gunned in the gulag at one stage by yours truly? Yes, he did. I don't want to hear the slander, okay?
That can be your claim to fame for the rest of eternity, Tana. I'll let you have it. Let's go ahead and dive into our next set of games.
Honestly, it's bullying at this stage, Brycey. I need to actually have a word with HR. Look, I think, but it's easy to talk about them, right? With how convincing they've been in the games that we've been going through, and this is not just me clapping back, but like how well they've been playing. It's hard not to recognize that, but we're going to get a good opportunity to see how some of these other teams have been going. Obviously, we haven't had a real look at Team Huskers' intense squad, to say the least. Let's see how they're going to be doing in front of our eyes, Brycey. I'd imagine just as well.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things here is now when we talk about going into our next set of games is there's a little bit of a different balance going through. I was actually just having a look at exactly who was in which one. So Group A versus Group C, that's where Huskers is going to be. His main competition from Group A, from what we've just seen, will be teams like Deki and Natasha. So those two, who are sitting, I believe, second and third in our original standings, will be going up against Huskers. Now, will that change how things settle out? Will he have a couple of more difficult fights? Will it even out, or will he find a bigger gap? Truth being told, I think realistically, that should be a bit more difficult for him. You know, there has been some very good teams in Group A. They have been keeping up in terms of the kills as well. So maybe we see Huskers slow down.
Potentially. I think we're going to be concentrating on being D this time around, if I remember correctly. So let's see how these games are going to go. We haven't seen this group go up against each other whatsoever. So this should be interesting. I'm curious actually having a look, because we've seen plenty of B. We haven't seen much of D. This is going to be an opportunity potentially for teams like Team Enkyo. Obviously, the Gentleman's crowd will be excited to see how they're going to go along. Enkyo, Grimlock, and Co. Looking over towards maybe Team Vortex, obviously, from Group D. That's another really solid roster. There's plenty in here, to be honest with you. Team Pentagon, again, we haven't really seen too much of them on broadcast. Going up against Group B, though, like looking to some of these teams, again, it's going to be the same kind of suspect, you would think. But for Group D, it's about trying to step up to the plate now to see what they can bring to the table, because they struggled up against Group C.
Well, they did. I mean, maybe some opportunities here to really rack the points up, of course, and then even tomorrow, you've got to switch all them around again. So we get a good kind of glut going through, but benefit now is we are going to be 5 games deep, and it does mean that you should really know what you're doing at this point and have things locked down. The biggest question, of course, will be about the drop zone. So before everybody kind of understands where they go, and they tend to go the same place every time, but obviously with 12 different teams in the mix, we might be seeing a bit of conflict over some of the key areas.
Yeah, I know we're just about to drop in, actually, so we're going to see how some of these teams go for the drop. And this is where it does change, to be honest with you. You are going into a different lobby. Is there anybody going to be contesting your spots? You're about to find out, to be honest with you, as we start to drop into the wonderful Avalon once again. Just becoming more of a fan of the map as time really does go on, Brycey. It's been really interesting to watch. Circle going to pull northeast. So keep an eye on a lot of people probably going over towards a wine area evacuation if you are going to go for your spots maybe a little bit late. But keeping an eye on Team 23, which is the Gentleman's crowd. See how they can get going here. Gromlock and Co. heading over towards Heliport. Teams all very much spreading out. Barely anyone dropped over towards Hightown or Lowtown, which is quite surprising. So there is going to be a lot of opportunity for teams over towards that well-contested, typically side of the map and well-looted side of the map to try and get something going. But he's opening fights to Clamp and Co. Bryce Nax falling down, and Tibbs now going to be left all on his own to kick things off.
Well, not where you want to be. You see them just trying to back out a little bit here. Oh, goes for the fight. That's Purple Armor, and that's like, okay, I don't want involved in this much anymore. Don't have a grapple. Do have a stim. Or does have a grapple, but has used it. That might have even done. Just let the people inside think he's up top. I mean, he's now walked up there, so they're going to know, but...
Trying to bait them doesn't necessarily have the best gun for this kind of thing. SMG will be better, but if you can finish off a kill, that's a really, really good effort from Tibbs. Trying to give it the movement, can't get it done. He'll get picked up. Clamp will take that one away. Nice start there on that side of the map for those teams in particular, sharing the kills somewhat. Very, very busy over towards the car factory, though. Seeing a lot of movement over towards this side of the map, to be honest with you. We seem to have a lot of fights going on over here.
A bit of a fight going on here. One player's already ended up dropping. They're just on the hunt here. Got to be careful. You see, they're not overcommitting. They do seem to know where they are, but a couple of bullets flying in, has to back down.
Yep, Team Leon are here right now. Trying to get themselves in a better position. They've got the numbers. You go, Kurt. Waiting for them to find the push down. Nice snap there. The SMG kind of keep things going. The movement not going to help you that time around. Really nice wipe coming through. Yogoka and Co. very much dealt with. That's going to be Car Factory pretty much under lock and key now. The Team Leona hero. Now they can start to get themselves in a better position, albeit the guns don't look too bad. The loaders don't look too bad at all. Over towards an entirely different fight here. This is Woodsy and Co. Going to be going up against team number 13, Kruger, Predax, and Crims. What can they do with this? Good fight to try and take, but which way is it going to end up? Going straight into the mix, though. There's Razzo up top trying to find something, just trying to find the angles, and there you go. There's the wipe. Was he an extra dealt with? Teammates still alive and kicking.
Bit of a fight still going on. Spraying down low, finds it. Needs to get out of there. Grapple to the top. Plates slamming in. Doesn't have a full load. Teammates are going to be down here, but still position is good. Well, the plate in. As we can see, has a couple to spare. Oh, still just being picked off every time he peeks.
Wow.
How many more have they got? And he goes for it as well. Well, that was just the perfect play. Wilcom would not let that one go and played about as well as you could. Realistically, also at a disadvantage, but still 1 ton.
Yeah, that was a really interesting fight, to be honest with you. Just getting the first bullet off time and time again. Now over towards a very, very different one. Prodigy and Co. Trying to get something going here. Team Jukies hasn't necessarily been as good of a day as they maybe would have expected. Had a pretty decent game number 1, but fell off just ever so slightly since then. I find plenty more. Sorry, it wasn't Team Juggies at all, actually. It was Team Wars, Shucks, Gabs, and Prodigy.
Yeah, I believe this is actually, I mean, we're so used to seeing Wars, Hoover Kill, and everyone else together, but yeah, this is apparently the captain for this one is Shucks. And so far, they're going to continue on rolling through. So we have a quick look at how Team MZ is doing. At the moment, looks like they're heading to a respawn tower if they can.
Yeah, it's one thing I actually love about this game. Is some of the momentum plays you can kind of get off with the wingsuits flying around the gaff. Have a lot of fun with it, to be honest with you. Disrupting Code just doing what they, typically have been doing, and that's wiping every team that gets in their way. Disrupt getting aggressive. There's a 4-man wipe, and there is a squad wiped for the very first time in this game. Might be a wipe, and there might be somebody coming up back off the respawn, to be honest with you. We haven't lost anybody on the official numbers, so presuming that they are going to continue to survive. And they often do play just the edge of the circle here. They're happy to fight anybody on their way in, all the way out to the left-hand side, and see how the circle is going to pull for them. Absolutely no problem. Still just central towards that original one. Heading up towards Winery, you're going to start to see teams probably find their way over towards that side of the map a little bit sooner rather than later.
Yeah, if we take a look through the minimap here, there's a couple of fights going on, but it's not that condensed yet. And I mean, teams still got an opportunity to dip in and out and get some loot for themselves. But is this a team going for the top here already? It's not pulling here, so this will be a rotate for them. Clearly waiting for the players, and a couple of players actually looking to use vehicles who are currently outside. Fair enough, it's these two teams. We just saw one of them. It was Stephanie MX, and now we're going on to Nanu. They're rotating as well as a fight kicks off.
Down towards the aqueduct, and it was Jadamed who come out on top just about. I wasn't too sure if there was shots being ran down there whilst we were seeing that fight, but not quite. SFK, you don't mind finding those. Plenty of perks, no problem. Keep you in a decent spot for a few minutes. Strix available as well. Never a bad thing to have. This looks like a pretty decent position to be in if you are the Gentle Hits. Fight still continuing over now towards Hightown. It was pretty unpopulated when we kicked off the lobby, but people fighting for position now. Joshy and Co here, team number 16. Trying to find plenty if they can. Seems like they've got the positioning here. Over team 10, which I think is Mizit and Co.
It's going to be a dangerous fight, and they're completely ignoring those pistol turrets, which you can do because you can shoot a lot faster than they can, and that was a bit of a blitz down towards the bottom. They weren't having any of it, Ton. They just went straight for them.
Got aggressive, used their positioning. We've only lost 2 teams. Plenty of movement going on here, though, over towards this side. Anxie and Co. This is a team that are expecting to do okay. Wiz, Angelica, Zakar, and Anxie, really good player. Curious to see how it's going to work out. Him and Wiz going to get aggressive on teams. Going up against Jarvix and Co. right this second. Kind of both lost players there, though, haven't they? Now a lot of plates alongside of it. Angelica has been dropped, but damage has been done. Jarvix and Co. had to back on down, but Anxie will have to do the same.
A bit of reposition. This is mostly about the fact they've lost a player and resources are low. Ixion has gone back, but Abel is still up the top there. I don't know if they're going to see him, but might be a bit of a problem. Wiz now running for his life. You can already tell he did have a ton of resources, but using that movement as quick as he can. It will be spinning the comms, but Ixion will go down, and so will Wiz. And they get wiped down to this one. It looks like they probably still do have some respawn tokens that they can use to get back into it, as it still is quite early, but you still don't want to have your squad wiped.
Another squad wiped at the hands of Disrupt, Echo, FIFA Kill, and Spam. I think they've been pretty much the reason as to why a couple of teams are already being dropped out. Upgrade, you don't mind that at all. Keep things going here as well. Continuously just finding loot. And that's the thing, when you are wiping these teams, you can just add to the arsenal time and time again. It becomes very difficult for some of these other teams who are running into you and going, how the hell have these lot got gold guns already?
Yeah, that's the scary thing. I mean, we did speak about it earlier on as well, and some of the, I'd say, the best attachments for these classes do come at that top tier. Things like high velocity ammo, which helps in long range gunfights, or rapid fire when we talk about the SMGs. And, well, speaking about rapid fire, already taking a bit of a problem here. They don't want to get taken out of this. Team Shucks Norris has lost a couple. Has a bit of high ground, but there are 3 players waiting in the wings for them.
Absolutely fine Vortex though. Oh, shots coming in from down low and from behind as well. That is a big flank coming out from Blade. And that's going to cause all sorts of problems for Team Shucks Norris. Moving it on though to Team Menage. Just trying to find a way around there over towards the market side. I can see that they're pretty much heading over towards Winery, but they've got a little bit of competition. This team's really starting to converge over towards the north side of the map. Circle closing. At this moment in time, for another minute, we are going to have some teams really in a bit of trouble over towards Clifftown. That's where things are going to potentially get a little bit mixy. That's the problem for some of these teams trying to get themselves in a better spot. You may well start to get held by Enkionko. They're over towards Clifftown, but in our screens right now, another fight here going on over towards the residences, towards Winery. These are going to be important plays, Bryce.
Oh, they're looking already. Tom's been taken, I'm sure. Guy was just seen. Team Pentagon is hoping to find something here. That's the sensor dart that's just gone out. They are trying to make this one work, Ton. It's not been the easiest. A little bit of a tickle into the purple armor. They don't have the numbers to win this fight technically, but still seem confident for it.
Going in, Pentagon trying to stay alive for the team here. Or stay alive for Team Pentagon, I should say. Yeah, that sense is just going to help you to understand that you're in a lot of trouble. He's done extremely well to get out, to be honest with you. Taking the high ground, though, is going to sting as that circle now starting to change. Melvin, he's done well to find 2, and Goy will find another here as well. This might be a 2v4 if they can pull it off. Well, at least it was a 2v3, and here come the reinforcements as well. Pentagon's team dealing with this one extremely well from what felt like a really bad situation.
Advantage of having that sensor dart. Kind of gave them an idea of what they were working with here, but Prizik's trying to stay alive. You can see a couple of them have basically been the team that are respawned and have just kept on them. Oh, trying to get out of it. There's just too many men. They're all running down the stairs and nowhere to go, nowhere to hide is the key one to make out from that, as they'll take those easy kills and now have to move.
Really good job, though. That's a regain there if you've ever seen one. Get yourself some loot. It wasn't really objectively obvious if anyone had anything crazy, but it will help you have a little bit of a regain here. Looking over now towards the excavation site. Just some awkward fights around this area. A lot of cover. A lot of levels that you don't really expect. A lot of conjoining little tunnels as well. It's a awkward fight to have. You can dip and dive and, well, keep yourself alive realistically as long as you possibly can around this kind of area.
How to cover it into trouble. Trying to snap those plates back in as the rest of the team go to work here, but Nixian has gone down. Oh, he goes around the corner as well. That'll be a blow back. You can already see Energy going for it as well, but they are striking. The numbers pay out, but watch out. Here comes trouble right on the cusp of it as well. They've heard the fight. They're jumping straight into it at the same time. And Energy doesn't even know how much of a danger there is. There's players all around, one above, and find him eventually. Easy third party.
Yeah, nicely done. And that's the kind of thing you have to be brave with almost, don't you? You need to start to make those moves when teams are going to be in a little bit of trouble, a little bit weak. And that's exactly what they did. Havoc trying to survive a moment here. This is always going to be really, really difficult. The circle closing in and likely your death alongside of it. And his teammate alongside, but that circle just about to make a bit of a move here. And this is going to be big. There's a lot of team over towards the north side. Havoc actually doing really well with his teammates to continue to survive. But we go very central. And the team top of results are going to be laughing all the way to the bank now. Feeling confident about their positioning. Javex and Co, though. Well, I don't want to say they made a meal of this, but it could have been a little better, couldn't it? Team getting away. Nice job. Actually, well, manage it to just survive more than anything. Never mind find a couple of kills on the other side. Oh, that's not a fight you want to take. You see that exotic armor and you're like, nope. No, thank you.
Not a great position in terms of repositioning, though. Like, there's not a lot of places to go, and
third party.
Here's stuff dropping outside.
Have to be careful, though, because they're being pressured from some other teams in and around this area as well. Got a lot of players fighting for work around the hill. Winery still hotly contested. It's the team at the top of the hill here, and team number 9. Just having a look over towards who that will be.
Ow.
Chow and Co. Yeah, that's a horrible team to have to find a push into here.
Oh, Cooker is sitting up top in the mill.
You've just got to kind of hope there's a distraction that allows you a door to be opened to run through. And that could be it. Switzerland gets taken down. FIFA Kill and Co are here to join the party. And that could be the door open for the teams who are currently not in the zone. They want to try and find a way up this hill and get themselves into some sort of cover. That might be your open door.
And people are doing their own rotate in, but seem to have caught some people doing so. You see there's a lot of teams in this area. Almost none of them have a full squad. Team Fever Kill does, though. And, well, you thought you might have had a kill there, but unfortunately what you've done is alerted the wolves that you're upstairs. Tries to get out of it. Oh, what a grapple! All the way across and out. Stays alive. And that's why we said grapple is the most important thing you can have. The problem being is you are out of the frying pan, the fire is still raging, and down you go.
Burnt alive, quite literally. Look at how mixy it is over here, and Genomates want to start getting involved here as well as team number 23 in the top left corner. All the big dogs are still very much alive. And once again, it's pulling over towards results. That is going to be such a lovely setup for the team up top there. We may well end at result. There's so many different levels to that building. It'll be absolute chaos if that's where we end.
Tippy taps. High ground here for Fever Kill. Already has 5. This team has somewhere in the range of 16 or 17. And Mzia hiding in a house below them. I'm not even sure they've really made themselves known. This Team Fever Kill doesn't care. Flies in for the easy kill.
Have to be careful here because they're probably going to push.
They do. They're going in.
Made their way through. FIFA will find one. Just about gets out, but he has been dropped. Disrupt, what can he find? It's absolute chaos upstairs in this building. The team still continuing to survive. It's just absolutely a case of trying to survive as long as you can. We said they don't know they're there, and they get away with it without dropping anybody.
One thing you don't want to hear when you're hiding in a house is multiple grapples through the windows. And that's where Fever Kill was. Now, Tom, we were talking about this just a minute ago. This is a bit of a pull. There is a lot of verticality here, a lot of teams. And, well, you've got caught there. That is an unbelievably quick there by Bryce. Taking down Cooker.
Yeah, they've been here for quite some time, to be honest with you. Could be good for them. Being able to get themselves set up. Put themselves in a position to maybe win this game. But you need kills to make it count. You got squad 5 below you. That's going to make a difference. But Nanu FPS and Co. Been here for a while. Yeah, NKO and Co have just arrived. Everybody else getting themselves involved. And this is where grapples are massively important. You can start to make your way up just like this.
This is so dangerous. Everybody is bringing the party to the resort. Reception desk is manned. The top floor is occupied. It looks like Team Enkyo want to check in, but will this be an issue for them? You can already see Team Nala just waiting this one out. They're right round the corner. Trophy's working overtime here behind the desk. Nobody first to commit.
Check-in doesn't open until 3 p.m., guys. Let's have another look in a second. Look at how many teams are around it here. And honestly, I think plates are going to be absolutely massive for a lot of the squads. It's not going to come down to just pure survival, I don't think. But just keeping yourself alive as long as possible. Those multipliers can make a difference. But when it all explodes, it's going to entice other teams to want to get involved. And that is not something I'd want to get involved in. Then you have to be very, very careful because there's other teams staring at you. Everybody getting involved. That was like 3 or 4 different teams all exchanging within the space of 10 seconds.
He's had a fight with 3 different teams and probably didn't even know. Fighting back and forth for them as well as everybody condensed. Truthfully, couldn't tell you who's walking away the winner here. Some people are in good positions. It looks like they're going a bit defensive here, but it has been Team Enkyo to take control now of reception. Still see Fifiko in the mix here. Their full squad is up as well. They're moving in. As well as Team Flex. I mean, they are... This isn't a bad position. It's not the top. It's not the bottom. It might actually be an easier rotate for them, but Team Fever Kill are, quite frankly, insane. They've split up 2v2.
Gentlemen, it's actually wiping a couple of squads. 5 squads remaining. The circle pull is going to be important as well. And that is going to be influential. On top of things as well with the streaks coming in. And look at this as well. Sniper drone coming out from Juki's. Oh, he's found spam. There's just no way you expect it. Tibbs is trying to get rid of it. But he, honestly, is doing work here, if anything, for Bryson Go. Nano FPS and his team in prime position, top of the tower, as they have been for the last 15 minutes. Still 5 teams remaining.
Team Juki's currently patrolling the car park.
FIFA and go out.
Everybody needs a ticket, and yeah, that team is gone. Still holding the very highest of the ground here and picking up a couple of kills. Not doing a terrible job here, Team Nano, and Team Enkyo still holding reception. This is pushing ever so slowly away from the resort. I want to try and see if they're in a good position here, but we've got people on every single level of this at the moment. In fact, every single team is on a different level of this building.
This is what I said. If it comes over towards this, it's going to be the team at the top who have to jump down, but the team down below are in a bit of a sticky spot as well, as far as just trying to get out of that car park. And here comes the move now from Nano FPS. They had to move, and they had to move quickly. Finding a little bit of cover over towards this side. Can they find the kill and get through? Pretty much unscathed. Unscathed? Absolutely not. They'll find a wipe, but their mates are just waiting here. Gentle mates at Co can get the kills. Dookies and Co continue to survive as well, but everybody falls into their trap.
Oh.
And it's Hallow and Co who are likely going to get this one outside of a big clutch from Showstopper.
Team Juki's Showstopper's last hope, but has to get out of it. Grapples in a little bit closer. Don't even know if they've got plates, but they're going for this as well. Grummelock looking around the side, and we'll get it at the same time. Team Enkyo snatched the victory here in this drop of the second round. And now we'll see just how well they've done, because they were aggressive for the majority of that game, Tom.
Yeah, I think their only problem is that they didn't quite run into as many teams as some of the others did. It's a decent kill scoreboard, to be honest, for a few different teams, putting up some good numbers, but that multiplier is going to make a big difference for some of these squads. I was curious, though, because I said as soon as I seen it pulling over towards that, if it goes to resorts, it's going to get a little bit crazy, and crazy it did, Brycey. Hell of an end.
It certainly was. I think they got somewhere in the range of 20 kills, but we will let that all be decided by the admins. We're going to a break. When we come back, more action here at the Trials of Avalon.
The groups were well underway. We've just seen groups B and D duke it out on the server, and we saw Team Enkyo walk away victorious with 20 kills under their belt. This is, of course, none other than the Trials of Avalon, and this time around, we're mixing it up one more time. Infinity and Enigma. Boys, I want you to talk to me about if there are any particular differences in the approach to, playing out this game from groups B and D compared to groups A and B.
I think mostly it was for the most part the same kind of strategy, right? Just try and loot up early on. Again, you got to remember that we are pretty early on here in Black Ops Royale. The dust is still settling on the way to play this entire thing, and so I think, even at this stage of the game, these teams are going to play things pretty much by the book. Just try and loot up as much as possible early on. Get control of your favored POI. Of course, it's worth saying, with different groups playing one another, you're going to see a lot different contestions with POIs that you wouldn't have seen when, for example, if you're Group B, you've just come off playing Group A, you're looking at a total different set of contestions comparatively to what you just saw versus Group D. So I imagine that there might be a small change in strategy after that matchup for those teams that might not want to face some of the best teams in the lobby.
Well, speaking of those different contestants, Avalon Resort had a bunch of customers ready and raring to get checked in as we overlook our AMD moments of the match. Enigma, what did you make of that? We had like 5 teams on top of each other at the resort.
Yeah, to steal a phrase from a friend of mine in Grandmaster Coach, it was layer cake action, very much so, sliced apart by various levels of the resort, and holidaymakers beware, because there was all sorts of bullets and bombs and all sorts being launched across that area. I will say I'm really surprised by how the French managed to come out on top there. It felt like they were dead to rights once they were inside lobby. Juki spoils the party of FIFA Kill & Co. with the Deadeye drone on the outside by trying to clear that path and give him a route. But that circle pull right at the end is just awful for pretty much everybody involved, except for the Spanish who sat on the awning, the kind of like top of the carport area that sets out there. They kind of had control of that entire outer area, but while all the fights were going down, Team Juki's, the Frenchmen just repositioned themselves in a really nice way to get that outer hill location and mop up any third-party situations. I think when we look at the standings, there's going to be quite a lot of teams with high kill games just because of the amount of bodies that were still in those final fights and taking away different parts of teams.
What do you make of that, Infinity? Were you impressed with the match that was playing out before you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, literally, Enigma and I were just sitting there, obviously, watching the game as we're supposed to do. And, we were like, oh, there's 8 teams left. Oh, my God, the final circle is here in Resort. And you have all of these teams, as Enigma just said, like, stacked on top of one another. And it's so awkward, Brett, because in those final moments, you do have to kind of think, okay, how aggressive do you want to be? Because there's a lot of kills left on the board, yes. But if you're the first team to make that first move in that situation, you spring out and try and get a kill. Even if you try and take advantage of a gunfight that's going on maybe in front of you, you could very quickly regret it and get yourself in a terrible position. I think we kind of saw that with Juki's and Co, right? Enigma mentioned the fact that they were trying to get kills with the Deadeye drone, trying to clear a path, but in the end, those last 2 players did get kind of split between the fight they were taking and the fight that they didn't want to take versus Gentlemate. So, yeah, it can be really awkward in those final situations. There are a lot of kills on the board, but also you do not want to be the one to draw first.
Well, I know we've just seen groups B and D playing it out over here, but prior to entering that game 6, we took a look at the group C and D standings, and Team Huskers was sitting pretty comfortable with 200 points under their belt as well. Enigma, were you expecting that good of a performance heading into day 1 from one of our teams?
I will say, I don't know if I expected them to be as dominant as they were. I thought there'd be a couple other teams, including this Enkyo roster, that were going to match it up there alongside them. But would I have expected this Team Huskers team to be at least top 2? Guaranteed. Like, this is the Falcons alongside him. They look great in the Warzone Resurgence series right now. Anyone who tunes into competitive COD, you know the lore behind the Falcons. They had the Dynasty roster, the greatest team in the world, split up at the end of last year, went out and picked up Dongi, who is arguably the best shooter we have ever seen, and Noobs, who is an incredibly underrated glue guy. And that's freed Ahsoka up. And it turns out that Ahsoka, who we all thought was an anchor for years, is gross at the game, shoots better than pretty much anybody. So what we've been doing to him, holding him on a leash for years, I don't know. But yeah, this is a ridiculously stacked team. Huskers as well. We put him in the content creator bracket. Sure, whatever. That guy's insane. So yeah, this is a really good team. I'm expecting them to be right up there when we talk prize money come Wednesday.
Yeah, it is worth saying as well with that Team Huskers, something we haven't really had a chance to talk about today. I believe that at least Hisoka and Noobs are currently in the UK. They've literally flown to the UK. I don't know if it's just for this tournament. They are currently playing in the UK. So they, at the very least, there are no ping disadvantage by any stretch. I don't know about Dongi. I didn't see. What I saw was a video. Apparently, Hisoka and Noobs were trying some of the local cuisine of like a spud place or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
I don't know what that's
Spud
about.
roast.
It maybe Enigma knows more about the lore about the potato place than I do. But all I know is whenever Americans try British food, they always slander it. So they get that an 8 out of 10, I think, which is surprising for Americans trying British food. Either way, they are playing for the UK, and also I think it's Dongi's birthday today as well. So there's a lot going for Team Huskers this time around.
I'm wondering whether or not they can close out the day with more celebrations, and not only a birthday celebration, but also remaining at the top of their group. What do you reckon?
I think that they are going to be a team that avoid bad games. And in Warzone, we often talk about where does your floor sit, because a lot of these teams are able to put up huge maps without a shadow of a doubt, but it's avoiding those ones where you get wiped pretty quickly and drop maybe a 5-pointer or something like that. This team aren't going to have that problem. They could find 5 points individually themselves. Even if they drop to a one-man early on in the map, they're going to be able to find enough kills. They're very intelligent, very strong. So, yeah, they're going to be right up there. I think it's going to be very hard to find anyone to contest with them. If we do find some squad that's able to mix it right with them at the top, look to them as a true force throughout the rest of this tournament, because you're matching blow to blow with arguably the best squad in the entire tournament.
Yeah, and just to kind of tag on to that as well, the thing I would say is the only worry I have per se for Team Huskers, and this can happen, is, you know, once they've got a drop down, if teams know that they're going to be in their path, they might not bother challenging them anymore, and so Team Huskers might have to try and pick up the pace a little bit and change the way that they play more aggressive, and maybe make some errors, although I don't necessarily expect them to make some errors. Either way, I think the amount of kills that Team Huskers are going to find easily will probably decrease pretty quickly once teams figure out where they're dropping.
Well, as we're heading into the later stages of today's matchups as well, have you boys felt that the pacing of the games has really changed? Maybe we're seeing more or less aggression, some more strategy coming into play?
I think individual teams-wise, yes. I think that we're seeing the top teams really revel in their ability to go out and fry. Trying to make a statement. I think some of these squads, I think they're trying to make that early claim of, look, we're the best team here. We're going to lay down big numbers. FIFA Kills team is one example. We see them pushing pretty much everything, trying to get involved in the action. Will they be more reserved when we come to Wednesday's finals? I believe so. But other teams that have not had a particularly strong day and are sitting down towards the bottom end of our leaderboard, I think they're slowing up. They're turtling a little bit, trying to protect themselves and find a way to come out swinging later on in the lobby. So a big mix right now, and with the change up of the lobbies, of course, we're now looking at B and D. This means a couple of those teams are finding moments to hide before they then get absolutely run over midway through the circle, let's say. But taking a look at these teams on our screen, this is Group D that have come into this, and of course Enkyo, that's that team on the right. I'm expecting them to do incredible bits, but I mean, I'm still looking for a bit more from that Italian roster in Vortex, Blade, Zanks, and Freddy. 4 shooters with a lot of energy that I'm expecting to not only be in the tournament finals come Wednesday, but be up there towards prize money.
Well, obviously, Enkyo just coming off a victory as well, 20 kills, as we mentioned it earlier on. And now they are going up against Group B as well. Is there any other roster that really stands out to you, Infinity?
Pentagon and Co. I guess that's the only big of a roster. I think that's probably the biggest team of sides. Enkyo and that in Group B. Obviously, we were having a little discussion about how good those players are. FLS, I think, in particular, is a player that stood out to me whenever I've had a chance to watch him play. I think just that roster in the whole, there is so much talent on that team, and there's so much history between all of the players on that team as well. There's not only players that are currently playing together in the Warzone Resurgence series on that roster, but also have played together in the past in World Series of Warzone. So there's a lot of chemistry on that team.
Well, if anybody is only just joining us, where on earth have you been? The action is absolutely popping off over here at the Trials of Avalon. And at the very start of the broadcast, we gave you folk joining us in the chat the opportunity to vote for your Scuff Bounty Challenge of today. And the winning vote was the team with the highest amount of damage in a single game. Team Huskers currently leading the charge. Team FIFA Kill in second place. What do we think? If we compare those two teams head to head, who would you favor to have the most amount of damage in a single game? Obviously, we're not quite done yet, but what do you boys think? Who would win this out? Team FIFA Kill or Huskers?
I'm going to go Huskers, as much as I hate saying that, being from this side of the pond. Just because FIFA Kill, like, one of the big strengths around that roster is the minds within it and how they play for center zone and strong positioning and how they're happy to kind of back off and play more for the victory than they are to go out and frag out everything. Not that they can't pick up ridiculous kills, of course. That's why they're going to do very well in this tournament. I just look at the other side of that coin. I look at Hoskins' squad, and I just think, if you've never watched a Dongi POV, those of you in chat right now, if you've never checked out Dongi, go and have a look at his stream right now. He's playing a different game to the rest of us. This guy does insane things every single map and does it without a second thought. That's why this team are going to put up insane damage.
What do you reckon, Infinity?
Yeah, I have to agree. Honestly, I do. It's horrible because we're European. We don't want to be saying this thing. We want to go against our fellow European brothers. Absolutely not. But yeah, I mean, that roster is just disgusting. I think the most vivid memory I have of Dongi is like 2024 EWC, where he was just frying on Rebirth Island. And that is like, it's seared into my brain. It's one of the top performances in Warzone I have ever had the chance to see. And ever since then, it's just like, yeah, Dongi is just that guy. There is a reason that he is on the #1 team in North America right now. And he's bringing those talents over here to EMEA.
You're a traitor. That's all I have to say. Honestly, I'm disappointed in a lot of you, but it's okay because taking a look at our Group B and Group D standings, guess what? It's Team FIFA Kill leading the charge. Team Enkyo, though, not too far behind as well. What do you make about that? How about them apples?
I think this is a common theme that we're seeing out of FIFA Kill's squad, which is even if they don't win the map, they pick up the most points. So it means they are getting a lot of kills. So what I said about great minds, you then balance that with the fact that they're still able to put up those huge slaying digits, and this makes them a terrifying force for the rest of the afternoon. Seeing, though, a top three of FIFA Kill's team, Enkyo's team, and Juki's team, European Warzone looking bloody good right there. Those are three superstars and stacked alongside them some incredible talents. So yeah, I'm expecting those three to be a huge part of our storylines throughout this entire week.
Well, it's about time for us to dive into Game 7, boys. It is Groups B and D duking out once more.
All right, thank you so much, Veracity. Yeah, European Warzone is delectable, isn't it, at the moment? There's so much talent to be found here in the region. Yeah. We don't need none of those players coming over from America and taking the top spot in the Scuff Bounty leaderboard. We don't need that. We only need to be talking about the European players that are playing out of their damn mind at the moment. And here in Group B and Group D, things are as competitive as ever. Honestly, I'm kind of envious of Ton and Bryce for getting to cast what was an incredible end to that game. 8 teams stacked on top of one another inside resorts. I just want that again. I don't care whether there's European, American, Antarctican players in the final zone. I just want a final zone like that.
Yeah, I get a lot of people reaching out all the time. And obviously, I do have some, European bias. I do have some French gentlemates bias. Of course, I do a little bit. But we're all in kind of the same boat as casters. I don't really care as long as I get some damn good COD/Warzone 2 cast. Give me that. I'm a happy man. I'll sleep well tonight. And that's what we want. A lovely little end game there. Layer cake action for sure over at Resorts. Give us another one of those, please, Mr. RNG Gods of the Circle, whatever we want to call them here. So, yeah, looking forward to what lines up here in this next lobby. Because that one felt very competitive. Again, a lot of our top teams appearing towards the top, and that's what we want to see. All of our big juggernaut teams taking absolute chunks out of each other.
Yeah, I don't want to see any of these big boys fall early on. I don't want to see any disconnects that has them hampered throughout the entirety of the game. I want to see these guys at full strength in these final zones. Yes. So that's what I'm excited for here. We just have a couple of more drops to go, folks, before we finish off day #1 of Trials of Avalon. It's worth saying, though, this is only day #1. We've still got a couple of days of action to go before we crown our champion. And tomorrow, we'll be continuing on this Group B and Group D face-off before then moving on to another rotation of a couple of groups. There's still a long, long way to go. And I am curious to see whether or not we do see any big changes in the strategy. This is something we're going to keep on hitting again. It's early doors here in Black Ops Royale, and I do anticipate we are going to get some kind of strategy change going into day #2, where teams who are not happy with their day #1 performance maybe will look to change things, change the way that they path through the map, regardless of where the end zone is. Where are they going to drop? Those kind of changes, that's what I'm excited to see tomorrow, Nick.
Yeah, I think there'll be plenty of teams tonight doing VOD review, that's for sure. $65,000 on the line. That's a hell of a lot of cheddar for playing some Warzone as we get ourselves loaded into #7. Let's keep an eye on whether any teams do make those adjustments now, what kind of contests we see, and what kind of circle we've seen. We've seen a little bit of everything so far through this afternoon, and we'll be off towards the northwestern side. Now, we haven't seen much of this. You're talking somewhere between Casino, Stadium, Hightown, likely your end circle here. And, well, as the gentlemates get themselves landed in, going to be an early fight that actually sees Cord knocked. And so the other three are going to have to figure out how to get together here and play around one another.
Yeah, they are between a couple of teams here. So even a roster as strong as the Gentlemates probably not going to want to take a fight stupidly. Obviously, even in a bad situation against the wall, they'd probably be okay. But still, they are going to be wary somewhat. And I think other teams are equally going to be as wary of them. That's what you're seeing right now with Kunabud and co taking a very different fight. They've got a team right in front of them, and they're looking to try and take control of this team early on before they even consider taking on Gentlemates. That's 1 kill down. On the hunt for some more, perhaps. Not a lot in terms of coverage to work with there, but you're very easily taking that team down. And if you're that last player on squad number 5, I just get the hell out of Dodge. There's absolutely no reason to do anything silly here. Yeah, those guys just backing away, but it does mean that this early on for Team Havix and co, they're going to have to find some new loot because they don't have a lot right now. They're going to have to go flying for it.
Yeah, it's one of the things about Black Ops Royale. Incredibly punishing if you lose fights. You lose all of that loot, hand it over to your opponents, and just put yourself in such a weak spot. Squad 10 going to get aggressive here, and you're going to be running into what's left of this French roster. Grommel's going to get the high ground of the tower as well. This positioning is going to give him the lookout of the entire fight, essentially be a little bit of an eye in the sky. Unfortunately, though, Cord, he's running to the full roster. He's going to get knocked again. And oh my lord, Bashak and co have flattened the Gentlemates. Hollow next to fall. Grommel and Enko do it themselves.
Oh, hold on. Enko's got a freebie. Maybe even a second one as well. Lines him up, knocking him down. There, all of a sudden, the kill feed is reversed, and that's a full squad wipe. How the hell does that happen? Well, I mean, I know, look, the Gentlemates were involved in the fight. That's kind of how that happens. But still, how the hell do you reverse a 2 versus 4 like that? Gentlemates just have special superpowers. I'm telling you that one for free. Look at this, though. Juki's involved in a pretty janky fight at the moment. 1 versus True, trying to out-movement. Goldie and Per. It's not going to happen. And oh, God, we said we didn't want to lose any of our big boy sluggers early on. That's exactly what's happened as Team Juki's. They get squad wiped there.
They do. They'll get the fortune of the redeploy tokens. We will get them back in, but certainly hampered, hamstrung, with very little loot on the return. Again, as you said, you called it, we want that team to be fighting fit for the end circle. Speaking of another squad that's going to need to be fighting fit, Havoc and co, this light unlimited roster. Havoc spies one to his left. At least here's the smashing of a door. And unfortunately, the person that you are going to find in the engagement, the player that you're going to shoot, actually has exotic armor. So not one that you really want to engage with. Havoc's going to set the extra plate in, but the circle's here. You're basically sat in a vat of oil or whatever the hell this disgusting liquid is. And, well, late on the rotation, ticking down towards your death. I'm seeing potentially a stim in the pocket. Is that going to keep you in the fight? No, it might not even be that. I can't make out exactly what it is either way. Doesn't matter. See you later, Havoc. Light Unlimited going to have to regain elsewhere.
Yeah, again, though, same kind of situation. It's not a great position to be in. Your rest of your team are going to regen, so it's fine. And you yourself have a redeploy token left ready to go, so they'll be okay. They'll be fine here for the moment. Looking over towards Anaya and co, we saw her pull out a unique strategy, shall we say, towards the end of one of the zones, which was just take a helicopter. The rest of the team was down for the count and fly it in towards as high of a multiplier as you can possibly go in the end game. We didn't even actually see what happened to her earlier on in the game. Either way, right now, Adderley and co on top of team number 4. This is Stephanie and co. This is a fight you ideally don't want to take, but they're taking it, and there they go. Down goes that team, and that is a great bounty of loot that you're going to pick up off the back of those bodies.
Yeah, I feel this is a team we haven't had the opportunity to talk too much about in Aya's roster, but Vezdi, Adderley, and Bani actually made it to the European qualifier finals for WRS, played largely out towards the same drop spot as the Gentlemates, and that, unfortunately, was their undoing. But considering that was the roster that eventually stopped their run, just shows the quality that they possess. They've had a couple of superstar moments on main stage. Switten's going to be hallucinated for now. Checks to his left, sees what is a ghost, and will just keep his wits about him. Authentic's going to try and get aggressive. Do you have the drop? Gets the crack initially. We've got to be careful.
Oh, gonna get one. Can he back away? Oh, no, he can't. Has the help of a teammate here in the situation, but Sariel's going to get cut short. So now it's all on Swizzen, taking some long-range gunfights. Swizzen, I think, actually just going to get aggressive here for it. He's already got a couple of downs to work with. So really, at that point, you're just trying to look for any picks you can possibly get to add kills to the tally. But you can see him there in the picture-in-picture. Swizzen going to end up going down, so we'll not be able to pick up any bounty off the back of that. But we'll turn our attention over towards the Marine Villas. Here is Nanu and co. Nanu and co, by the way, were in 4th place on that scoreboard. We checked between groups B and D. They're going head-to-head with FIFA Kill, and that's not the start that they wanted. FIFA Kill will wipe them out. Again, they do have redeployments in effect, but still, that's not a roster you want to come across.
It isn't, and one of Nanu's roster will actually spawn back in as his teammates die. So that means you spawn where your teammates are, and you get put essentially straight above FIFA's roster. So get the hell out of there would be my advice. But this team continuing to mow down everything in their path. A death ball, if we ever saw one. Spam's going to just check out on over towards Stadium here. Maybe just poke your head up over towards the redeploy beacons. Anyone trying to make an early play for this? If so, I can stop them in their tracks. And for now, this team will find easy pathing en route in. Let's take a look at Squad 8 here and Squad 20 squaring off. Squad 20 are going to be at a disadvantage considering the geography here. They're going to be down here, but look at the flank coming in on the mini-map. Be very wary of that if you're Adley and Co.
Not great. I believe this is Angelica and co that are squad 20 off the top of my head. So this is not an ideal fight. Yep, there we go. Zakar's actually going to pick up the first kill against Versity. So not easy whatsoever. You got players down low to contend with and players up top. There's not really an easy way out of this fight for the last remaining player on Anaya's team. And there we go. No escape for Anaya herself. She's going to try and get away. Desperately in towards the caves they go. The last remaining player. No coverage away from that fight. Barney will survive long enough. I believe that the rest of the squad should be okay. But either way, again, this roster, I think when they start to pick things up, Zakar especially being on that team, a player that I've loved watching in Warzone every single time I get the chance to watch him, that is going to be really difficult a roster to try and take on.
Yeah, and you see the smarts in them, the wits about them as they reposition. You get the disadvantaged, they're kind of trapped within the quarry pit that they're kind of crawling out of. If you stick around for that fight and square up front on, you're expected to lose that, stacking a lot of odds against you. Whether it's that just flying around, coming in, then punches a hole, lets you then collapse on those remaining numbers, and keep everyone in the fight as well. You don't lose a single body. So great work by Angelica's team. Let's take a look elsewhere. What's going on towards the Pines? Well, there's a sole member of Squad 19. That's Prizix, tucked in a corner. And, well, it looks like things have been going pretty poorly. Sandwiched between two teams. I don't think it's going to get much better.
No, not particularly, especially when Team 21, that's Pentagon and co, I believe, are on the other side. There is another player from Team number 9 flying in, so maybe that'll add a spanner into works, might make your situation a little bit more palatable, but honestly, I don't think there's much of an easy way out of that, especially on the outside of the new zone when it pops. Elsewhere, looking over towards this, there we go. We can take a look at team number 19 now. This is a Prizzy and co. Your teammates are kind of in, so even if you do fall here, you don't really want to feed, but even if you do, it isn't necessarily the end of the world. He will not escape FLS and co. And there maybe might have been a sensor dart down that let them know where that player was. Either way, the kill does go their way. Submerged Ruins then. Over towards Engshan and Team 20. They've currently got themselves a 4 versus 2 here for the moment. And this is that open space that we were talking about. If you've got some high-level weaponry, which it feels like Abwiz indeed does, they should be perfectly fine. And he wants the fight. He's feeling it for sure, hunting down one of these players. Another one from across the way. And actually, they're going to be backing up here towards the Lighthouse Tower, where the rest of the team are just trying to squad up here to make this a 3 versus 4.
You've got to be very careful here if you're either team. Can't afford to lose a body because you've got quite a bit of rotation on hand, likely cross water as well, up towards the western coast near Stadium, and multiple teams will already be waiting for you. You lose a body here, it likely signals a death sentence for you in the later crossing. So I think both teams are happy to call this a draw. You know what? Circle's coming, to hell with you. I'm going finding my route inland, but it's not going to be easy for either squad. Let's look over at Per, Rocket, and the rest of this lineup. They're squaring off against Squad 7. You're trying to back up. The thing is here, the wingsuits are lovely and all, and you do just about get the grapple hook off. I was about to say, it does leave you a sitting duck if your timing's off. Sensor dart goes out. That'll hand your squad the informational advantage in the fight. But what's the positioning looking like? Both teams, again, just kind of drawing their lines, assessing how to hit each other next.
You just don't want to go out into the open for no real reason here, especially when the coverage out in that open is sparse. So just throwing those sensor darts down, making sure you know where your opposition is. I think I might have just heard a drone potentially being thrown out. I've got to imagine that that was FLS and co that threw that out. Nonetheless, it isn't going to amount to any kills this time around, so Robstart should count themselves lucky. And they might be thinking about it. They're starting to advance ever so slightly here in towards the play. One player separated outside of the players should be noted. So even if these 3 players do go down, that player should be able to escape. Here we go. Fights on. Initial player across the way. Cover fire being held off by the opposing shack. They know that somebody is in front of them, and that's going to turn their attention away from the fight that is happening on the other side. This one player is being such a nuisance. Cover fire for that front player as well. Whoever that is on the other side of the X-ray is doing such a good job for the other team at the moment.
Yeah, it looked like a really good fight squaring up there. We'll move over to a Spanish roster in ruins. Nala with 3 plates and a dream. We'll just about get out. Grapple hooks come into good use. Get a quick look at our wide shot here. You can see 7 and 21 towards the northern side. They're still engaging. Looks like 21 under quite a lot of pressure. That's Pentagon's roster. Juki's though maybe gets his timing all wrong. Drops off just in the nick of time. We'll have coverage from teammates. Plates are going to go in. But I'd argue that if you're Juki's roster, you kind of strand a little bit in the open here, and you lose Juki's in the follow-up. Gui will be knocked amongst the madness, but Melvin's there for the instant trade, and suddenly a fight that favored the Brits will turn in favor of this Pentagon roster. You send the rest of those boys packing, and you can now punch your way back down towards the golf club and in towards the next circle.
I think if you're a team Juki's there, you were kind of hoping that Juki's positioning down. It's not ideal that you've lost a player in that situation, but you're kind of hoping to kind of turn the favor of that situation and that, hey, listen, some of the players from Team FLS will try and draw them out and towards the open.
my God.
We can take them out when they try to take them down. But now we're going to see them looking for the redeployment tower here. FLS and co going to fly. Showstopper out and towards the open. Does he get the redeploy off? I don't know that he did. I don't think that he did. The redeploy not through, and things go from bad to worse for Team Juki's there. They lose that fight, but now you're under pressure for Team FLS because team number 1 here, it's Rocket, Rukit, Cooker, Per, and Goldie. They are taking shots from afar. You're going to have to reposition somewhere else to get into the zone.
Yeah, incredibly brazen play that, by the way, from Showstopper. Just trying to lie on that redeploy. I get that you want your boys back in as quickly as possible. Circles coming. You don't know if you're going to win a 2v4 fight, but that was asking for a moment of magic without a doubt. Off screen, by the way, Melvin just wiped Light Unlimited. They'll fall in 13th, so will not hit that 1.6 multiplier for top 10. And now for Zakar's team, who holds Stadium. Honestly, if you can control this portion of the map correctly, you likely hold a lot of win condition. Someone who certainly won't will be Echo, as Enkyo turns him into dust.
They're on the hunt for the last remaining player as well. That player is stuffed. He's trying to get the redeployment player tower. FIFA. Oh, it's FIFA kill on the other side. Oh, good effort, FIFA kill. But that's a huge team to take out if they've done it all the way through. Gentlemates trying to hunt some of the biggest names to make their late game easier. We talked a little bit about it, Enigma, as we got into this one. We want to see those big names survive as long into these games as humanly possible. We lost Team Juki's for sure off the back of that play. I'm not entirely sure if Team FIFA Kill just went off the back of that play. I think that they did, though. Yeah. Either way, things are going to get easier now for Gentlemates into the final zone.
Challenge is we get a look at where it polls. Trinity Stadium still going to be important for now, but it's likely going to be the villas slightly off towards the northeast of them, where Team 24 sit. That is as close to Central Zone as can be. Give you guys a heads up, that is Woodsy's roster with Resolve, XJ, and Volcom. Haven't seen much of them this afternoon. What a time it would be for them to come alive. But look at everyone starting to collapse inland. Multiple 4 stacks as well. So a lot of full teams going to square up. This is where it should calm for a moment, though. Everyone's waiting for that 11th roster to be eliminated so that you can get yourself the multiplier, some bonus points for free. And the Italians, they're happy to just continue to take their time. And this is that squad we were talking about. They're sat center zone right now. It's a very difficult location to defend, though. Plenty of routes in. And while, yes, there's a lot of open land around, that cradle bomb slightly to the north is going to be a pain. It will cover over any team that plays inside of it. And also just be a nuisance while you're trying to watch all the madness around you.
Positioning here for Team Vortex could be an issue for FLS and Co. And it will be. Melvin has been taken down. Second player potentially across the way. This is a very high-level weapon with some beautiful shots coming out from Freddy, but he's going to get double-tagged as well. Oh, he looked like he was getting some freebies, but no. Everything has a price here in these fights. Pentagon now still in danger because there's another team involved in the mix. It's the team right below them. It's going to be Leono here, I believe. Sol's Exam and F5. Pentagon down for the count now. The last remaining players, it's so difficult with the amount of open space here. Do you want to go for these kills, try and avenge your team, take some pot shots? Because you have to also think about the gas starting to encroach in.
Unfortunately, backing off is the wise decision. Again, we're not inside top 10 yet. If you can hold out for just one more team, you get an extra 0.2. Vortex will find the initial knock onto 1. There's the cleanup through the skull of another. HKD's coming in. You shoot these out, they'll land quicker for you, which means they can get after your opponents. The problem is for the Italians, if they're your HKDs, you've called them in, hoping that they'll kind of get involved amongst a third-party kind of situation, find you a couple freebies. Everyone's dispersed in various directions. Get a last look at what was left of Leo No Hero, and there goes the 10th squad. Everyone now inside that 1.6 multiplier. And honestly, if you are a solo, might be better to just hide low, wait out, and try and see if you can get that 1.8. Another look at Circle. Trinity Stadium, very importantly, still in the mix. Team 23, that's the Gentlemates. They will have control of it. If they get the high ground, they're watching out over so much open land in front of them.
FLS just trying to do what he can here. Has the teammates back in this situation, but he does need loot for those teammates that have arrived back in. Manages to find one down, and that's actually going to be a full wipe on that player. So Freddy, Vortex, and Blade now left up, scarred from the back of that battle. Again, gas to their right. This is not the best position to be in. 4 teams effectively in front of them. Even if they do take out these players from afar, they've still got a lot more damage to do, and they are going to go on the hunt, considering they've just knocked the first player on towards FLS. The last couple, they are being hunted down. Again, gotta remember that there is another team in close proximity. Melvin doesn't have any plates to work with here, neither does GUI, and this looks like it's gonna be all she wrote here for Team Pentagon. That's exactly the case. In towards the top 8 we go now, but the woes for Freddy and co aren't over. Look at the amount of squads that are upon them.
Yeah, and the fact that you hop the quad here might give you a quick reposition if you are Blade, but it's going to let everybody know where you are. So you're trying to be cut off by Team 1. That's going to be Rocket. These guys have had a good map already. And they're trying to hold off as well Team 3. That's Shucks Norris, Prodigy, Wars, Gabs, a heavy hitter, if ever we've seen one. Circle will start to push those lads inland. And about 50 seconds you've got to kind of figure out this next fight and reposition.
And even long-term planning, there's also Team 22 on the map for the next kind of big POI that you could potentially get control of. So there is a lot to consider here. There's a Deadeye drone in the air as well. That's going to make things even more difficult as Solds and Exam left alive here. 2 versus 3. How many more kills can you get the Deadeye drone? Apparently none. Running out of bullets. This is aggressive from Solds, trying to get in a position to maybe take some pop shots to the players that are stuck between 2 fights, perhaps a third party elsewhere. Here is the gunfight from the other side. What can Solds get out of this is the question for me. Per having to jump over the way. Solds will pick up a couple. That's Wars down, and that's the squad wipe. But now if you're Solds, you push yourself into that fight, you can't escape it.
Yeah, he's done very well initially because you're only a 2-man, so you're just trying to find whatever you can. You need to get top 5 now, though, so Zam's just going to have to find a corner to lay low. Zone's actually going to pull to him, so for me, don't take a shot at a damn thing. Just hunker this roof, find yourself a corner. Don't bother. Why? Let everybody else fight. Maybe he's trying to nick a couple of extra points away, but like right now, you'd be doing far better just to find that 1.8.
Yeah.
Team 24 down beneath. That's going to be that Woodsy roster. They've been here for a very long time. I don't foresee many kills, though, considering they've basically been uncontested for a large portion of this game. Team 1 are arriving quickly. Team 20, that's Angelique and co. They're trying to find their way in. It's not nice against the gas. There is a redeploy beacon nearby, but you'd be a very brave soul to let everybody know you're here as a 2-man.
I don't think that's a good idea, do you? I don't think touching that redeploy drone is a good idea, or redeploy power, excuse me, is a good idea whatsoever. Woodsy and co. sat inside the house. Obviously, there is Zara up top. And team number 1, there goes Abwiz. That is another big name off of the board here. I don't think there's that many left in the lobby. Becky G's done well to last that long. And never mind, I say it, I don't think there's that many left in the lobby. And the one that I stupidly forgot is still hanging around somehow. Gentlemates are over here, but Corrid is now in trouble, and you got to remember that they are right down low. There's the squad wipe coming through, and now it is a total free-for-all. Topside control in favor for Team 1, and the rest of the teams have to try and find a way up there.
Yeah, Woodsy and Co have been here for so long, but the circle will pull against them. It goes towards the Polish lineup. Rocket in the best position, have win condition, but how many kills can you take away here? So many bodies in front of you. You want all 4 of them realistically. And they're actually going to part like the sea, and it'll hand them Joshy for free. Bodsy underneath, if he's cleaned up. You get yourself a 4-on-4, but the reposition's coming quickly enough. Can you engage and catch anyone trying to rotate back in towards the high ground?
And you're in a cover position with this little one wall, and it's not particularly great. The one bit of good news here is that you are technically inside the zone, and the zone might pull to you. So at the moment here, Woodsy and co. just going to relax. Wait for where the zone pulls after this circle closes in 30 seconds. And there's now a feeling, isn't there, of a calm before the inevitable storm. And Rookit and Co, they feel it as well. They know that this win is not as secure as they would initially like. They're going to send one player out in towards the open to try and catch them off guard. Have they potentially heard it is the question. It feels like it with the amount of utility going over the top.
Cooker sees one, but were you spotted on the opposite side? And that forces Cooker to reposition. Where does this circle decide to go? Where did the gods call their fate? To nobody! It goes basically between them both, and the rotation is on. So high ground still being with the poles, that gives them the advantage for now, but it's all about this first blood. Who draws the open?
Yeah, Cooker's going to have to get ahead of the game here. Catch these players off guard. That's exactly what he does. He's going to make a ton of noise in this situation. He's sat in the corner ready for it to strike on towards the players. Can only find one. It's a trade out. Woodsy gets the first and gets the kill. Now down to a 3 versus 3. Goldie looking for the player to drive up top. He gets it. And it's all just down to 1 or 2 players now coming through for Team Woodsy. Another one knocked. 1 player sat on the roof. It's a 1 versus 1 down low. Goldie down low. Valcom just going to fly. Shots out. How much armor do you have? Can you get away? Dipping and diving between all of these different walls. And Valcom is just sliding across the way. Drone out, nade out. All your utility being sent in this 1 versus 1. And Valcom thinks, yeah, I'm just going to sit on this roof, mate. Yeah, we'll play this game.
So moves. Who blinks? Volcom repositions quickly, trying to hold the windows, keeping an eye on the higher ground, unaware that the opponent is on the lower floor, but will now jostle between. Goldie. What do you like? Opening shots go out. Volcom gets the damage. A little bit of an exchange of blows and a pause.
And Volcom takes it. In the end, the most elongated 1 versus 1 you will ever see. So much coverage there in that final battle between those 2 players. We said it throughout the entire game, Enigma. So many big squads were dropped. Even Gentlemates could not survive in the end. And it is going to be Woodsy and Co that managed to take it in the closing moments of that game. And it's important to note as well, that is huge for them, not just because Volcom, shout out to that guy, he just pulled off an incredible 1 versus 1, but also because they played that so damn patiently. I think it's so easy as a team to not have the high ground and get a little bit tetchy, you know, play things wrong. They recognize what they could work with, and they played so damn well. So shout out to Team Woodsy. They take drop number 7. And that means we've only got 1 more drop left tonight. I'm so sad.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of wonderful Black Ops Royale action thus far. Very much enjoying it. And you're right to call out the way that final fight goes out. Volcom's team could have had a moment there where they just swung, decided to fight. Instead, they were like, well, let's actually see where the circle goes and let that dictate the fight. And they even actually get to that last circle late, but they still clear everything in their path. A squad of shooters, and they do damn well deliver here in drop 7. As you said, just 1 more to go. And even though we've several storylines written into our book, I don't think we're done just yet.
Storylines keep on flowing, and we're going to take a short break here. On the other side of this break, we've got the final drop of day number 1 of Trials of Avalon. We'll see you for that in a sec.
Team Rocket have gone off, blasting off again against none other than Team Woodsy, who came out victorious in our game number 7 of today's Trials of Avalon. Infinity, I have to quiz you on this. What exactly was it that ended up bringing us down to a 1v1 situation against these two teams of Team Rocket and Woodsy?
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a wild ending to that game, wasn't it? We had these final two teams going head-to-head, and it looked like, by all accounts, it should have been Team Rocket taking it home. But in the end, it turns out the zone kind of pulled away from both of the teams, right? You had Team Rocket on top and kind of in control of the plaza. Down low, you had this team that ended up winning the entire thing, and they made the crucial decision, all right, we're not going to push this. We have the tiniest bit of coverage. Let's see where the zone pulls to. The zone pulls away from both of the teams, and they both kind of scramble to get control of it. There's a lot of chaos in that situation, in that final house. It comes down to that 1 versus 1 between the remaining teams, and in the end, Valcom, he takes it home. But honestly, I've never seen so much running around a house in my life. It's insane in that last 1v1.
That was certainly one that had us on the very edge of our seat. So as we go ahead and recap our moments of the match powered by AMD, Enigma, I want to get your thoughts and feelings, because at one point during that match, Team Jukies had the most risky redeploy. I have to ask you, would you have gone for it if it were you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's easy to say in hindsight. I get the impression that this was very much a desperation play, and they were hoping that the team that were chasing after that Pentagon roster, I think they were hoping that they were just going to hold back, be a bit more passive. But with so many of these top teams these days, the standard is so high that you show them a tiny crack in the armor and they will find a way to smash straight through, and they certainly did that. So yeah, the wrong play in the moment, and they'll know that looking back. They're probably thinking not just in that moment, but they're like, okay, but if we do then somehow win this fight against Pentagon's roster, we're going to have to go the rest of this lobby with just a 2-man if we don't pull this off right now. So they're thinking, go big or go home. Unfortunately, it was go home.
No risk, no reward at the end of the day, am I right? I want to give special props, of course, to Team Enkyo as well. From being fully squad wiped in a 2 versus 4 and then coming on back towards the final stages of that match, I think they did pretty damn well. What do you guys make of that?
I don't think there's ever a situation where I want to count out Team Enkyo, to be honest with you. Those guys, I mean, look, they're the best European Warzone team for a reason. They're one of the best teams in the world for a reason. They're just frankly insane. And, you know, I think just the fact that they consistently are able to get to these positions as often as they do, I think is a testament to just how good of a team they actually are, to have that trust in one another. You know, if there's a couple of players left alive, you know that those guys are going to find a way back in towards the game. And it should be said as well, that was a game where a lot of the top teams were dropping pretty consistently. You mentioned Team Jukies there, dropping in the way that they did. It wasn't just them. Team Pentagon also dropped in the middle of the game. The fact is that Team Enkyo, they didn't just have a great game, they outlasted some of the best teams in the entire tournament in that lobby.
Well, I'm keen to go ahead and recap our standings for groups B and D. And Enigma, you can give me your thoughts and feelings on this one. Who's really been standing out to you?
I mean, it's going to be my Frenchman at the top in Enkyo, but my lord, it's very close in behind. FIFA Kill is going to be hot on their heels. Pentagon Rocket's going to be there. They'll be feeling like they should be sat in 3rd place and should have won that final engagement, but either way, it's not a bad start. Team Becky Ju in 5th. I'll give them plenty of credit. They're definitely not a roster that we've talked much about. This is Energy, Joshi, and Bodsy. Now, look, Joshi carried my backside to Iridescent in Warzone, okay? And this guy, I know he can fry. He's been sat on a lot of those rosters that kind of they're there and thereabouts, but they're not really grabbing the headlines. This could be one of those moments you have a big tournament here where you're not expected to. Suddenly, a lot of eyes are going to turn your way and go, actually, you know what? Maybe this guy's worth a chance on a bigger roster. So I'm really glad to see them putting on.
Now, do you guys think that the approach to playing this game is going to change whatsoever heading into the final match of the day? I know people are going to be feeling a little bit tired. It's been a long day of plenty of games, a lot of brain power being used throughout as well. But strategically, Infinity, I know you said heading into tomorrow's matches, you're expecting some of these teams to change up the strategy. Could this game be the one in which they begin to implement a little bit of that?
I don't think so, to be honest. I think making a risky strategy change this late into the day can be a little bit silly at times, right? You know, just try and keep things standard. If a team is getting in your way and they're being a nuisance from the last couple of games, look, maybe try and avoid them a little bit and maybe change path ever so slightly. But I don't see any of these teams making some grandiose change to their plans in this final game. Just keep things standard. You can do the VOD review overnight and then maybe make some changes tomorrow if you need to.
The final game of the day is underway. It is Group B taking on Group D. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of the boys, Infinity and Enigma.
Oh, I didn't know we were going to be called The Boys. That's a new one for me. I don't know. I feel like I'm part of a boy band now or something. The Boys. That's who we are as we get into this final drop of the day. Listen, we said it as we got into drop number 7, Enigma. We said we wanted all of the big boys. So we're the boys. They're the big boys. In the late zone. We wanted them in the late game, and we didn't get that. They kind of dropped like flies through the entirety of that matchup. I want something more like that result finish, where we have some kind of insane finish with all the teams stacked on top of one another. I just want to see some of these teams, not have such a maybe not so great start to the game, right? Because that's what happened with Team Jukies. We talked about it, right? Where they got wiped almost immediately. Obviously, they managed to redeploy, but that definitely affected the way that they're able to take those fights later on. So I think I want to see some of these top teams have better fortune early on.
No, 100%. You are in a situation where if you fall early, you've lost like several of your lives, essentially. You're on this moment where it's like, okay, now I've got to be very passive about what's coming on forward. We can't be as aggressive, because if we get knocked now, well, we're out of here. We're sitting on the sideline, and that occurs for a long period until that redeployment window shuts, and then it's a case of, okay, now we're back on the playing field, but we've got to go and find more kills to get the points because we couldn't earlier, and it's just an awful way to be playing out your game, let alone what it does to your economy. So yeah, got to get off to a better start if we are our big teams and give us that glorious end to day one that we all deserve. Yes, please, let's load us in. Drop 8, we're off and underway. The VTOLs are in the sky. Taking a look over. Let's get a crack at the circle, and it is heavy towards this southwestern corner. Talking firing range, or maybe even beyond that. A lot of those teams landing off towards the north or the west are going to have a very fast rotation on their hands.
Yeah, we had a firing range finish early on today, right? And we just saw how hectic that could be. I think there were several teams in the mix for that matchup. But we are going to start off with the team that won last game, and we're going to start off with the man that won them the last game. It's Team Valcom. This is not the team, though, you want to be trying to fight earlier on. It's Clamp & Co., Team Stephanie, and they're actually going to get the better of them. So, well, we wanted them to have a good start. It doesn't feel like that's exactly what has happened. At the end of the day, though, look, you don't want to use the redeploy tokens right at the beginning of the game, Enigma, but you do kind of want to go down at the beginning of the game if you're going to go anywhere, because that's why the loot is still going to be on the map.
Yeah, there'll be plenty of places to regain, especially as well looking at some of those landing spots. A lot of people went inside circles, so there'll be a lot towards the north and out towards the east where you can go and freely regain. It's just going to be one of those. Again, you can't be as aggressive in these early fights, so you won't get the kills. It means later on you got to try and compensate for that. Move mind. This roster we haven't seen much through this afternoon. Going to try and push up now on the LATAM roster. And oh my god, a shimmy and a shake and an absolutely sit on your ass. PTC gets slammed. Oh my god. That's the first. Sorry, not PTC. It was whoever we were tuning into. It might have been Move Mind himself. Either way, some great work. And this is why this LATAM roster are often so feared. Capable of awful games where their floor absolutely drops through negative numbers sometimes. But when they go big, they go massive. And that was incredible stuff to watch.
It's always fun to see someone get schmooved in a game, isn't it? And PTZ now is playing a world-class game of hide and seek. He will take one player down with him, but almost immediately does get traded on out. And yeah, I do love watching this roster. I think they, like you said, they can be volatile at times, but Team Stephanie, I think for sure, just have such a high ceiling as a team that it's always interesting to see them play in a competitive environment. Looking over towards a team that also has a very high ceiling, and we've seen them reach that height over and over again. It's Team Chow, currently trying to fight the team that got second in the last game. That's Team Rookit, and they are currently looking to try and play escape, or at the very least play reposition against this roster. They know who they're fighting, and this is a difficult fight to take.
Certainly is. Going to get ahead of them just quickly enough to cut them off for a half moment. Sorry, Ellen Coe. And I like Charles' idea here. Scoop the heli, pick my teammates up, and get us to some sort of safety. That being said, these choppers aren't the old Verdansk rosters. They will... Wait, Chow dices them, lands on Cooker and Rocket and cuts them to bits. I was like, oh no, wait, the chopper's going to go up. Got to get out. and does just about enough to flee. Per then finds Sariel tucked away as well. So down to a 2v1. How far can you go? Not very. Chow with a masterclass of a move. I thought he was going to try and do some sort of SEAL Team 6 action. Get low, scoop his boys up, get the hell out of there. He says, no. These blades are sharp, and I'm going to slice your entire team to bits. Insane stuff from the Frenchman.
I'm fairly certain I've seen that in a Tom Cruise movie. If I haven't seen it, it definitely exists. That was a hell of a move with the chopper to try and slice up the opposition. It's something I think they definitely would have been having a giggle about in the comms for sure. What a beautiful move to kick things off. What's going on? We've seen some movement. We've seen a helicopter play at the right beginning of this game. It feels like all the shenanigans are coming out here in drop number 8. Or drop 3, I should say, of B and D. Either way, right now, looking over towards a roster I haven't had a chance to really see much of today. Rumi and Co. bringing Jamafando, Quicker, and Porky to the lobby. They're going head-to-head with Team 13. I believe that's Prince Rasso, Predax, Kruger, and Crums. And so, again, it's just trying to figure things out. Very early on, you'll be kind of looking to try and find some of those sensor darts to figure out where the opposition is. If you had one right now, you'd see him lead it across the way to get some kind of idea as to what is going on. They know there's players here. They just want to try and figure out exactly where they're hiding in the building before they go for it. And I think they might have that information now.
It's all about timing now. Figuring out the moment to strike. Please tell me that wasn't a Deadeye drone that you've just wasted. No, that might have actually... Yeah, it's just a standard needle drone that you're trying to pilot manually. This one he's going to let go off auto. Essentially clears the room, lets him know that no one's inside, but again, it's about timing this correctly. It's essentially a 3 and a 1 against a 2 and a 2 in terms of the split. Jammer's going to land heavy.
They heard it. They heard it for sure. Grappling up towards the top, gets a refill on those grapples as well as soon as he lands here. This is not a terrible position because, of course, obviously you've got players all around the building. You know if they exit, you're going to see the gunfights, but they want to get the fights themselves. Proactive is the name of the game. For Quicker, taking shots out across the way, now backing off, and the rest of the team being chowed here. Smoke down, that's going to obfuscate things a little bit. Predax down for the count, there goes Crums. And the last couple of players here, one of those guys has completely flown across the map, and I do not blame them. Rasso is out of there. No reason to go down at this point, just move the hell away so that when your teammates do redeploy in, you're in a much better spot. But yeah, that was methodical coming out from Team Ruby.
Yeah, great play. They kind of prodded and probed and kind of assessed the situation. What information can we take away from this and then know when to hit? I was a little worried that Jammer had gotten it wrong with the drop down, but repositions just in time. And then it's the bait in. It's bringing players into the room and then being able to essentially smother them as a 4. So great stuff. We'll like to march onward. Let's take a look at another team that's trying to do the same thing. This is Amazing Vince and Co. Marco Sancho, a player that has made World Series lands, so knows plenty about success on big map. And they'll just kind of saunter on through what is a very pretty map that we've got here in Avalon. Absolutely gorgeous. Don't worry, Vince, you're seeing nothing. There's no one down there. Continue to make your way merrily inland. People who, on the other hand, do not have a quiet afternoon right now. Over at Stadium, FIFA Kills roster, not having their way. Volcom on that regain after losing the early fight will find Disrupt. And it makes you wonder where the rest of that Volcom... that FIFA Kill squad are, because Disrupt there by himself at Stadium spells a potential regain blender.
Yeah, I do wonder how much of the fortune that roster is having, because I know that obviously in the last game they did not have a good go of things whatsoever. They fell pretty early on in the game. So for what was a great start for the day for Team FIFA Kill when they were playing Group B, I think things have been a little bit more difficult actually, or Group A, excuse me. Things have been a bit more difficult here in Group D. Regardless, here's a roster that's done pretty well, looking to use the redeployment tower to get shocks back into towards the players. Wars is going to take Rookit down. That squad is now donezo. Gotta be careful though. C7 on the minimap. Someone else wants to go with the redeploy tower. It's going to be somebody from Team Jukies. Just trying to play silently here for the moment before taking those shots. And I wonder if that's just because they're the last remaining player from Team Jukies or what. Either way, they might be in for a great time here because there could be some fish in a barrel situation going on with Team Number 8 assaulting Wars & Co. Those shots for the third party might be coming in sooner rather than later. Team Wars trying to get away. Now that player has to make the position known, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Wars tries to dip away. It's not to be. There's no getting away from Anaya & Co. And that player who was on Team Jukies, is on Team Jukies, I should say, didn't actually get much out of that. They got the knock, they didn't get any kills though.
Well, one of their teammates is actually on the opposite side of this engagement. And I think they were thinking, okay, can we pinch in on this and maybe find ourselves a couple of free points and then the redeploy? No, was the answer, because Verzdin and such rocked up amidst the madness. It's Vortex, though, that's cutting them down currently, and Verzdin will be the next to be knocked. And Eye is cleaned up by Freddy, so Banny's just going to try and tuck himself in a corner. We can't see, but likely Sensor Dot in action here. Banny trying to reposition desperately. Freddy's going to check back in on this. Verzdin's the next to fall, and there goes Banny themselves. So, Squad 8, you might have walked away with a couple of points with the work here around the redeployment tower, but you'll be limping away in bits and pieces, and maybe not at all as the Italians get on the hunt. Adelaide gone out of here, full wipe by the looks of things as well. Roster 9 will start to rock up here, but considering how good Novo look all of a sudden, this eclectic Italian roster, I wouldn't want to be fighting them.
Yeah, they're on the last remaining players, but do they know? Yeah, no, they do. Can you imagine? Just like, yeah, who was his last player going? Oh, he's sitting in the corner. There goes Chow. Chow down for the count. That's kind of unfortunate for Team Anaya and Co, by the way, because they were in such a good position, obviously taking down one team. They felt pretty good, probably on top of the world, and then almost immediately Novo come to rain on their parade. How quickly the tide can turn here on Avalon. And that might be the case here for this player on Team Salts, who is just on their lonesome at the moment. The rest of the team are down and out here fully for the moment. Just to try and find a way through towards a potential redeployment tower. I believe there's one right in front of him. But they will not be the only player around that looking for it, or at least camping on it. So something to bear in mind. You're never alone when a redeployment power is in play. Elsewhere, this is team number 6. This is Spectre and Kyo. I believe looking for some kind of shots across the way. There is a team, you can see them through the X-ray, that they are trying to fight, and they are hungry for these kills over here on Coastal Security.
Team 6, Skyross's roster will be facing the Spaniards of Flex, who are unfortunately down to a 3. Either way, the boys in this fight, the dogs in the fight, certainly have a lot of bite. But as I say that, looks like one of them's going to get knocked entering the water. You're going to get the look over here from Skyross himself, putting out plenty of damage with the mark. Harvey's going to return fire here. Does very well with the MXR to knock Yuga Car himself. Unfortunately, though, traded. Great work, though, coming out. And I believe that should actually turn it into a 1v1, potentially a 1v2, depending on Rez, potentially a 2v2, depending on Rez's Toxie or finding timing. Yuga Car's back up, but this circle's going to force you in very quickly.
That's the biggest issue here, is the fact that the gas is forcing you in the way that it is. So, of course, we already mentioned the fact that there's one lone player from Team 22 under the water. Deadeye drone in the mix as well, and that player is going to have to go very deep into the water. And these guys have no idea whatsoever. Millsy and Co have no idea that there is another player just sat right behind them, and maybe they do if they just turn around ever so slightly. I think the way that the Millsy just looked in the water, they probably know now, yeah, there's no chance. You just got to try and get the hell out of Dodge, because I believe Angelica and Co were waiting on the other side of the water. Either way, and here we talked about it, this is the last remaining player in that Spanish roster left alive. Flexi, I believe, is the guy. And he is being hunted down by Team 24. That's Woodsy, our last winners. Elsewhere, over towards a fire station. We look over towards Saudis, I believe. Kunabud and Co. in a hunt against Zakar. This is that Angelica team that we were talking about. We talked about them being on the other side of the water. Engxion going to get shut down. And now this becomes a 1 versus 1 up top. Shots not that great for Kunabud here. Shield is where they expected that player to go, but they have gone. All smokes and mirrors like. Kunabud going to take a reset here in the 1 versus 1. Both players doing exactly that. Sensor dart down. Now he knows where he is.
Yeah, that's what I was about to call him. Sensor dart bottom right. Calm yourself, take a breath, assess what you have, utilize it. I'm also seeing one plate in the pocket. There is a box right there. Should you need a second wave of this fight, one plate will not cut it. Maybe just needs to take a half second. Player's going to be in the tower. Not an engagement you ever want to be in. Another sensor dart. It's going to tell you there's actually 3 opponents. Circle's coming. Gotta move. Going to get in beneath. Takes a lot of damage. Going to find one player's a little bit out of sorts. Going to be lacking on loot, but I don't know if that's going to do much for you right now. Gets above. Going to have to try and send it. I don't think you belong for this world, though. A boot. No. Cut down. Abwiz with the finish. Great patience out of Zakar there. This team will live to see another day, although not with the greatest loot. Need to hold out another 3 teams for that top 10 multiplier.
Here we see the last remaining player again on Team Juki's. This time it's Showstopper. Unfortunately, they have had a disconnect here in this game. So Showstopper trying to make the best of a bad situation, and he will do exactly that. First kill on towards Havoc is pretty easy. Second, I think, is just trying to get the hell out of dodge on Cursed Rock. Of course, we know this is Protocol.
Yes, we most certainly do.
I was just thinking, this is damn Protocol. I know this map. I've lost many in S&D on this map. Showstopper in this 1 versus 1. It's no longer a 1 versus 1. It's a 1 versus 0. That player has got the hell out of dodge. And again, I think it's for the best. I think even in a 1 versus 4, you never want to underestimate a player like Showstopper. Elsewhere, we're seeing more of those Deadeye drones that have been prevalent here on day number 1 of the Trials of Avalon. Skinner, I believe, was the player utilizing it. Very separated away from his teammate. And right on the edge of the zone. Not a great place to be, per se. And actually look over towards the map view. Those players are about as far away from one another as you could possibly get.
A couple of big teams, though, center circle. Gentlemates will hold fort side. By the way, this end circle is going to be disgusting because it essentially sits over a body of water split into 3 islands. So everyone basically gambling on the pole. But Gentlemates will have one side. Pentagon will have the other. A lot of squads now fighting over the firing range, which is the north side. Between those 3, you're kind of hoping it's gone in your direction as the sniper drone rips this Italian team apart. And FLS now has an understanding on where this player's crossing, and there's the first with the sniper. And, well, yeah, coveted, this guy. An anchor of the ages, beautiful, with any weapon in his hand, and makes light work of his opponent there.
I love seeing the sniper play. Whenever it comes out, it is so fun. It provides the viewers so much more entertainment. And you guys are feasting right now. How about this? Michael Phelps and the gang in the water, just chilling. Swimming away in towards these positions. We talked about it, right? The final zone, how it's probably going to look is not particularly that great. FLS trying to pick some pot shots out of the sky. Not to be here for the moment. Just going to have to hit the armor box in this position. But team number 19 are not that far away. That is Skinner and Co, I believe, inside the water. They're going to come and try and encroach on the position that Team Pentagon have currently got. This is a lot of coverage here. And honestly, a couple of teams fighting over this. This is probably a big fight for potential endgame implications.
Havoc's going to try and get away. You will get into the lower portions of the water. It protects you a bit, but not if the opposing player decides to just land on you. And, well, try as you must, Showstopper. We'll find yet another kill here and get that top 10 as well. So he's done the Lord's work, really, considering how much trouble this Team Juki's roster were in. Finds himself a few kills, 1 protocol, 1 in the water, and gets the top 10. Incredible work from a player we've so often called a glue guy. The man who gets the dirty work done has certainly achieved that here in the final drop of the day. Squad 19, this is going to be Marco Sancho and the roster. They are as center circle as you can be. This next pull is everything for so many of these rosters, and it's going to drag horribly for the Gentlemates, but beautifully for Pentagon if they can get control of that right-hand island.
Yeah, it's not just them as well. There's a couple more teams in the mixer here. We talk about Marco and Co on screen. Team Angelica is also still in the mix around here. That's Team 20 in pink. So, again, worth saying, if some of these fights happen a little bit earlier than you would like, then it could be huge for that late game positioning. A couple of players still left on for Team Pentagon. And, well, in a 4 versus 2, Frizzy and Co will favour themselves. Actually, a 4 versus 3 with the third player being a little bit separated up. But you've got a player in an advanced position now. Can perhaps take some pot shots against those guys, thinking better of it, like back and away here for the moment. No need to get yourself in a horrible position just yet, but I tell you what, Team Pentagon, they are advancing in that position. I think they want that fight.
Wait, this team though, Zakar, they have the northernmost point that belongs to this particular island. If you can win this fight, again, whoever wins this fight likely has control of a win condition. Still a lot of work to do, and actually Vince will find the knock onto Zakar, and then the positioning from Fiona, I mean, she opens up onto Angelica. And all of a sudden, every roster that we thought might control this right-hand side is falling at the feet of Princess Fiona and Co. Gentlemates have made the crossing, though. While everything else is kicked off, they've kept their heads down, worked inland. These guys were on a recovery situation to get themselves to fort. Got some great loot, though, likely from the corpses of several bodies. Singekio with 4 kills himself. Some great tracking, but that trauma kit will keep the opposing player, alive. M15 in hand. This thing's solid. If you've got yourself that recon build that we covet so much. One random member of Team 18, that's Vortex, is going to be in the water. Just trying to hunker in for top 5 and that 1.8.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, when you're kind of in the position that you're in, maybe you don't have some of the power positions here in this situation. You might want to just try and hold for as long as you possibly can for as good of a multiplier as you possibly can. You get 1.8 as you said, into 5th place. So survival might be the name of the game. That's also the case for team number 15, by the way, who have a very similar situation with a couple of players, that's STX and Skinner across the map. Just trying to survive. HKD's down here. That's not great for Marco, but they will survive it, and neither is that zone pull. That is about as brutal as you could possibly get. Team number 16, I want to say that's Becky Jew and co, but again, I'm sitting here with terrible maths. They are in a brilliant position for that pull, and I think Team 23, that's going to be Enkyo, that's Gentlemates. They know it. They're fighting early for this position.
Yeah, this fight is everything. The problem is if both of these teams take a bit of blood from each other, it leaves them weakened up for anyone crossing. There's exotic armor on one of the Gentlemates players. You're going to start to try and crest this ridge in front of you. One player's actually going to be isolated up front. Josh is trying to cover over from a distance. MXR is going to bang away. You're trying to strip plates. You're actually going to get shot in the back, though. Skinner going to spoil the party. Becky Jew first to fall. Josh is going to have to turn and phase. Going to rip a player off the head. And shot from all sides. The French come out on top. Not a single soul lost. And now you hold the water crossing as well. If you can deal with Skinner, who somehow found himself top 5 after everything that roster's been through. Incredible stuff. The south side now, this fight for a smooth rotation over to fight the Gentlemates for the victory, and the Italians are not coming out on top. In Marco Sancho continue to live.
Skinner's doing his best audition for the Gentlemates, it would seem. He really helped them in that situation for sure. Split the difference between Becky Jew and her teammate. And they will end up going down. So down to our final 4 teams here. So worth saying Skinner is still in the mix, by the way. At least I think that's him in the water, chilling like a villain. Players having to come across towards the Gentlemates. That means it's just down to Skinner. And Gentlemates, they know what they have on their hands. They want to finish day number 1 with a victory. That is exactly what the Gentlemates will do. They walk away victors. And they couldn't have done it without their bestie, Skinner.
Yeah, they will be certainly thanking Skinner a lot for that one. But again, the recovery situation that they went on, very late they fall and they end up in the southernmost waters of the map and have to swim up to fort just to stay alive. They then get themselves a whole bunch of different loot from that portion of the island and slowly pick their way across. But it's that final zone pull. They kind of recognize, look, we really don't want this zone to go over towards where Marco Sancho and the Italians wait. This is going to be an awful crossing. As soon as it drags north, they know what they've got to fight for. It's a beachhead. It's landmass. They get themselves there and open things up very, very quickly to put themselves in win condition. Great stuff. Great recovery. Great composure considering the stakes here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's bring everyone back in to see what they thought of the entire day of action. We got a wonderful host here. Let's see what she thought.
Team Enkyo with an epic victory under their belt. 18 or 19 kill victory, I think is pretty darn good. But I have to say, guys, I had a moment where I held my breath. I was rooting for Team Becky Jew, and they just got so unlucky in those final moments. I have to ask you, Infinity, was there a world in which they could have won that?
Yeah, probably if Skinner's not in that world. I think, sure. Look, I think it's very difficult, I'll say this much, because ultimately you are fighting the Gentlemates, and they were already at a man disadvantage with that situation, so it's going to be difficult to say whether even they would have won that gunfight, sans Skinner, but still, I think Skinner just being in that situation, splitting the difference, turning the attention of even one of those players, just makes it nigh on unfeasible to win that fight. So, yeah, there's probably a world, but not the one that Skinner's in.
Ton and Bryce, how were you feeling? Sitting back, relaxing, watching the show as well. What did you make of the game?
I think it's good. I think it's an interesting one where some of these teams, I mean, you can see the position, you can kind of see the thought behind it, but really it's just, you know, you kind of get caught between a good team, and if you have to move and they don't have to move, or even if your positioning is slightly off where they can bring 2 to 1, it's almost just, I feel bad for them. Like, they've done everything right up until that point, but the game can turn so fast with the speed of the grapples and everything else.
Well, taking a look at our moments of the match brought to you by AMD. Boys, today has been an incredible showing of fantastic Warzone. Honestly, Avalon as a whole, I've thoroughly enjoyed watching it. And we had an epic, as you mentioned it, Tom Cruise moment here by Chow, eliminating a bunch of players with the heli. What do we make of that? Seen that before in game?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I remember, like, back in the day when choppers were so prevalent at the beginning of games, like the whole team's kind of landing on it as well on big maps, back obviously Verdansk time. They can be influential, and yeah, Chow has had some moments in his career, hasn't he? And that'll be up there. That was an interesting one.
How about for you, Enigma? I know you were thoroughly surprised by that one. You were expecting him to stop by, pick up his teammates, and then take off again.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting some sort of like drive-by situation. Boys, get in, we're going shopping, like kind of moment. Hell no, that guy says, I'm here to dance to the death. Sliced everybody to bits. Beautiful work from him. Really wish I was actually watching it live because his stream community are incredible, and no doubt they loved that moment as it's a mastermind situation. Look, we talk so often about the support cast that he's got around him. Again, we put him in the content creator bucket. This man won the World Series of Warzone solo YOLO. He knows what it means to take victory in big tournaments and delivers another incredible situation there. Be interesting to see if that's helped lift them up the leaderboard this map, because if you'd have fallen in that moment, your team was in a very bad spot for the rest. So he could have been the hero, the captain that his team needed.
Was there anybody else that really stood out to you guys? Any team that you were particularly impressed with? Not just from this one, by the way. If there was any team as a whole that really surprised you.
I want to say Becky Jew and co, honestly, towards the end of that game. I think those final couple of games as well. I think this was one of those teams that, you know, in a mix of some of the best teams that you will find in EMEA Warzone, to have a team like that get consistently into late games. I'm pretty sure that team was in the late game not once, not twice, but thrice in those final matches. I think it's a show of a roster that knows consistently, you know, what to do in those moments, especially given the thing people have to remember here is these are not, for the most part, your bog standard Warzone rosters. Like, not only is there an extra player in the mix, but these creators have kind of put these rosters together for this tournament outside of the ones that have basically brought your Falcons and your Gentlemen together and what have you. So I think for that roster to get as far as they did without the superstar player, I think is really commendable.
Anybody else want to take it?
I agree. Again, I think that for Joshi and Bodsy, this could be a statement tournament, which is a weird one because this isn't necessarily on our main competitive circuit, but it's a big tournament, huge money on the line, so many players, you know, kind of adapting to these new rule sets, etc. And it's a case of, yeah, we've discounted this team. We've talked about, you know, again, your gentlemates and so on. These boys are putting up alongside their teammates and kind of, again, seeing late games, seeing out tough situations. And other than being sandwiched between a rock and a hard place there, could have walked away with a map to end the day as well. So looking forward to seeing what they do through the rest of this tournament.
I see.
I think for me, I'm gonna take a turn point and just say the FIFA Kill team. I think every time we saw them was being aggressive, right? It's really easy to gas that up, but you've got to understand at this level, to be constantly aggressive, to constantly put points up means you're constantly taking risks. We've said over and over again, it is not easy to get your team back in this game. It is not easy to get your guns back up to spec and your armor back up to spec. So if you are game after game pushing that envelope and trying to gather those points as aggressively as they are, it could go wrong very, very easily and you get a lower average of points. But what they're actually doing is being aggressive, getting the points, and still being set up for late game. So to do that is quite impressive.
Tan, go on. I know he took your answer.
I don't want to necessarily go into it, but I think honestly the Gentlemen's really impressed me towards that backstage in those groups. Did fantastic. We've seen obviously a couple of big teams meeting up against each other, and those can be sway moments, right, where they're able to take that gunfight, and I think it takes away from the other team who are competing with you at the top of that leaderboard. Look, they'll be advancing through, you would like to imagine anyway, but it's nice when they get one over on these big teams at this stage in the game. Some really, really good moments from both those two squads across every single game that we've seen today, and we've got plenty more to go tomorrow.
We do. I'm super excited for tomorrow's games. Now, Infinity had mentioned about halfway through today's broadcast that he anticipates and expects that some of these teams might look to change things up a little bit. What do we think? Do we agree, disagree, or do you think they're better off pretty much sticking to their guns?
I think I'll jump on it straight away and just sort of say I think some teams have to and some teams don't. Like the teams down towards the bottom half. I mean, I think for some of them, you know, obviously like they're out of contention now to a certain degree. There'll be some that will really struggle. They have to change something. The mid-table teams who are just on the cusp, they're the ones who you have to stick or you twist, right? I think probably give it a go with how things been going for you originally with your original spots, but then if it isn't working again and you need to put up some numbers, you have to change your ideas heading into the game. So yeah, let's see how things go on tomorrow, but there's still plenty of games to play for. I don't think anyone will be doing anything too drastic straight away.
I want drastic though. I want the chaos. I want the mayhem. I said that at the very start of today's broadcast, especially when we brought up our Scuff Bounty Challenge. I wanted to see as much damage as possible taking place as well. So on that note, let's go ahead and reveal our winners for this one. Our Team Huskers with 18k damage. What a wonderful feat that is. And even in case you didn't know, those players representing that team do indeed win 4 free scuff controllers to gift to their community. I'm sure they've been appreciating all of the support their wonderful community has been showing them. But what did we think, boys? I'm going to go to you first, Hun, because you were rooting for Team FIFA Kill all the way throughout. How did Team Huskers compare?
I mean, look, we didn't get to see this game in particular, I don't believe, but that is a big difference, isn't it? Team Decky obviously called back up and had a secondary game where we didn't quite catch where they were originally, but that is a big difference. It's a huge game from Team Huskers, but not surprising when we look at that roster. Not a surprise at all. Can they kind of repeat that tomorrow? I'd imagine we'll get to see them a little bit more. I'm curious to see how they are going to do, but putting up that score, not a surprise that it's Team Huskers to get it done.
How about the rest of you boys? Are you impressed with an 18k damage?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's more damage than Chris Tunn has ever got in his entire career. So I think that's pretty high numbers.
I have really enjoyed the roasting of Chris Tunn today. This has been glorious.
You guys can lay off him. I don't think he's ever done anything wrong.
I'm hoping to see him in a couple of days in Birmingham. I'm just going to try.
Though. You just need new content. You need to step it up a little.
I'm going to pass on the torch for you, Enigma. When you see him in Birmingham, I give you permission to carry on the roasting.
Don't worry, I will take that mantle on with pleasure. I very much so. It's going to be a great time. Now, of course, looking forward to seeing my man. But yeah, what you said about the 18k damage, that is ridiculous numbers. Are we surprised with the Falcons and Huskers? No, Huskers are probably putting up 8k with a sniper just pinging bullets miles out and ripping plates off people. So yeah, disgusting squad. Really looking forward to seeing them tomorrow, because as I said, we didn't get to see them today. Decky's roster, though, coming in second. They went on that late resurgence. They had some success early on in the day, but have really picked it up as well through the late stages. So, and that's a very dangerous team. We know plenty about them here in Europe.
Well, having a peek at our overall standings for today. Like I said, we've had some incredible matches throughout today. 334 points. My oh my, what an incredible showing from Team Huskers. It is no surprise, of course, that they ended up having so much damage amongst them as a team. Is there anybody that you think maybe heading into tomorrow, Bracey, is going to come into it looking a little bit stronger, perhaps? A team that you want to see a little bit more showing from?
I'm going to say Team Enkyo. I think they look good today, but truth being told, fourth is fourth, and it's a bit of a gap between first and fourth. So, yeah, even the top three got 50 points on them overall. I mean, it's not that big in context of how many games we played, but Team Huskers being so far ahead, I think Team Enkyo are a good opportunity to really kind of start pushing it here. I mean, Team Natasha as well. We saw how well they did earlier. I feel like they may have just dropped off the pace a bit. So if they can get up there and make this more competitive tomorrow, I can see it happening.
I'm thinking maybe Team Jukies has a little bit more spice for us. What do we reckon, boys? You think Team Jukies has got it in them?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams in and around that 12th to 16th that have definitely got more on the locker, but will also probably be playing full placement just to make sure they do get through. It's sometimes it's hard to read into what you're seeing out in the groups, obviously with so many teams playing against different groups already, and it's hard to balance it out until we see that final scoreboard, and we'll surely see that by the end of tomorrow. That should be interesting to see. But yeah, not a lot of work for some teams to do, but plenty of catching up for some others.
Well, boys, I want to thank you all so much for joining me on broadcast. It's been a blast as per usual, apart from Ton, of course, but we'll get to that for tomorrow's games. Don't you worry about it. I want to give a big shout out to everybody on Way of Production for keeping this show running, and of course my wonderful talents for joining me on the show as well. Without further ado, we will catch you folks tomorrow for more Avalon action.